Good morning, everybody. That's loud. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Environment and Communications Legislation Committee's inquiry into the Safeguard Mechanism Accrediting Amendment Bill 2022. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet and pay our respects to the traditional owners past, present and emerging. This is a public hearing and a Hansard transcript of the proceedings is being made. The hearing is also being broadcast via the Australian Parliament House website. Before the committee starts taking evidence, I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The committee generally prefers evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate resolutions, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in private. If a witness objects to answering question, the witness should state the grounds upon which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the grounds on which it's claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, also be made at any other time. For witnesses appearing via video conference, I ask that you mute your microphone until you have the call. I remind people in the hearing room to ensure that their mobile phones are switched to silent. Noting that this committee is due to report to the Senate on the 6th of March, the committee has set midday the 1st of March as the deadline for answers to any questions taken on notice from today's hearing. The Secretariat will endeavour to send you an early transcript of your evidence to assist you in identifying questions taken on notice. However, it is also recommended that you note these down during our session. Before we go any further, I'll just pass over to Senator Hanson-Young to make a short statement.
Thank you, Chair. Just before we start, I'd like to put a couple of declarations on the record for today. Firstly, Green Collar, one of the witnesses to appear before the committee today, has been a donor to the Australian Greens, so I just want to be clear about that. Also, some organisations and businesses which potentially have an interest in the safeguard mechanism, including LMS, the Australia Institute, Orica, Rio Tinto, Ethical Super Australia and the Sunrise Project, are clients of DPG Advisory Solutions, a company of which my husband Ben Oaquist is an employee. Some of these organisations are witnesses that will appear before us over the next couple of days, so I just wanted to be upfront about that.
Thank you very much for that, Senator Hanson-Young. I would now like to welcome representatives from the Environmental Defence Fund and EMBA, who are joining us in the main by video conference, but also with a representative in the room. They are joining us from the UK and the United States, and the committee greatly appreciates your efforts in joining us given the time zone differences. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. Parliamentary privilege is a special right that means you cannot be prosecuted or disadvantaged because of anything you have provided in evidence that was accepted by the committee or because you gave this evidence. However, this privilege only applies within Australia, and a person outside of Australia will not be protected by parliamentary privilege. As such, you may wish to refrain from making any adverse comment upon any person or corporation or referring to any legal proceedings. For the Hansard record, can you please each state your full name and capacity in which you appear today? We'll start with Ms Reynolds in the room.
Thank you very much, Senator. My name is Annika Reynolds. I'm a Climate Policy Advisor for EMBA.
Mr Watson.
Matt Watson, I'm Vice President of Energy Transition for Environmental Defence Fund.
Ms Assam.
Bina Hassan, Coal Mine Methane Analyst at EMBA.
And I believe the last person on the screen would be Mr Anatoly Lanay-Smirnov.
Anatoly Lanay-Smirnov, Coal Mine Methane Analyst.
Thank you very much. The committee has agreed to table opening statements and copies have been provided to senators. I now invite members of the committee to ask questions. Senator Hughes, would you like to start?
I shall. Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, everyone. We didn't have opening statements. Sorry, Chair.
The opening statements were tabled. I'm not sure. Did you provide an opening statement?
EMBA did not provide an opening statement.
And the Environmental Defence Fund, did they supply an opening statement? Sorry, Mr.
Yes,
Watson?
we did.
Yes.
We did.
I don't know if I've got a copy of that. That's all right. Mr. Watson, does the Environmental Defence Fund have a physical presence in Australia?
We don't have a physical office in Australia. We have a small but growing presence there. We have a couple of staff, and we have consultancy relationships with some Australian entities.
Okay, so
We also, I should mention, have had partners in scientific studies that we've conducted in Australia that include University of New South Wales and Flinders.
okay, so I mean, those campaigns in particular, how much money has the fund spent campaigning in Australia?
I would have to take that question under notice, but what I can tell you in broad brushes right now is that it's been a relatively minor amount as relates to what you might call advocacy. The significant bulk of the spending would be related to the scientific studies.
Okay, so happy for you to take that on notice, but if you can please provide it as an itemised breakdown, would be very helpful over the last 3 years. Mr. Watson, is the fund involved in any current litigation in Australia?
No, that's not to my knowledge. I'm virtually certain that we're not.
Okay. You might have to take this on notice, so if you can double check that you're not involved in any current litigation, but also come back with any of the campaigns that have been conducted in Australia. Do you have any of those that you can give us an outline of?
Yes, Senator, the term campaign, we would refer to the scientific work sometimes as a campaign. So could you help me understand a
Yeah,
little?
sort of any activities that you've undertaken in Australia, if you could just give us a bit of an outline of what that's consisted of.
Happy to provide you that information under notice. If by campaigns you mean political campaigns, electoral campaigns, we've not been involved in any.
But also legal campaigns, because obviously a lot of that is, I'm assuming where a lot of your work is directed into the legal space.
Yes, the name of the organization, though, is a little bit misleading, and it goes back to our founding in 1967 when, I don't want to bore, it had to do with DDT in the U.S. So we're actually not a law firm or a pro bono law firm, right? We do have attorneys on staff, and we are sometimes involved in litigation. A lot of that's in the U.S. because we're quite litigious in the U.S., but that's not the nature of our work broadly.
So what's the main source of your funding?
It comes primarily from individuals and philanthropic foundations, as well as some membership money.
Okay.
I could get you a broad breakdown of that if you're interested as well.
So there is a publicly available list of your donors?
We have tax forms that are filed where we have offices that I believe give the largest donors, but don't give a list of all of our donors.
Okay.
But I could get you information that gives you the big picture on that, and would be happy to answer any specific questions that you have around that.
Okay, so, well, on the specific nature, how much money is raised from Australian donors, and sort of what percentage of all donations is that?
I'm not aware that we currently have funding from Australian donors, but let me take that under notice as well. I want to make sure I don't give you any incorrect information.
Okay, that'd be really helpful. So, you mentioned American donors, obviously, where you're based, and you're going to get back to me on Australia. Are there any other countries that have a number of donations coming to you from?
Yeah, we started as a U.S. organization, but we've grown to become a global organization, and so we're working in more than 30 countries now. Our primary, and we have offices. I'm not sure how many countries we have actual offices in. But we do raise money in a number of countries around the world. I just don't think that we have from Australia at this point, but I want to confirm that for sure. So it's not exclusively U.S. We have European donors. We have Indian donors. So we have offices in Beijing, Delhi, Brussels, across the U.S., Japan, and any number of places.
So just touching on the fact you've got an office in Beijing, and you might have to take this on notice, when you're having a look at Australia, could you please also let us know, if you don't already, if there were any individuals or organisations from within Russia or China that donated, particularly if they're in any way linked to their governments?
Happy to do so, but I can give you an initial response that I'm not aware of any philanthropy out of Russia or China that we're getting.
Okay. Even with an office in Beijing?
That's right. That's right. The funding that supports our Beijing team comes from other places around the world.
All right. Well, if you can take that on notice, Mr. Watson. All right. Chair, I'm happy to pass on, and I might come back to Ember.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I first have some questions for Ember. I'm interested in the recently released last week IEA methane tracker, showing that Australia is underreporting its methane emissions from coal and gas by around 63%, 25 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent a year, all of which would be coming from facilities caught under this safeguard mechanism. I'm interested to know from you a bit about why there is such a discrepancy between what these companies report, what the official figures are here in Australia, and then what this IEA methane tracker says.
I might
Of course,
pass.
I can. Yeah, okay. So I would say it's difficult to say exactly where the discrepancy is coming from. It's probably a combination of a few different factors in that how coal mines are currently measuring their methane emissions, what they have to report in terms of their methane emissions. A lot of, not a lot, but surface mines, as some people know, they don't actually have to measure their emissions. They can just use emission factors, which means that we might be missing like variables in terms of the methane intensity of coal, which would lead to, for example, missing potential super emitters. And there might be some coal mines that are emitting way above what the estimates could say, because we're not actually measuring emissions. And this is probably leading to a large part of the underestimation of emissions currently in Australia.
Just a small addition that the IEA also uses some satellite data just to cross-reference, and this is where they think is the big. They see a bit of methane that should not really be there from satellites.
And of course, methane is one of the greenhouse gases that we really need to reduce much faster and immediately because of the intensity. Is that correct?
Yes, so methane, if we look at it over a 20-year timescale, it's around 82.5 times, has more global warming impact than CO2. So it's really one of the gases that if we can start targeting it now, we're going to see reductions in like global warming straight away, or climate change straight away, much faster than CO2, which has a lifetime of hundreds of years to decades. And we also need to tackle CO2, but methane will give us a much faster response.
Yeah, okay. And the clock is ticking on reducing this pollution ahead of 2030 and, of course, 2035. What would be the gold standard for monitoring and reporting coal mine methane? And of course, I'm interested in what that means for gas as well. So
for coal mine, I can respond for coal mine methane. So when we're talking about gold standard, we're talking about, the best practice. So for underground mines who are already measuring their emissions, we would require them to actually measure at a much better accuracy, because right now there's a lot of methane emissions that can still go undetected. And then for surface mines, we'd be also talking about actually measuring their methane emissions rather than just estimating it from the amount of coal they produce. So we're talking about on the ground, source level, direct measurements. And then to accompany this, we'd also be talking about verifying their emissions. So for example, from the aerial satellites to verify your bottom down and your top up measurements. For gas, I might pass it on to Matt.
On oil and gas, and if I could just back up a second. So a big part of the discrepancy you get between reported emissions and inventories and what we actually see on the ground comes from the fact that companies are frequently using emissions factors. So these are engineering calculations, and they're estimating their emissions basically through desktop work rather than the collection of empirical data. In the US, which is the best studied for oil and gas methane emissions, is the best studied region of the world. After many years of studies, we found that the industry reported data was about 60% lower than actual data. And that's I think pretty consistent with the discrepancy between Australia's inventory and what the IEA found. We frequently find in studies around the world that actual emissions are 2 to 3 times higher than reported emissions, but it's that difference between using desktop calculations and actual empirical data, which brings you to the gold standard for MRV, measurement, reporting, and verification. In the oil and gas space, I would point you toward the Oil and Gas Methane Partnership. That's a body that exists within the UN Environment Program, and what it does is allows oil and gas companies to voluntarily come in, set strong targets, and then start from where they are in the MRV process and move progressively over time, over a 3-year window, from using those desktop calculations to using collecting empirical data. And there's some detail there about how you do it, but that OGMP 2.0 framework really is the gold standard. There are, I think, close to 90 companies, upstream and midstream oil and gas companies from around the world that have joined on to that. And it seems like there are new ones joining every few weeks or so. In the Asia Pacific gas market, it's important to note that many of Australia's competitors have signed on. That includes Petronas in Malaysia, Qatar Energy, many of the large independent gas producers in the US have also signed on. So we would point you toward OGMP as a great framework that is rigorous and science-based, but flexible, and allows companies to start where they are in the journey and move quickly to something that can provide reliability around reporting.
And what impact does offsetting or what impact does offsetting have right now on the lack of incentive, perhaps, for companies to capture methane leaks in the current context? And I'm interested as to, under this mechanism, the safeguard mechanism, is there do we risk offsets being used when in fact what we need to see is companies reducing leaks and capturing what leakage there is?
Senator, is that question for me?
I'm happy, Mr. Watson, for you to take it, or for anybody else.
Sure, I'll address it quickly and then pass over to Ember. So in the context of the safeguard mechanism, we would recommend against the use of offsets to meet any methane intensity targets that may be incorporated into the safeguard rule. And the reason for that is has to do with the fact that methane reductions, particularly in the oil and gas space, are incredibly cheap. According to the IEA, at today's gas prices, two things. The IEA estimates that energy sector methane emissions could be reduced by about 75% using existing broadly commercialized technologies. At gas prices before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, they estimated that about 2/3 of those reductions would come at no net cost. They would actually be NPV positive. You'd make money on them. At today's gas prices, almost all of those reductions are actually NPV positive. So the use of offsets becomes really not only unnecessary, but given the difficulty in ensuring that you have high integrity offsets, and I think we all know that the world is kind of awash in low quality offsets. If you found yourself in a position where a company was wanting to use offsets rather than actually making those emission reductions, it would be a good reason to be suspicious because it doesn't pencil out from an economic standpoint. Now, when it comes to tradable credits like the SMCs, again, we think actual methane reductions will pencil out as being the most cost-effective thing to do as opposed to buying on a tradable credit. However, you may want to consider allowing for tradable credits because it's very possible that in the methane space there could be over-compliance that would allow for the creation of additional credits that could be used by entities that are harder to abate and that may need it could provide more liquidity to the credit market. But it would be important to model how you did that to make sure that your market was functioning as intended. And it would be important to incorporate measures for frequent assessments of the market functioning and the ability to make tweaks to the market design as you went along and saw how it was performing.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. I'm not sure whether Ember has anything to add to that, but I guess what I'm hearing then is that if Australia we've now signed up to the methane pledge, we have to make sure we're actually reducing methane, not just finding ways to offset it.
That's right, Senator. And it's important to, going back to Ember's comments, because methane is such a highly potent greenhouse gas and because it's relatively short-lived in the atmosphere, there's a really critical climate benefit to reducing methane emissions. The combination of those two things means that reducing methane can actually reduce the rate of warming that we're experiencing today. About 1/3 of the warming that we're experiencing today is from methane emissions. It's projected that as much as 80% of the warming we would experience in the next 2 decades is going to come from methane emissions. Reducing those emissions because it's such a powerful greenhouse gas and because it washes out of the atmosphere relatively quickly as compared to CO2 means you can immediately have a positive benefit on methane. So you do want to get those actual reductions. And again, from a cost perspective, there's really no need to rely on offsets.
Thank you. Yes, I think, Chair. Happy to hand over.
We'll go to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your time this morning, everyone. I've got a question for the Environmental Defence Fund. As Senator Hanson-Young was just asking about, Australia has now signed the methane pledge, and according to the International Energy Agency, Australia's methane emissions are primarily from agriculture, 44%, energy 40%, and waste 11%. I'm wondering why you're placing such an emphasis on the need to prioritise energy sector methane abatement as opposed to abatement from other sectors. What's the urgency there?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. The reason is because that's really where the low-hanging fruit is. When you're talking about the energy sector, that's the actual commodity that they're trying to sell. So that's part of the reason why those reductions are so cost effective. The other reason is because the technologies for reducing methane emissions, particularly oil and gas methane emissions, are well commercialized and broadly available. So I mentioned the estimates from IEA before about almost all oil and gas methane reductions being NPV positive under today's gas prices. I would note in the context of the Global Methane Pledge, we conducted an analysis to try and determine, and this is a relatively coarse analysis, but we wanted to know for Australia, if you took a least cost pathway to getting that 30% reduction across all of those methane sectors, how would you get there? And we found that 90% of those reductions, roughly 90% of those reductions, would come first from the energy sector as opposed to ag or the waste sectors, and that the overall reductions could be achieved at a cost of $33 Australian per ton of CO2 equivalent. So that's incredibly cheap.
Mm-hmm.
And Senator, on Ember's perspective, we would like to add to the analysis from Matt that there is also the additional urgency of needing to phase out thermal coal to be in line with not only our methane reduction targets, but of course, broader CO2 reduction. And I can hand to Dr. Hassan from Ember, who can give you some more details on the urgency of phasing out coal in the Australian context.
So we also, late last year, we also did an analysis looking at coal mine methane and how much can we realistically mitigate coal mine methane and how can we reduce emissions from coal mines. And what we found was that by mitigation, you'd be looking at reducing around a third, maybe a third of Australia's coal mine methane emissions, which is already a hefty amount. But if we're looking at maximum reductions, we'd also be realizing that we need to start phasing out coal by 2030 and seriously thinking about no new coal mines. As from the current proposals, what's currently in the pipeline, Australia is actually looking to double its coal mine methane emissions just from potential new coal mines coming up.
Thank you, Dr. Hassan. Thank you, Mix Reynolds. Professor Chubb, in his recent report on Australian offsets, said that there was no way to offset methane as a gas. Do you share that view? Do you agree with Professor Chubb?
I think Dr. Hassan is best placed within our team to speak to that.
I think I'll answer better. I don't think offsets work with methane. It's a slightly CO2 and methane are like very different gases. Most of offsets are carbon offsets, the carbon dioxide offsets, and methane is a completely different gas that behaves differently. It's much shorter lifetime. So it's cross offsetting is meaningless, and you need to physically get rid of methane going into the atmosphere rather than trying to find a CO2 project that has an impact over hundreds of years, whereas methane has impact over next immediately. So we would really advise against offsetting methane.
Okay.
And in terms of policy levers, it's much more feasible to be directly mitigating and reducing methane in coal mines. So it's, as has been stated by both the Environmental Defence Fund and Ember in our reports, it is cost effective to be mitigating at the source. Offsetting from a policy perspective should be the last resort in those very, very difficult to abate sectors. And coal mine methane does not fall into that category in our analysis.
Thank you. And then just finally, we heard earlier from Senator Hanson-Young, the International Energy Agency and the Australian government there's a 60% discrepancy in methane emissions, and recently the Department of Environment stood by their estimates and questioned some of the accuracy of satellite technology, saying it had challenges with visibility through clouds. Can you maybe talk us through the emerging satellite technology when it comes to monitoring methane, and what is happening in other jurisdictions, and how accurate it's becoming?
I think my European colleagues are best placed to address that.
I think
We can also pass it on to Matt as
yeah,
they've got a
I think
satellite.
they're the satellite experts.
So what about satellites? There's an increasing number of them up there, and they're providing a valuable service. They tend to fall into one of a couple of categories. So one is what you might call global trackers, and they take measurements over very broad geographic regions, and the resolution is not very fine. On the other end of the spectrum is what you might call target mode satellites. And those satellites are very good for zeroing in, say, on a specific facility, like, for example, an LNG facility or a processing plant, and understand what's happening there. The piece that's in the middle that's missing right now is satellite technology that can measure regional sources, area sources, and do it at a high resolution. We're actually involved in a project called Methane Sat that will put up a satellite within about a year to do exactly that, and that that satellite will be measuring down to 3 parts per billion. So that's more sensitive than any other satellite I'm aware of. It will cover that middle ground, and that data is going to be made publicly available. Now, putting that into a broader context, the UN has an organization called the International Methane Emissions Observatory, IMEO. OGMP that I referred to earlier is actually a subset of that. And what IMEO is beginning to do is take data from this whole constellation of satellites, including Methane Sat. We'll be sending the data to IMEO, as well as to the ground, as incorporating all of these ground-based studies that are happening around the world and looking at national inventories, and we'll synthesize that data and make it available to the world. So it's not that far off. The next couple of years or so, we should actually have a really robust and increasingly comprehensive picture of how much methane is being emitted, from where, from what activities, and how that's changing over time. This is important both for targeting mitigation efforts, but also as countries and companies are beginning to incorporate methane performance into the global gas trade, demanding high methane performance in supply agreements. This is going to become an issue of competitiveness. And that's something that, Australia is one of the world, sort of tied for first place with the US and Qatar for global gas exports. This is going to be very important for Australia to be on top of in order to remain competitive.
And to just build on what Matt has stated, that is a similar issue for coal mine exports. We are increasingly seeing the regulation of methane, particularly for some of our major trade partners, including Japan. And also to answer your question, Senator Pocock, purely from a regulatory perspective, the way methane emissions are measured for surface and underground coal mines is very standardised. It's not necessarily tied directly to the individual coal mine, and that means that there is a significant risk that the emissions are being under or overestimated from that individual mine. So at a minimum, EMBA's position is that improved measurement of each coal mine and its methane emissions would improve the capacity of the safeguard mechanism to be driving genuine emission reduction.
Thank you. So just to confirm, we're expecting in the next few years to be able to have like a facility by facility picture from monitoring.
That would certainly be best practice, and there are regulations being put in place in other jurisdictions that are seeking to impose a facility by facility measurement. But my colleagues in Europe may have a better picture of where things like the EU methane regulation are at for that particular endeavour.
Thanks.
Yeah.
We'll go to Senator Payman next.
Hello, good morning. We can start. My line of questioning can be answered by both Environmental Defence Fund and EMBA. Under the reformed Safeguard coal and gas facilities, they've got the incentive to reduce all of their carbon dioxide and methane emissions. Now, do you think a facility that cut methane but increased carbon dioxide emissions should be rewarded, in your opinion? We can start off with Environmental Defence Fund.
Thanks, Senator. I think you're highlighting something that's really important there, which is as you go through and consider reforms to the safeguard mechanism, if you're going to incorporate provisions around methane, which we would certainly support, you're probably going to want to have a separate intensity target for methane that regulated entities would have to meet, and have that embedded within a broader baseline so that you're meeting that methane target, but that is not removing the obligation for you to actually reduce CO2 emissions. You have to do both. Methane is what gets you the benefit of reducing near-term warming, but CO2 is what drives long-term warming. So you have to do both together.
Dr. Hassan, would you like to add anything?
Probably me easier. Yeah, it's just slightly more in underground coal mines. There isn't very much CO2 emissions coming from the mining process. Vast majority of emissions come from methane, and destroying that methane does lead to CO2 emissions. And there is a trade-off, but because methane is 82 times more powerful than CO2, it's an okay trade-off to end up with a bit more CO2 emissions at the cost. Sometimes you could destroy that methane and generate electricity. So you capture the methane and generate electricity. So that's a really, really good win. Because you both destroyed a very powerful greenhouse gas and you got electricity from the process. But yes, there is a trade-off. And it is worth destroying methane to slightly increase your CO2 emissions in the underground coal mine context.
Okay, so given states like Queensland already regulate for the beneficial use of waste coal mine gas, do you think they should be responsible for any tighter requirements or enforcement of those obligations?
It's always good to have stronger requirements to utilize waste gas. The risk is that, and we've seen it in some jurisdictions, that if you make the requirements too tight, the coal mines might be tempted to make the gas not usable. So they would change the process to dilute it so much that it's not usable, and that's the worst outcome. So when you design these mechanisms, you have to be very careful not to have adverse side effects. And we could really give some examples in the paper to explain where the risks happen, but we've seen it in many countries happen this.
Watson, would you like to add anything?
Now, I'll defer to Ember on the coal mine methane. They're the true experts.
No worries. And just finally, will you be raising your issues with methane in regards to methane with the Climate Change Authority in their statutory review of the NGER Act by the end of the year?
Thank you, Senator. We don't have a final position on how we would be engaging with the Climate Change Authority, but our long-held position, as you can see in our reports and our research, is of course that measurement of methane does need to improve to underpin mitigation measures.
Okay, thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
Senator Duniam.
Thanks, Chair. I presume you can hear me, and thanks all for making some time available to be a part of this hearing today. I just wanted to go to the issue of cost, and in both of the submissions or the information available from both of you here today, there's some reference to the cost of doing what is suggested here. I want to just start with the Environmental Defence Fund, and on page 2 of the document I have available here for me, or submission I gather, it talks about what's occurring in the EU, where they're finalising legislation requiring importers to report on methane emissions. I just wonder if you can tell me, have they got something in place domestically that would replicate what you would seek to have put in place here?
They're working on that, Senator. This is all part of one package and it's different chapters. So they have one chapter that is would impose new requirements on domestic oil and gas operations within the union. And then there's another chapter that they're working on that would require importers to gather emissions data on the gas coming into the union, which is widely seen as a first step toward some sort of mechanism, some sort of, who knows what form this would take, but some sort of policy that would preference low methane intensity gas in the future.
And just on that, because I'll come to the US that you referenced next in the same document, do we have any idea of what sort of cost or how they're looking to administer a cost or a price in the EU?
On imports you're talking about?
Well, yeah, imports or also domestically too. I mean, if they're looking at finding ways to preference, as you say, low methane, is there a price built into what they're talking about there?
So no, on the import side, they're not talking about imposing a price at this juncture. They're taking the first step, I should say they're in the process now of developing that legislation, right? And so it's not finalized, but based on the direction they're heading, it looks like they're going to take a first step of just requiring emissions data around those imports. On the U.S. side, on pricing, so there's kind of two big things, or more than two biggest things that are happening on methane in the U.S. right now is the U.S. EPA is moving a rules package through the regulatory process that, if it's adopted as currently proposed, would be probably the most comprehensive and ambitious set of oil and gas methane regulations in the world. Our rough estimates are that it could reduce emissions by about 75%. So that's one thing on the regulatory side. Now, this last year, Congress passed some legislation referred to as the Inflation Reduction Act. You may have heard of it. It's caused a bit of a kerfuffle here and there. It had a broad array of energy measures in it. Included within that was a pricing mechanism for methane for gas produced internally. This doesn't relate to imports, but basically methane emissions that occur in excess of some methane intensity targets that were laid out in that legislation would be charged a fee. And if I'm remembering correctly, and I think I am, the fee in the initial years would start at $900 per ton of CO2 equivalent and would escalate over the course of a few years, dollars per ton. That $1,500 per ton is more or less the US EPA's estimate of the social cost of methane.
Okay, and so as part of that reference there, has there been any modelling undertaken by your organisation around what cost has been borne by consumers, end users, or anyone on the supply chain in that. And then I want to move to Australia, and with what's discussed in your submission, what modelling might have been done around the cost to end users of energy in particular, that might be borne if what is suggested here is proposed, and also to EMBA as well. I mean, page 5, I think it is, of your submission there, you say, we believe that the costs of such projects can easily be borne by the metallurgical coal mines, particularly as metallurgical coal is so much more valuable than thermal coal. I want to just actually understand the analysis, the modelling, and hard numbers you've got as part of being able to make that statement. So sorry, Mr. Watson, carry on.
Sure, Senator, I think probably one of the best things I could provide would be the technical support documents from the US EPA regulatory proposal. So in that, they're required to estimate costs, and so if you can get really into the weeds on that, we'd be happy to provide that. The other thing,
I mean, just like high level cost to consumer is all I'm after, but if it's contained in that document and it sort of says what the $1,500 a tonne price would mean for your average household or business, that would be helpful.
Yeah, and I'll have to get back to you under notice on that one. The big picture takeaway though is that it nets out as a positive when you look at it in terms. And I'll also provide one other document, which is a study that we commissioned from S&P Global Commodity Insights. And the context of that study was, in the current energy crisis, we wanted to get a rough sense of how much gas could be, that's currently being wasted through venting and flaring and leaks in the oil and gas sector, how much of that could be brought quickly to market to help stabilize markets, provide secure supply. And we looked at 6 key exporting regions, or I should say S&P looked at 6 key exporting regions. And what they found was, just from those 6 regions, they found about 110 or so billion cubic meters of gas that could be captured with current technologies. Of that, they found that about 80 BCM would be net present value positive, i.e. it would provide a return to the companies. And then they also additionally found that about half of that could be brought to the market very quickly, i.e. the next 18 to 36 months. And just for a frame of reference, in BCM doesn't mean a lot to a lot of people. 80 prior to the Russia invasion of Ukraine, Europe was importing about 150 BCM from Russia, right? So this study found that with net present value positive gas capture, you could get more than half of that into the marketplace quickly.
Thank you, Senator. In relation to the cost to coal mine methane, I think it is important to first note that a large portion of coal is exported. In particular, metallurgical coal is majority exported, and so any costs that would be passed on to consumers would be borne by export nations, not by consumers in Australia. But on the point of consumers of Australia, we can't give you exact figures, Senator, but the cost would be minimal if negative, given how cost effective these mitigation measures are. And my colleague Anatoly can speak to that more from the European perspective.
And just on that, I mean, look, I would be interested in hard data. If you've just made a statement that costs would be minimal or negative, I'd love to know on notice, because I know I'm pretty well out of time here, what numbers you have that give authority for you to make that statement, and also any analysis on impacts to exports that might occur if our prices go up, and by how much you project they would go up if we adopt some of those.
Senator, just to clarify, we do have public reports, and I apologise, committee, that indicates that, for coal mines to be cutting emissions at their existing mines would be costing something like 0.2% of the industry's $51 billion income. So it is These are minimal cost initiatives that improve safety at coal mines. They allow other outcomes for the methane, for example, to electricity that may result in net income benefits to these companies. And ultimately, our assessment, and we will take this on notice and provide you further details, but our assessment is that the economic cost of methane mitigation is far, far lower than the economic benefits both to coal mines directly and to Australia overall with its climate targets and ensuring that we see emissions trajectory going down.
Oh, thanks, Chair. I'll wait for that information
Great.
on notice.
Thank you, because we will need to move on. I'll thank our witnesses for appearing today. We appreciate your time and the challenges of the time difference. So thank you very much. And I would like to welcome the Grattan Institute to come forward. Now, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. And once you get yourselves settled, if you could just state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Tony Wood and I'm the Program Director for Energy and Climate Change at the Grattan Institute.
Thank you.
And my name is Alison Reeve and I'm the Deputy Program Director of Energy and Climate Change at the Grattan Institute.
Great. We will start with Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here today. I was interested in both the elements you've put on the record, including comments in the newspaper today in relation to the impact of the reserve, effectively, as you've described it, set aside for new entrants being, and when I say new entrants, we're meaning new coal and gas, being used at the expense of those that currently would be captured under the safeguard mechanism. Sectors such as manufacturing, where we know it's much harder to actually reduce pollution. Before we go and make things even worse and put even more into the atmosphere, I'd like to get into that with you. If you could unpack what your concerns are and what you think will happen if we don't have some type of cap or limit to the use of those expanded offsets.
Sure, I guess this is goes to the very heart of the whole safeguard mechanism, which we have supported as a way forward on these industrial emissions for some time. When you get into this world of deciding of various emissions, what ones you're prepared to support in some way and not in other ways, I think it's a very tricky place to be. And so whether it's a new gas extraction project or whether it's a new project that uses gas for manufacturing, you're still left with, if it's new, the same issue in some ways to, well, they're going to take up some of the budget. And the important thing here, I think, is that the government now has an overall budget. We've suggested that that budget be even tighter, that the budget for the safeguard mechanism should be in a rule to make sure that that's firm, so that when a new facility enters, if a new facility does enter, that its emissions are counted within that cap and not from another part of the economy. So I think the issue then becomes, Senator, how big is this reserve? Now, inevitably, there is a risk. And the point we've made in our submission is that there are several risks in the way the safeguard is designed at the moment. Some of them are very difficult to foresee because we know from history that lots of projects that have been proposed just don't go ahead. And so trying to forecast for how this is going to work is close to impossible. However, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't have some constraints on it. And so our concern would be that, yes, we're creating a reserve. There'll be additional capacity created by the closure of projects between now and even 2030, let alone beyond that. So something like 10% of facilities currently under the safeguard are currently scheduled to close by 2030. Many of them, of course, are, as you'd expect, coal mines. So you end up with a reserve of some size. Now, we were aware that there were departmental officials have said that reserve could be about 17 million tonnes. How much of these projects go ahead, how quickly, would depend upon how quickly that reserve is soaked up. It therefore becomes absolutely important that we track what's going on, that information is public, everyone can see, is there a risk that the reserve is going to run out faster or slower? And what do you do about that? That's balanced by having to give some degree of certainty to the people who invest in these projects. So it's that balance is very tricky, but we think that at the very least, it needs to be tracked, and very public information about how Australia is tracking, both in terms of nationally, but also in relation to the safeguard.
And so you've said it's near impossible because it's kind of trying to read the tea leaves in some respects, but beyond, and the government hasn't been terribly forthcoming around what that the actual size of the reserve would be. The figure you've just quoted from the government, have you done any of your own calculations? Do you think that's correct?
The 4.9% on the basis of, we've done some analysis, that's probably, because we'd suggested somewhere between 4 and 5 would be appropriate for the safeguard mechanism to achieve the original objectives that were set. Now, I think it's, I don't think we've really done any further detail, Alison, in relation to what's the probability of certain projects going ahead or not. There's, right now, because we've got this huge global demand for gas, it's very difficult to work out whether some of those projects are just talk and whether they'll actually go ahead, because there's other, this whole storm of or flood of projects at the moment could easily become a trickle in only a couple of years' time.
Well, to that point, I see that Woodside's results, financial results have just been released. Profits up 228% to $6.5 billion. Not a bad day.
We've been very strongly of the view that these windfall profits need to be addressed. And whether it's done through a windfall profit tax, whether it's done through the cap, and what the ongoing relationship in terms of the mandatory code turns out to be, right now this is an issue that's another issue that absolutely needs to be addressed, and Woodside globally is not alone in those huge profits that have been made right now.
Huge profits for these companies, and yet we are quickly heading towards this cliff when it comes to making the deep cuts in emissions that is needed. You were listening to the last lot of witnesses. I could see you sitting behind there. My questions to them went to the impact of offsetting being used, or offsets being used for methane cuts. Do you have a view about that? And it seems to me that if you get your biggest bang for your buck in cutting methane, why wouldn't we do that? Why would we, give wriggle room or a get out of jail free card?
In principle, the use of offsets is a lower cost way of achieving emissions reduction. If we didn't use offsets at all, we would support. Now, everything I've just said and anything I'll say in the next couple of minutes says those offsets have to have environmental integrity, and they must be based on a common view about that. We wouldn't claim to have a scientific basis for some of that because we listen to the people of the science. We understand the recommendations of the Chubb review, for example, about concerns, and we would share some of those concerns from what we've seen. So how you evaluate the relative environmental benefit of a particular offset, I think, is a critical part of this. There are other ways of doing it, but at the moment that's not an area that we would claim to have expertise. You're
Forecasting a carbon price of $17 over the next decade under this scheme. That correct?
Yes.
How would a price of that figure drive deep abatement in this time frame, in this context that we're in? We've talked about massive profits. What kind of abatement do you think would occur with a $17?
I think we need to distinguish between, our calculation was that the average price that facilities will face between now and 2030 is around $17 a tonne. If you take your time horizon out to 2050 and assume that you keep the same cap price of $75 rising at CPI plus 2% every year, what you end up with is a long-run carbon price of around $100 a tonne. When it comes to facilities that are making decisions about replacing large pieces of equipment, they will be looking well beyond 2030 because the lifespan of these facilities is probably 30 years. So they will probably look to the long-run price rather than the short-term price. My view is that in the first year or two of the safeguard, we may see quite a bit of offsetting just because it takes time to do the engineering to put together a large capital replacement. But there will also be firms who have a bunch of projects sitting on a shelf ready to go that only need the nudge of $17 to push them into being viable. The sorts of things you might be looking at there are energy efficiency gains, because Australia compares poorly to the rest of the world in terms of how energy efficient we are. The other thing that is potentially quite a big source of low-hanging fruit is the use of renewable energy to replace diesel and gas on mine sites. A number of mines Australia-wide have already been, making investments in that direction. That's actually quite a large percentage of industrial emissions in Australia come from diesel and gas used on mine sites, and that can be replaced with renewables with known technology that we know how to do.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Just jumping back to this element around how big the reserve is and who gets to use it. How do you cut up the pie? Mr. Wood, you've said we need transparency in this. I'm quite interested in the comments you made around the idea that the reserve or the reserve needs to be within the safeguard, needs its own reserve. We need to know what it is and we need to stick to that. And you're suggesting that should be in the rules themselves, so that it's not just something that 6 months down the line can be kind of nudged out because companies are finding it difficult. Is that what you're saying? Let's be really clear about what the rules are.
Yeah, and I think I'm not suggesting any minister would do this, but the issue that a minister could easily change those numbers almost at a whim would be inappropriate, I think, given the importance of this issue, because it's one of several risks we've identified. They all need to be managed because ostensibly it looks like a sensible idea, but it depends on the numbers. And the only way to track those numbers is to have absolute transparency in what they are. And some of the legislative changes that have been going for some time already, so that, for example, the Clean Energy Regulator can publish the holdings of ACCUs to exactly how many are there, where are they, and how are we tracking. It becomes critically important. Otherwise, that whole reserve issue becomes a substantial risk which isn't being managed properly.
And do you think that the minister should have some sort of power to block new projects if indeed one of them is going to blow that reserve out of the water?
That is very speculative, I think, Senator, in terms of, because I've not seen any individual project that would blow the reserve out of the water. It's the accumulation of projects that could certainly make a big difference.
Like the Beetaloo Basin.
Well, the Beetaloo Basin over its entire life, I think, is about 80 million tonnes. That would be significant. I mean, I am very much aware that it's subject to a lot of debate right now because of some of the mechanisms that were put in place in the Northern Territory a little while ago. How that's going to play out is going to be an issue, I'm sure, between the Commonwealth and the Northern Territory governments themselves as to how they're going to deal with a previous commitment that had been made that all the emissions from that project have to be offset. How that's going to work and how a project like Beetaloo would be given a baseline under the safeguard, I think, is still something that the mechanism has to resolve.
While we're talking about rules, and that it's, of course, the regulations that would underpin this safeguard mechanism, I just, for the record, like to table the draft regulations that have been released by the government. Of course, we don't have the actual ones because they can't be done until the legislation's enacted. So just so that we can refer to them throughout the next couple of days as needed. Just one last one, if that's okay, Chair. I'm I am interested, Mr Wood, back to this point around how you decide who gets which, how much access to the reserves. If new coal and gas is able to both establish new facilities and expand their operations under the beyond current players, should there be some ability to ensure that those that it is the hardest job for them to do have access to the reserve first? I'm just trying to. It seems very unfair to me that if you are a player, if you're a facility, you've done everything everything you can to reduce pollution. You're on the way. You're making these investments, Ms. Reeve, as you've said. New technology, spending capital, and then a new coal or gas mine opens up, and all of a sudden there's less ability for you to access these to stay within the reserve rate. Where do you draw that line, and at what point should the government intervene?
One of the things that affects that is the new entrant benchmark, so the baseline that a new facility is given. The more stringent you make that, the less pressure a new facility puts on the reserve. So I think that actually, there's that coupled with the capacity for the government to adjust the decline rates in the 2 years before 2030. Those are kind of the two levers that they have to manage that access to the reserve. I think in some ways that takes it out of their hands as to making a decision that, this guy gets some and this guy doesn't. But I think what that points to is the need for those new those new entrant benchmarks to be very stringent, to not just be, this is just what we reckon we can do in Australia, but it genuinely needs to be what world's best practice really is. And they need to have the capacity for those to change over time, because best practice changes over time as well.
So those baselines being very clear and stringent enough that it actually acts as a capacity to cut pollution, not just allow an offset. And at the end of the day, this whole purpose is to reduce pollution, right? Seems to me that we're finding a lot of ways to make us look like we're doing something while keeping this, this cruise line going.
Well, I think that's why the broad issue of having a safeguard mechanism that has a cap, and that when people use offsets, they have integrity, so that we are reducing emissions, becomes so critically important. And there can be no get out of jail free cards or any of that. Otherwise, the whole thing falls over.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Duniam.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks both Mr Wood and Ms Reeve for provided in writing, but also in answering the questions to Senator Hanson-Young. Look, I wanted to go back to that point around calculating the $17 a tonne. Ms Reeve, you talked about, so I just need to try and get my head around this, how you got to that dollar figure. Could you just run me through that again?
Sure. So the proposed, I think they call it the price ceiling or the cost containment measure in the thing, is $75. So we can take that as being the maximum price that anyone is going to pay. And then that is indexed every year at the CPI plus 2.5%. So it's $75 in the first year, and it starts growing every year after that. The other thing that is happening at the same time is that everyone's baselines are declining. So that $75 applies to 4.9% of your emissions if you're a safeguard facility in the first year. And then the $75 indexed by CPI plus 2% applies to double 4.9% in the second year. So that's not I'm doing maths in my head now, 9.8% of your emissions in the second year, and so on out to 2030. So while you are paying $75 for the marginal tonne, when you average that out over all of your emissions, the cost is actually a lot lower per tonne in any given year. And then when you also average those yearly costs out to 2030, that gives you what the average carbon price is. You can then also do the same averaging out to 2050 to get a long run price.
So that $17 is based on that price cap that,
Yes.
that is going to be applied to the government ACCUs,
Yep.
is that right? And look, there's been a degree of concern expressed by certain sectors that there would be a shortfall in the number of ACCUs available, and as part of that, of course, government ACCUs. But obviously, outside of government ACCUs are ones operating or offered on the private market, I suppose you could say, or privately held. But in the event that there is a shortage, I presume market mechanisms would come into effect and prices would be higher. Have you included that at all in your numbers here, the $17?
No, we haven't. The price actually $75 as the effective carbon price assumes that there is an unlimited amount of ACCUs available from the government at that price. If I was sitting in a company and doing this maths, I would be also making my own judgment about how many ACCUs I think the government is going to make available at that price, because actually that would then mean my internal starting price would be somewhere between 75 and the penalty price, depending on how, on my judgment of the probability that the government is going to have ACCUs available at $75.
And I guess that's what I want to get to, because, the assumption that there would be an unlimited number of ACCUs available, and unless I've missed something, I don't see how, or whether the government's committed to do that or whether that would be indeed possible. Going to then that impact on the cost of doing business, and then, of course, the cost to the end consumer. If we look at industries like cement or steel or aluminium, are any of those industries, do you know, on the work that you've done, are they able to abate? Let's start with the $17 carbon price you've talked about. Do you think that any of those businesses could abate for that amount? And then we'll go on to those higher prices.
We haven't done that analysis industry by industry, Senator, but I understand ClimateWorks is appearing later on today, and that might be a good question to ask them.
Okay, I'll ask them that. Then, just going back to that point you made, and there was a distinction between the numbers and information you provided earlier and the decision-making process you go through if you are, in effect, sitting in a boardroom or something like that. Is there something we need to be injecting into the debate around this that takes account of that gap between this idea that there are unlimited government ACCUs and then you've got what's happening in the carbon market? Is there something else we should be, as legislators looking at this legislation and the draft regs that Senator Hanson-Young has tabled, that we need to somehow take into account, given the inevitable impact on the cost of doing business and on living?
I think, Senator, that goes back to the point we were discussing with Senator Hanson-Young earlier, and that is this transparency question to some extent. So, where are the ACCUs? And to be fair, also safeguard mechanism credits, if they become part of this system, and who holds them and what the supply and demand looks like being. I'm involved with one of the CRCs who's working on those industries you just talked about. Some of them do have access, I'm aware of, to quite low-cost actions already. But some of them, as Ms Reeve said earlier, are working very hard on technologies that will not take place almost certainly between now and 2030. And that's where that world is going to unfold very differently. Of course, the other point I think we made in our submission is there is a concern about this question of the availability of ACCUs, because the government, while a sovereign government can print money, it can't print ACCUs. And so making sure that we've got ACCUs that have real environmental integrity against what might be a growing demand is, again, one of those uncertainties that I was referring to. And that's why we must have visibility. And I think the government should be more clear about how it's going to manage that exposure, because the government could be caught up in a really interesting piece of exposure if that situation becomes quite tense, and it could, and that's where we just need to be watching it.
Sure. And my last question, Chair, is in relation to this. I mean, I'm interested in, and we have done a bit of that, unpicking sort of the assumptions underlying some of the points made here. Has there been any assessment done on how many new safeguard mechanism credits will be produced in what's being proposed here?
Senator, there's no public information that would allow you to do that. You can kind of make a guess by looking at people's current baselines and then their current emissions as to whether they would most likely be below or above the industry average. But that's not publicly available information. It's possible that information sits in the information that the companies report to the regulator, but we don't have access to it to do that.
Okay, all right. So back to that transparency point, but again, it's sort of is a bit ethereal without that data. Look, Chair, thank you very much for that. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time this morning. You previously published data showing that many sort of large industrial companies, on average, internally price carbon at about $100 a tonne. Just interested in how you think about the cost containment mechanism at 75 versus how companies that are captured in the mechanism are already pricing it at 100.
The first thing, I guess, is to be very clear that it's when most people talk about carbon pricing, they're talking about average carbon price. That's what applies in a cap and trade scheme and so on. When you've got a system like a baseline and credit scheme, you're only paying for the marginal tonne. Now, that means that everything below that baseline effectively is a right to emit, and you could debate which is the better system, but they're different. So that's one thing. I'm sure you appreciate that. In terms of what those numbers would look like, I don't know, do you want to comment on that, Alison?
Yeah, so we derived that number, and I think there's a chart in one of our submissions that shows it from looking at publicly disclosed internal carbon prices from companies that own safeguard facilities. The average is around $96. But within that average, there is quite a range. There are some companies that are pricing carbon in at extremely low levels, like down around less than $20. Potentially, potentially they're relating that to what the ACCU price used to be or to something like that. Where that internal cost of carbon becomes important is when a company is considering a new investment, because that is how they are pricing in the emissions from that new investment. That might be an expansion of their facility, it might be a refurbishment, or it might be a new project that they're opening up. They would price in every tonne at that, unless there is something, unless you're subject to legislation that says, well, you don't have to pay for every tonne. So the cost containment is below the average of what companies are kind of charging themselves at the moment. So that, to me, says that potentially the cost containment number could be higher without having too much of a dramatic effect on new investment by companies.
Thank you. And Senator Duniam talked about potentially having high demand and more demand than there are ACCUs. What's your understanding if the price of ACCUs goes over $75? Who pays for that gap? Who's paying what happens then?
As far as we can see, that means the government makes a loss, because the government's committed to buy ACCUs in the market and then sell them at a maximum of $75.
So when you mean the government, you mean the Australian taxpayer?
It's taxpayers' money. Yeah. I mean, this is why we sort of said in our submission, we think it's critical that the government tells us how much money they're going to set aside every year to do this purchase and how many ACCUs they think they're going to buy for it, because there's a risk to the budget here.
It's a fundamental issue of markets. If you set the price, then it's going to be interaction with the supply and demand, and that's what's going to happen. Now, how quickly that happens. I mean, the other point, of course, Senator, is that there are many organisations who already pay a premium for ACCUs because they see other co-benefits whatever they might be. And that's why we saw actually prices of $30 and $40 a tonne only a couple of years ago. It's been quite volatile. Hopefully, once all these things we're talking about here become more clear, we'll see more stability, and that means that everyone will be a lot more confident about how they can make those investment decisions.
The way that the cap has been explained to me is to provide certainty, but it's my concern that it provides certainty for emitters, but places the uncertainty on the taxpayer, on the Australian government, because if the market goes up, we foot the bill. Would you agree that we're shifting that? That's
on the basis of that particular example, yes.
And Mr. Wood, in your article today in The Australian, when talking about the mechanism, you said a better approach would be financial support to close the cost gap on new low emission technologies to encourage their adoption rather than use offsets. How could this be done? How do you propose?
Well, at the moment, there are a number of funding mechanisms the government already has, and we've been saying for quite some time that we don't think that's necessarily as much as may be needed to cause the changes we're talking about. We think that there are, particularly when you think about this decision-making process, when you've got technologies that are known but still expensive and some that are less well known and maybe more expensive, there is a role for government to help bring down those costs. And that's why we see the ARENA and the Clean Energy Finance Corporation playing a role. In our view, that the traditional process of handing out small grants is not effective. 90% of government grants to manufacturing tend to be about $5 million or less. That's not what's needed here. So our argument has been that the government seriously needs to provide significant funding to be able to bring down the cost of these technologies, particularly in areas like cement and steel and aluminium, those areas where we know there are technologies, but they're still quite expensive. And if we don't want to lose those industries, some of them we do want to keep in this country, then I think that's the place we'd suggest is the appropriate role. Now, whether that becomes, we've suggested effectively a transformation, a future fund, but there are other ways it could be done, obviously subject to appropriate governance to make sure that that money is invested wisely.
And you don't see the $600 million fund being able to do that?
The what, sorry?
The $600 million fund for ETs?
Frankly, no. Now, we'll see, but $600 million is a lot of money in one sense, but not very much in another sense.
Yeah. Just following on about concerns about the safeguard emissions budget being overspent, one measure to discourage this could be publishing the size of the reserve on an annual basis. Do you agree that this requirement should be in the bill rather than the rule? How do you...
I'm not much of a legislator to be able to make that distinction, I think, Senator.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a duty of the regulator, then perhaps it can be in the legislation, because I think the legislation sets out what the regulator's duties are and what they have to publish. So that might be the more appropriate way to do it. But you would also then have to define the reserve in the bill, and that might make the reserve, given that the reserve is playing several roles, it's covering new projects, and it's also providing the concessional baseline to the trade exposed industries as well. You might lose some of the flexibility to arbitrage between those two things if you start defining exactly what the reserve is in law, but you could put down that the regulator has to publish every year what the how much of the safeguard budget has been consumed and how much remains, and also alongside the information of how much everyone's exactly emitted, and then people can take one number off the other and see what the reserve is.
Yeah, and then just finally, based on your knowledge of this space and thinking about transparency, would you support mandatory corporate transition plans from companies in the safeguard mechanism?
I think we're getting close to that without the mandatory part of this. Companies have made a lot of commitments to various net zero targets. I think it is quite loose at the moment, but in my experience of looking at the way you try and put those sort of things in legislation and so forth, it becomes quite tricky. I think the real issue here is to make sure that all these companies are caught up in what has to be done. They're all given, the baselines are set in the way we've been talking about, and that provides enough, I think, to be able to do this. I think that, as you would be aware, there's some litigation already in train in relation to companies who have been accused of misrepresenting what they're actually intending to do. I think that becomes quite difficult. I think it's absolutely left to the legal process of companies and misrepresenting that to the broader investors and the community.
We also thought for the multi-year monitoring provision that's in the proposed reforms, there was not a lot of detail in what the government published about what information companies would have to provide in order to access that, and we think they should be providing quite a lot of information, because going into multi-year monitoring is effectively asking the government to take on trust that you're going to make up for your emissions later on, when the new technology that you're relying on or the big capital investment you're going to do comes through. And so I think the government has a right to ask for quite a lot of detail, and so that it can make an assessment as to the risk of whether you are going to be able to pay back those emissions or not.
And given taxpayers are potentially taking the risk on the cost containment mechanism, do you think it's reasonable that there should be annually sort of published who has what ACCUs and SMCs, so there's transparency across?
Yes.
Definitely.
Yeah.
We understand that's something that the regulator's been pushing for some time, and that's a process already in train. It's important, of course, that it is in place before we see the extension of the full year of this legislation.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. I might just, your submission notes that some companies in these sectors don't have a cost-effective abatement opportunity at this point in time or in the next few years, and that technology development is potentially going to be quite a challenge. What would a limit on the offsets mean for those facilities?
Oh, well, if you, I mean, what do you mean by a limit? If you said those companies can't use offsets, then as we said in our submission, they would be in a position where they'd effectively be paying the penalty or stop whatever they're doing. So and of course, either way, you don't reduce. You may, if they pay the penalty, you don't reduce emissions. And so I think that would be where you'd end up.
And that would, of course, be a poor economic outcome.
Oh, yeah.
So the kind of industries, I mean, we're talking a lot about coal and gas, but the other industries captured here include obviously the aviation industry, rail transport, cement, steel. If those industries can't operate, what is the broader impact?
Well, they're obviously significant, and that's. I think you're absolutely right, Senator, that there are. You lay these out on some form of marginal cost, marginal benefit basis, so you will see that there are opportunities all the way through from low cost, as Ms. Reid was saying before, from low cost actions to relatively high cost ones. Unfortunately, it's the case that in some cases, the high cost ones for some sectors are still challenging. Now, I think it is true that there's a lot of work being done in these areas, but for many of them, the expectation that they would be able to achieve those real abatement in some cases before 2030 would be optimistic, to say the least. And so therefore that not having access to offsets would create a real problem, as you described.
And to the other extreme, if this legislation doesn't pass and we don't get change, now we look over since 2016 when it came in, emissions I think have grown by 7%. So as a safeguard mechanism, it currently hasn't yet provided any safeguards, and in fact has enabled a growth in emissions.
Yep.
If we don't make change now, because obviously if this doesn't pass the Parliament, there's a bit of a conundrum there. What happens next?
Well, if you look at the way this works, right, of all the sectors in our economy today, the only one that's really been making any progress is electricity generation. It has been the biggest, but within the next 2 years, if this legislation doesn't pass, then emissions from industrial activity will become bigger. and will continue to, at the best, stay where it is, if not grow. Now, that's also true of some other sectors as well, but they're not as significant. This would then become the biggest problem. It's one of the reasons why, even though we might argue that wouldn't an economy-wide carbon price be better, but looking at this mechanism, it's there on the table. Even prior to the last election, we were saying this is what really should be done. This is a mechanism that could be used to actually make a difference. And that's why we've been so strongly of the view that whilst it's important that those risks we've been discussing this morning, and I'm sure you'll hear more about those over the next 2 days, must be addressed, it's also true that we've got to find the right compromise so that this legislation can pass, because otherwise we end up with a really nasty problem in terms of our overall emissions objective.
We're very short on time, so I might just roll on to Senator Hughes.
I'm going to try to be quick. Thank you, Chair. I guess listening to all of this, it's becoming as clear as mud. So I just wanted to clarify a couple of things, particularly around aluminium, their requirements for affordable, reliable baseload power to maintain the industry. Cement, particularly with the production of clinker, is highly intensive with emissions. What sort of analysis have you done at the impact of these that it'll have on these industries who, by their very nature, it's very difficult for them to participate in abatement?
So I think the aluminium one is easy to answer because the emissions from electricity do not count towards their safeguard baseline because those are in the electricity sector, which is not covered by these reforms. They also have on-site emissions, which come from gas and also from the electrodes that are used to make the aluminium. It is possible to switch some of that gas out, and my understanding is it Portland that is thinking of there's a project underway to do that? Yeah, so that's possible to do. Cement is harder.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's a terrible pun.
No, I know what you're saying. But,
Yeah.
but it is an industry that is going to be significantly impacted. Its
Yes.
very nature of production
Yes.
is either a case of shipping the emissions offshore and creating the clinker in another country so you don't have your emissions here,
Yes.
or we lose our sovereignty when it comes to cement production.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this goes to the argument as to why you shouldn't put limits on offsets, because I would rather keep that cement production here so that we do have it and so that we don't just create a bunch of emissions in China instead and offset
Which has
those
already
emissions
happened with one
while we
cement company,
can.
by the way. They've actually moved their clinker production offshore to now be greener. Emissions apparently are only important if they come from the company here, not when they send it offshore and create more emissions to then get the product back here. It seems to me a ridiculous notion.
And you've got those things that need to be considered, particularly when you're worrying about emissions-intensive trade-exposed industries. That's been a debate going on for quite some time.
Yeah. There seems to be a complete ignorance that this is what organisations are doing, which actually generates more emissions when they move these productions offshore. They go to countries that are less heavily regulated and so quite often generate more emissions than they would if they did them onshore here.
Sure.
And then there's the emissions in the transport of those materials.
And they're always tricky. In principle, there's going to be a variety of circumstances. I think if companies are looking for support in those situations like ETs, then they need to be able to demonstrate that there is an argument for carbon leakage, because sometimes there's not, to be frank. What we've said is, look, there are broadly three categories of industries here. There are those that we would say, look, the end result is very clear. We have to have a plan to get off those industries. We shouldn't be financially supporting them, for example, oil and gas and coal. On the other hand, there are industries that we are going to need. They are going to be important for the future, and they include things like aluminium and steel and cement. And we need to think about how we make sure those industries hang around.
So
and then we've got the ones that are the growth
protection?
industries. Sorry?
Some sovereign protection there, that these industries that are unable to abate through the very nature of their production, but required for our sovereignty and to ensure our security, that those industries should be in some way exempt?
I don't think they should be exempt because they are still imposing a cost on all of us by putting CO2 into the atmosphere, which is changing the climate, right? So they still should face some cost of that. I think we need to be careful about the debate around sovereign things as well, because we could end up where we ended up with the car industry, where we were supposedly keeping that because it would have some sort of national security thing, and it just ended up being a big drain on the government's budget, which is why was actually the right decision in my personal view for the Abbott government to cut that off. I think they should still face the cost, but I think the way that this has been designed is actually quite good in that it makes them pay for some of the cost, but it also gives them access to that $600,000. The only thing is that $600,000 isn't really enough to transform a cement plant.
No.
That's why we argued that you need a future fund, because you need a way. Those cement plants will face decision points over the next couple of decades. And the thing is that if a technology isn't ready at the decision point, it doesn't go into the cost-benefit analysis. And so the more that government can do to help close that risk gap so that there are more options on the table when they come to those decision points, the better.
Okay, so my final question, I just want to make sure I've got this clear with this future fund and the government being able to assist these industries. In effect, we're getting the government having to spend taxpayers' money to mitigate the impact of their own policy. So by implementing this policy onto industries like cement, that they will then potentially have to step in to assist financially if the technology is not ready.
I think they would have to do that anyway.
So the government's having to spend money to mitigate its own policy?
No. So if we didn't reform the safeguard, those decision points would still come up. We would still have an emissions target that we needed to meet, and those companies would still be needing that risk gap to be closed. So you are going to have to, and it doesn't really matter what, this is why I think the mix of policy that you need in order to get to both the 2030 and the 2050 target is something that boosts technology, but then also something that creates the price signal that pulls through technology. Now, if we don't have the safeguard there, we're not exposing them to a price signal for their activities, and we're just focusing entirely on boosting the technology. So the government, I think, would be having to put that money up regardless of whether the safeguard passed or not.
So it couldn't just provide some of its ACCUs free of cost to these industries?
Well, but then it has to buy those ACCUs from somewhere.
Yeah.
So, yes, the government still pays.
Yep. Well, the taxpayer still pays.
We've been very
It's
clear.
not the government's money, it's the taxpayers' money.
This whole question of the government supporting industries towards a low emissions future this is a role that existed and still will exist regardless of what happens to the safeguard mechanism.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Hanson-Young for a quick question, because we are already significantly over time.
I just want to, and you've touched on this a little bit, but I just, recommendation 11 in your response to the consultation on the safeguard process, you talk about the Powering the Regions Fund should not fund the expansion of coal or gas or extraction. I'd just like you to speak specifically to that recommendation.
I think that's a recommendation that applies to any of these funds. That whilst we do support, we don't see the government should be banning new projects. The idea that any of those projects, be they coal, gas or oil, would be financially supported by government is absolutely not what we should be doing. And Powering the Regions, there are much more valuable things we can do if we're going to reorient our regions where many of the current carbon-intensive jobs are. If we're going to reorient those regions towards those industries that will be future-focused, then we need to make sure we get the biggest bang for our buck. And that's not putting it into oil and gas.
Well, and not when we've got, billions of dollars in profits from companies like Woodside. I suggest they don't really need it, do they?
Indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming along this morning. We really appreciate your time. We will move now onto the Carbon Market Institute, which I welcome onto the video conference. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. And for the Hansard record, can you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yes, good morning. It's John Connor, CEO of the Carbon Market Institute. Good morning, Senators. Kurt Winter, Director of Corporate Transition at the Carbon Market Institute.
Thank you very much. We might kick off with Senator Duniam.
I don't want to waste time finding my unmute button, so I'll get straight into it. Thanks very much for attending today. I did want to just start on we talked a bit in previous sessions, you might have heard in the last one, around demand for ACCUs. I just wonder whether you've done any analysis or are aware of any analysis of the impact of the safeguard mechanism reforms on the demand for carbon credits. And, you know, specifically, my assumption is demand will go up, but I'd be interested to know what your views on that are.
Yes, well, it's clear that there will be a significant source of demand for the least cost ACCUs that will come from the safeguard mechanism. It's unclear the exact extent because that's, of course, driven by what at source decarbonisation is inspired, motivated by the very significant and growing investment guide that the declining price cap will drive. But it's also clear that we won't see a lot of that at source decarbonisation to begin with. So we think there'll be substantial engagement with the ACCU market. But the exact figures, we have ranges there. There's some reports that 74% of the responsibility will be met in-house. Others say that that's far too ambitious. So we haven't seen exact data on that.
Okay, so yeah, in the absence of data, I mean, we're sort of obviously operating on projections and estimations, perhaps examining other jurisdictions. I mean, have you looked at other jurisdictions who've sort of gone down a similar path to sort of see what has happened with regard to demand for carbon credits prior to appearing today?
Well, it's always a function of price and also supply. I think there's been an overestimation of the exact supply that we've got available. Of course, no limits on particular facilities, but we're still looking at a ACCU framework that, and particularly from the land sector, that's doing about 12 million tonnes a year, they are projects also that take some significant time to scale up as well. So it is important that we get these price signals in and clear. Most of the other schemes you see internationally do actually end up overachieving, and so it is. I guess this is why it's best to have a market approach where you're actually driving that innovation, and we're seeing many companies looking to how they can drive that productions themselves or looking to innovate in supply as well.
Yeah.
Sorry, just to add to John's point, I think it's also important to bear in mind that what's different to this proposed scheme as compared with what we see overseas is that the ACCU offset is a flexibility as compared with the newly created as kind of permit that is created through the safeguard mechanism credit. So it is one of a range of flexibility measures. Mm-hmm. The scheme, with, as we've heard from previous witnesses, with the declining baselines over time, will create a driver for those priority at point decarbonisation decisions. Then there will be the sort of second order option for companies to procure safeguard mechanism credits from others who have met and beat their baseline. And then there will be the third option of procuring the ACCU offsets. So in that sense, the ACCU supply is not a complete view of what this market is in fact creating.
Yes, and so to that then, the safeguard mechanism credits that will be created as a result of businesses or facilities getting under their targets, have you modelled what sort of number you think will be created as a result of businesses achieving or bettering their targets?
Yeah, I think again it's quite difficult to say what the volume will be. We have heard different views from our members and indeed analysts within the market, but without a complete view of the government modelling on this, it is difficult to say precisely what the volume will be of safeguard mechanism credits, particularly in those initial years. And I think a complicating factor is that given that we haven't had that degree of policy certainty to drive some of these industrial investment decisions, it does mean that there will be a significant amount of lead time for many of these facilities. And so even if the investment decision is sitting on the shelf for some of these companies, it will potentially still take a number of years for them to come online. In that intervening period, it's not to say that they're not making the decision. They will have to procure offsets to meet those declining baselines. And then as the investment cycle begins to take into account this new signal, you'll then start to see safeguard mechanism credits come into the fold, and you'll start to see some volume occurring there.
Okay, so but there's an absence of detail available for you to provide or to concretely project one way or another how many might occur in which year between now and 2030, and I accept that. But I think, Mr. Connor, at the beginning you said there's an overestimation of the supply of ACCUs, and so I just want to get a sense of whether the Carbon Market Institute believes that we will be able to meet demand through these SMCs and ACCUs that might otherwise be available, or whether we think there will be a shortfall. And if there is a shortfall, has there been any analysis on what that might mean across the economy in terms of costs? We know about what the penalty price is, et cetera, but has there been any work done on what that might mean for the economy?
Well, the system has got a few checks and balances, if you like. There are the strategic reserve, which will be accumulating, the scale of which is also not entirely clear, but will be accumulating as a check and a balance. And part of this is actually to get the incentives there to be driving investments both in ACCUs but also in the at-source decarbonisation. And as I said, the experience internationally is that these systems end up being oversupplied, and so we're confident that this can be these can be achieved. But we are very keen that we're geared for vigilance, but also scalability, and so why in the submission we just put in on the draft rules, for example, we do think we should bring forward the review so we can, at least on preliminary data, have a look at how this is all progressing and how those set of flexibility mechanisms that Kurt was speaking to work in practice.
Okay, that Chair, cognizant of time, happy to hand on.
Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I've heard you say, and it's a point made by others already this morning, that without the transparency of understanding the data and the modelling that the government's used, it's near impossible to know exactly how many credits will be available under the new scheme. Do you have any sense of how many credits are currently contracted for delivery?
Well, the government has under their carbon abatement contract some, it's just shy now of 100 million ACCUs to be delivered over the next period of time, and that's obviously been allowed an option of exit into optional to be then sold into the market. But of course, it is important to remember that that market is not just going to be safeguard participants; it's other voluntary participants, it's state governments and others in that market as well. But that's the rough volume in the what they call the carbon abatement contracts that were fixed under the previous ERF.
Mm-hmm. The government's freeing up millions of contracted ACCUs through the fixed delivery exit arrangement. What effect do you think this will have on the ACCU prices over the next few years? I'm thinking before 2030.
Well, look, the market analysis out there, and I think it perhaps goes to Senator Dunningham's question as well. Certainly in the opening years, this market will be well supplied if for those ACCUs, and that's why we haven't seen it gravitate immediately towards the $75 cap, and so we're seeing it roughly around $35, $40 in the spot market. The bigger questions are as we get towards 2030, and some of those where we get the bigger questions around what there is there for supply, what's being brought on by demand in the ACCU, but also what's happening in the safeguard market.
The whole purpose of your institute, of course, is deeply linked to this offset market. It's effectively what you exist for. I'm interested to hear directly from you how we make sure that this isn't just enabling greenwashing and the expansion of coal and gas. You would be well aware of the criticisms of the integrity of ACCUs. You'd be well aware of the criticisms around how this current mechanism legislation and the draft regulations are allowing for new entrants. Just like to hear your response as somebody, as an institute that is deeply centred at the impact of these trading of credits.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. We're an independent a member-based institute, but focused on the transition, and recently refreshed our strategic plan and our mission. We're focused on markets and best practice and decarbonisation, and to assist the achievement of 1.5 degrees. Carbon markets must be a means to an end, and so they need to be geared in that way, and that's why we make some. We're engaging with our members about that right now. We're also making the recommendations about this system needs to be scalable as well, and we're ultimately dropping the thresholds and looking to broader coverage, and to have this in line with the targets that we need for meeting and beating the 2030 target, and probably 2035 target of at least 70%. And so we work on what's best practice on that basis, and have got members across the value chain, including investors who want to see that there's proper integrity in all of this. And so, as you've raised it, we do think the Chubb Review has made some important findings and important recommendations which can and should give investor and community confidence, but we need to continue to boost the transparency around these. And so if there are any issues that they can be challenged, and we can make sure we've got high integrity in the system.
Right. The whole purpose of what we are meant to be doing here is to reduce pollution, right?
Yep.
So we can't just have an establishment of a system that is net zero, and we actually have to cut pollution. We actually have to go into the negative, don't we?
Indeed, and we've said around the safeguard that the pub test for the safeguard mechanism is that it's driving at source decarbonisation, and bigger picture, we need to get to negative emissions, and that is our new vision, and it's something it's already getting dangerous impacts from climate change. And so that's why the ACCU market is also important from a bigger perspective, is how are we driving and building a durable, sustainable framework for negative emissions over time as well. But the safeguard mechanism should indeed, Senator, be driving at source decarbonisation, but we're at a real world starting point where we've had a decade of uncertainty, and we certainly don't want to see us go backwards from this framework that offers very significant investment signal to an industrial sector, as you just heard, will overtake the electricity sector and be the biggest source of emissions in this country.
In addition to the points John made around scalability and durability, we also elaborate a number of points in our submissions around accountability within the framework. So as you've mentioned, Senator, it is quite important that this question of new entrants is addressed head on. And as we recommend in our submission, we do think that there is a means to do that through consideration of how the carbon budget is incorporated into the regulatory framework. We think it does make sense that the carbon budget is considered in that context of new entrants. And we also think in the context of significant expansion of facilities that there should be some consideration given to how that might jeopardise the long-term abatement task under the scheme. We have already mentioned the significance of the baseline decline rate, and from our perspective, we think that is the most significant driver in terms of whether you are going to see those long-term decarbonisation decisions. But I think in total, we certainly acknowledge that the safeguard mechanism in and of itself is not a complete decarbonisation plan for the Australian economy. And as we highlight in our submission, there is a need to consider the broader ecosystem of measures that might be needed to consider the broader structural transition that is needed for Australia's economy. So some of the things that we elaborate on are in relation to how Australia will guide that structural transition through a formal transition authority. We also note the importance of the mandatory climate disclosure framework, and we consider that there is a potential for Australia to follow in the UK's footsteps and actually mandate transition plans so that investors and indeed policymakers have a complete view of whether companies are moving in the right direction. And finally, we do think there is a need to consider a more robust assessment framework for new facilities in the form of an EPBC amendment that would take into account the climate impacts of these new investments that could have a flow-on effect to things like the safeguard and the abatement task that has been set for the mechanism.
And to that point, you're referring to a climate trigger.
That's right. And I think the real challenge with this is how it would be implemented. We consider that at the moment the scheme is not sufficient because there isn't currently adequate consideration given to the climate impacts. But we really think it is an urgent need to consider how that might be done in that framework.
Well, it's bonkers, isn't it, to have environment laws that give a stamp of approval and there's no consideration of the climate damage? I think you're nodding.
Yeah, that's right. It needs to be a complete solution. As we elaborate in our submission, this is a market-based framework that we're talking about here. It is primarily focused on production, but there is also the adjacent and very much related issue of the Scope 3 emissions. Yes. We are seeing internationally that there is a growing maturity in the need to address Scope 3. We're seeing it through things like the International Sustainability Standards Board's consideration of mandatory reporting. But we also think that needs to dovetail with the market-based solution so that Australia's climate policy suite is actually addressing the complete solution.
You talked before, Mr. Winter, about how big the task is and that we need to get to cutting pollution, not just becoming kind of net. The 100 megatons that Mr. Connor noted before in terms of contracted delivery to the government, this is obviously only half of what is required by 2030 of the abatement task of 205 megatons. What role and what type of abatement can come from on-site measures, or do you genuinely think that the hope here is that it'll all be through offsets?
I think the scale of outside investment really depends upon those private sector decisions, and it really depends on Australia's ability to attract those high impact investments so that Australia is positioned as an economy that leads in this space. And I think the role that government can play is really it's through the safeguard mechanism, because that's setting the long-term task, and it's actually saying Australia is a place that values investment in decarbonisation, and it values an industrial sector that can meet this challenge. But it is also, as I mentioned, in this broader ecosystem of measures. And I think the other area that government really centrally needs to focus on is how to develop those innovative solutions, but how to also support the development beyond the innovation to actually move them to a viable commercial proposition. And I think in Australia's experience, we do actually lead the world when it comes to innovative solutions. If you think about the experience with solar PV, for example, we have often led the world in developing them. I think what's challenging for Australia is to actually retain those solutions and scale them up to a level where they can support the enormous task that is in front of the industrial sector.
I'd ask...
If I can just add to that, Senator, I mean, we'll need to see the innovation, but certainly fuel switching, efficiencies, other elements there. But the notion that boardrooms are quite happy to be investing outside of their organisation rather than inside of their organisation in the context of a race for carbon competitiveness, I think is a misplaced one.
In terms of ensuring there is an efficient and effective transition and that we're using all the mechanisms available, it seems to me that it is inefficient to allow for the safeguard mechanism to facilitate new entrants from new coal and gas or expansion of coal and gas. And there seems like there's so much work we've already got to do.
A comment there, but I mean, we try to address that in our recommendations and agree with the Grattan Institute around a budget approach to limit that to some degree. But the question is also, this is a significant investment guide for existing industries here, which is a sector that's growing in importance for Australia's overall emissions. And so we need to look at both aspects.
Chair.
Thank you. We're going to take a break now. I will ask the Carbon Market Institute to stay with us. We have more senators with more questions. So apologies already that we're running over time. I'm not sure that we're particularly surprised, but here we are. So if you'd like to bear with us while we take a short break, particularly so that broadcasting and support staff can take that break, we're less concerned about senators. And if we'll just... we will come back at 11:15.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Excellent, thank you. I welcome back the Carbon Market Institute, and I will go to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your submission, and I guess I'll just jump right into the questions. Do you consider the implementation of the Chubb review will improve public confidence in the offset market?
Well, that's certainly our hope. And it does seem that the recommendations have got pretty broad support. And I think the implementation obviously will be key. We've been certainly following that and we'll continue to follow that. And through a range of these elements, and particularly some of the more contested methods, that the transparency that's required and the greater link between abatement, management activity change and the abatement will be more clear. And so if people have got evidence, then that can be brought forward and should be followed through by the regulator.
Now, in terms of that transparency requirement, does the CMI accept the need for additional transparency about offsets? Offset projects recommended by Chubb, including the publication of carbon estimation areas, and will members comply with those transparency measures and requirements?
They're a clear recommendation that the Minister has said is in principle supported, and so of course they'll comply to that. So exactly how that works and making sure particular landholder privacy and some of those issues are respected is some of the implementation challenges. But getting that data out there will, I think, be of great assistance for everyone. Even the regulator has said that, and I think Professor Chubb has been frustrated because he's been able to have a look at some of that data and not been able to go public with some of that in the response to some of the criticisms.
earlier you mentioned something about how the bill will improve the safeguard and provide flexibility over time to implement Australia's emissions reduction commitments. Now, how do these reforms improve the status quo of climate change policy in Australia? And what would we miss out on if they were not passed?
Well, clearly the emissions from the industrial sector are increasing, and that's where we all the projections are. And so that's the existing institution and facilities. And so these are important reforms, and we are concerned that we triple the government's emission reduction targets if we take this reform away and not replace it with anything. And not confident that if we do take this initiative away, that it we easily spring forward with replacements.
I think just to reiterate as well, as I mentioned earlier, the key reform in the legislation is in fact that creation of the new safeguard mechanism credit, which does represent a new incentive for at-point decarbonisation. If you were to take away that legislation, companies where they don't have those technology solutions available would have to rely on offsets. So they would have limited options within their realm of decision making. So that's a really important point. And then in addition to that, the bill also does provide, we note, additional safeguards in the actual setting of the rules. So I think for a lot of the public, there is a concern that a lot of this is extremely complex and it is all buried within a regulatory framework rather than all being provided for in the bill. However, it's important to note that the bill does provide for guardrails in terms of ensuring it aligns with Australia's overall climate ambition and ensuring that those baselines do in fact decline over time.
Thank you, Mr. Winter. Thank you, Mr. Connor. That's all from me, Chair.
Cool. I might just ask one question from there. If this bill doesn't pass and we end up in a situation where there is no action being taken, what's that going to do to our ability to attract investment for the kind of industrial progress and innovation that we need to see occur? What do you see as being the implications?
Well, as others have commented, this is a race for carbon competitiveness now, and so and we are competing. And I think there was an early discussion about the Inflation Reduction Act in the US and the other policies in the EU and pricing mechanisms and trading mechanisms, even in the UK and other areas. We're seeing China dominate all of the low emission technologies and in their development. And so I think this is an important tool. It's not the only tool. Right? We don't want to overly gild the lily here. There's a very significant ecosystem of investment drivers that are out there, but this will be a very important part of that. And so we're hoping that we garner the spirit of the carbon pricing mechanism era rather than an earlier one where the government, Greens and independents can fashion something, some institutions and policies that can be durable, and ultimately would prefer the coalition to be on board with this as well.
I think it's also important to remember that the changes are about supporting industry's own commitment to net zero. Whilst we have had this incredible policy vacuum on climate policy over the last period, there has been a groundswell of commitments made by private entities, including many of those that are covered by the safeguard. And so, private sector will still have to make those very difficult investment decisions. But what this mechanism does is it creates an economically efficient pathway to do so. It creates those range of flexibility measures, which will be really important in that early period of the scheme. But it also creates the long-term investment signal to make sure we get to that ultimate goal.
Great, thank you very much for that. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time this morning. I'm interested in your view on the vintaging of ACCUs, how this could be done and how long should vintage dates be in your view?
But this is one of the discussions, and we raised just in our submission just put in, is if we are to look at some limits, it may be easier to look at some vintage limits, and that means you have a certain trailing period of previous years for ACCUs or potentially even SMCs that are available. And so some other models have 5 years or 7 years or so in that framework. And so that's one of the flexibility mechanisms that we and options that we think certainly should be considered. And as we say, when reviewed, we want to bring the review earlier a year and actually have that against some real world data about how the system's been operating.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And then earlier you were talking about the 100 million ACCUs currently under the carbon abatement contracts. Understand there's variation, but at what price would the majority of those contracts be broken?
Well, the threat was that, I mean, they're now obviously, well, if they continue the current practices, then they're able to move beyond the average price in the carbon of the fixed contracts, and the carbon abatement contracts was around $12 to $15. And so companies have to pay that $12 to $15 extra to then be released and go into the market. So, you know, you do the math. So above that, certainly where we are now in $35, $40, then it makes sense for many to do so. Maybe not all, which have made transaction costs at that price.
Mm-hmm. And is there a price at which you think it'll make financial sense for all of them to be broken?
Yeah, well, it's interesting to see. I mean, some people estimating it's around 70% of those will be taken up, that optional things, and for various reasons, of course, of the complexities, and it's just not the easiest to retain with the government as the seller. But how that will work will obviously need to be seen, and obviously the spread there, the higher the price value, then that will drive interest in others who will be keen to help people to do so. So, and then one of the questions that has also been discussed beforehand is that the exit fee payments of that $12 to $15 per exit currently is going into consolidated revenue. We'd far prefer that to actually go into, and so that could be $1 billion plus that go into the Powering the Regions Fund and be applied in assistance of the broader decarbonisation goal.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. We may need that money to pay the gap as taxpayers for ACCUs if it gets above 75. But I really like that point. Senator Payman was asking about the release of carbon estimation areas. I'm just interested in your view. Like, should this be a priority given we had the Chubb review? There's still some conjecture around things like HIR. The estimation areas, in my mind, will put a lot of that to rest. So should this be a priority to get them out there and ensure that there's transparency?
Yeah, I think so. I think, and the government is working, I think, shortly to come out with a broader implementation plan. We are keen on that. It's vital to understand that they are following through with the Chubb recommendation that no new ACCUs are issued as of when Chubb recommended, until at least that connection between the management activities and the abatement outcomes is made more transparent. You're talking about a separate thing around the data and things, but there are serious issues around privacy, particularly for landholders and other things that do need to be worked through, but we're confident that we can aggregate that data or provide that data in ways that can meet those issues.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And do you have a view on the timeline for changing the baselines for landfill gas?
Look, I think that's recommended, and I think it's in the industry's interest to get working on that. I know there are some discussions in that regard, but there is that strong recommendation for those the baselines to be growing. So we look forward to that in a way in which we can move forward and get greater confidence from all.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And then in terms of transparency, would you support annual publishing of who holds how many ACCUs and SMCs and a breakdown of the surrender or transfers of ACCUs and SMCs on a facility by facility basis? Would that help with transparency?
Facilities are currently already required to when they're doing their true up underneath the safeguard mechanism around February to to reveal the ACCUs, number of ACCUs that we've got. So that's how we knew that there was some $15 million invested under the previous government last year. So we're certainly interested to look at some of those transparency issues and investigate whether all the way through to some of the serial numbers for the ACCUs that are used as well might be made available.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And then just finally, on the cost containment mechanism, would you support the removal or the increase of the $75 cap?
Yeah, we're very reluctant supporters of the reserve and the sort of quasi cap. It needs to be clarified because it's not clear as to what the taxpayer liability will be. It's again one of the recommendations that we make on Friday to the broader rule package. That is a pretty healthy indexing rate and signal, but these things by themselves have some gravitational and distortion of impact, but they, by the same token, also give some guide. So we're kind of reluctant supporters of that, not wedded into that at all. And if there may be some consideration of increase, that's something we'd be open to.
Thank you. And is your reading of the information that we have similar to the Grattan Institute, that if the price went above 75, then the government and taxpayers would be on the hook for the gap?
Well, that's what's not clear. So I think that's where we do need some clarification. At the moment, they're saying that, and the government, in speaking to this, has been confident that they will have enough in that reserve through those fixed CACs not exercised, through some other avenues in which that's being obtained. So that's not clear. How the government will be out there actively purchasing ACCUs is another thing that we've raised as something of concern. We don't want that. It shouldn't necessarily be competing through auctions for the least cost one. I think it's very important to retain that ACCU purchasing power, and perhaps even more importantly now to look at the co-benefits that may be got, and then for environmental, Indigenous technology, regional community gains, similar to the way we have things like Queensland's Land Restoration Fund, a smaller scheme in WA where I am here. So the purchasing, ongoing purchasing is important, but important actually how that operates in the marketplace as well, who is doing that and on what basis, and there's some things that need clarification.
And you're not concerned that the federal government, who isn't a facility in the safeguard mechanism, buying up credits, is distorting the market for the safeguard mechanism?
Well, that's my point, is that in particular in pursuit of the least cost ones.
But even if they're purchasing the ones with co-benefits, is that not also distortionary?
Well, that's another source of demand. There are other sources of demand that will be out there for ACCUs. They're already in the voluntary market. States and others already out there. So I don't think that's necessary there. I think that what we do need to be seeing for high integrity, these are important activities happening in the agricultural sector, giving very significant benefits to farmers and farm communities and to Indigenous communities. But also they're going to play a very important role as we head towards the need for negative emissions. So I think it's important to keep an eye on how that is developed as a broader industry as well.
The government's role can also assist in those sort of newer methods where they may not yet be commercially viable, and in that way the government can play a really integral role in the market's development. So when John mentioned some of these, I guess ones that have co-benefits, the government could be focusing on some of those more challenging methods that are not kind of your least cost ones. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Winter. Thank you, Mr. Connor. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify one point. I noticed in the Australian on the weekend, there was a report that CMI had written to its members, who are basically those impacted by the safeguard mechanism, in a bid to water down their membership status and sponsorship events, removal of voting rights. Would it be fair to say that the CMI's membership in the interests that you're now representing has shifted with the introduction of the safeguard mechanism?
Not at all. We have the broad range, and it's important to have that broad range from the primary producers through to emissions intensive. What we are doing is consistent with our new strategic plan, focusing on best practice and decarbonisation aligned with 1.5 degrees. What we're having, it's not accurately reported, we are talking about different ways of engaging with our members who are heavy emitters and having a clarification of the rules that apply at the moment for membership and sponsorship. We're definitely keen for them to keep in communication and keep participating to provide that value. But we also want to be clear about, again, that we are, as I said earlier, we're an independent member-based institute focused on that transition to keep warming to 1.5 degrees, and so drive that. And we hope those companies certainly stay and continue to participate in our conversations.
Makes it a bit more difficult when their rights are being watered down to have an equal say in an organisation. It's picking sides, really, isn't it?
We're open having that conversation. It's only a particular subset of those that may be growing in their emissions. It's a number of those have already, members I've contacted that are in this larger sector have declining emissions, and so that won't necessarily apply to them. But this is an important conversation that companies and industry groups all around the world are grappling with, is how do we engage with this debate and focus on the transition that we need, and indeed within that maximise the opportunities but also manage the risks.
Seems a bit unusual to try and keep them out of the tent rather than in the tent when they were in the tent with you originally. Anyway, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate your time. We will now release you. Thank you so much. And I'll ask representatives from the AI Group and the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry to come to the table. And while people are getting comfortable, I will just make a note to senators that one of our witnesses this morning, Mr. Peter Grist, will need to leave at 11:55. Due to us running over, that means he may not be here for the full session. So if you do have specific questions for him, can you let me know so that we can make sure they get asked in the earlier part of the session?
Chair, that applies to me too.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
right.
So it's both of us have another appointment coming up.
Mr. Reid, any? No, jolly good. Okay, so let me just amend that to say that any questions to the Chamber of Commerce and Industry need to be asked early up in the session. If I could ask you to state your name and your capacity, the capacity in which you're appearing here today before we start, starting with Mr. Reid.
I am Tennant Reid, the Director of Climate Change and Energy at the Australian Industry Group.
David Alexander, Chief of Policy and Advocacy at the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
And Peter Grist, Principal Economist at the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Thank you. We'll start with Senator Hughes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. If I can just start, keeping in mind that Aki got to go, maybe you can start first off of how many of the 215 facilities that are covered under this are members of Aki?
Oh, hi. I'm just wondering, Chair, was there opening statements allowed or no?
No, we've asked for opening statements to be submitted.
Oh,
given
okay.
the time and the number of people we're trying to get through today, we've asked that they be submitted for the senators to have in writing.
Okay. Yeah.
Have you prepared one?
We have, so we'll
Yeah,
send
if you
it
just
through.
table that would be great. Thank you. Senator Hughes.
Sorry, so just coming back, how many of the industry, of the 215 facilities, how many of them are members of Aki?
I can't be precise, but
A lot, very few?
I understand it to be about 6 or 7.
Right, so a few.
Few.
Right, okay. Does that include the steel industry? Any members of the steel industry?
Yes, it includes some members of the steel industry and concrete aggregates.
Okay. And are they comfortable with the position that you've taken supporting the safeguard mechanism, do you know?
Through our discussions with the Australian Steel Institute, they are comfortable with the position that we've taken to date.
Are you aware of some of the companies that have come out with very strong statements like BlueScope Steel with regards to their position on this policy versus yours?
We are aware. I suppose the issue for the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry is that we do represent an incredibly broad church of members, and as a result, we need to compromise on issues, and some members may need to be aware that we cannot represent their full issues when there are strong views for other members as well.
I mean, it's interesting that some members get thrown under the bus when this will have a detrimental impact on their business model. But moving on, if you can just update us on what analysis, if any, ACCI's undertaken on the economic impacts of this policy and legislation?
We haven't taken any detailed analysis. We've relied on most of the information that's been provided publicly. So there are a lot of research reports out there, and we've taken our views from the research that's currently available.
So no modelling's been undertaken, so you don't understand any potential impact on your members?
Well, we've had discussions with our members, and we do understand there are some members that will be impacted, but we also feel that this the safeguard mechanism is the best alternative available for emissions reduction based on all the other alternatives that are out there.
So do you acknowledge that businesses will likely face higher costs as a result of this?
That is an unfortunate consequence of the safeguard mechanism, but we do believe that to achieve the emissions reduction targets, there will necessarily be some additional costs associated with it.
Okay.
But we also believe that there does need to be the incentive for businesses to invest in low emissions technology, and the safeguard mechanism does provide that incentive.
Okay. Have businesses suggested, or do you accept that businesses are likely to pass these higher costs on to consumers?
Well, potentially some of these costs will be passed on to their customers, but also in adopting low emissions technologies, there may be some significant cost savings within businesses as well.
Right, and the businesses that are unable to, so cement, aluminium, steel, these sort of industries, has ACCI considered, discussed with them, looked at the possibility that some of these industries may be forced to close?
No, we haven't discussed that with our members specifically. We saw that there are a lot of opportunities for businesses to gain support through other mechanisms, and we consider...
Sorry, gain support through other mechanisms,
well,
attract funding through taxpayer subsidies. Let's say what it is.
Potentially, yes.
Yeah, so the government's going to have to pay to mitigate its own policy to some of these industries.
I can't disagree. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Look, I've got some questions.
Okay, so we'll just move on.
Yeah, so I've got some questions to come back for AIG, but I appreciate that ACCI's got to go. So.
Appreciate it. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and keep it to one question for each in the interest of time. To thank you for your time for ACCI. In the explanatory memorandum, the Minister sets out the following in relation to SMCs. These amendments could also specify that if the number of these units that are surrendered exceeds 50% of the facility's baseline, each additional unit surrendered would only reduce the facility's baseline by 4/5 of a tonne. I'm interested in your thoughts on this reduction of the carbon value of SMCs, but not of ACCUs.
Yeah, I understood that the SMCs and the ACCUs would have similar value. I understand that there'll be some forfeiting of the carbon value, and I see that as a way of furthering the emissions reduction targets.
Okay. You're happy with that to be the case for SMCs, but not for ACCUs?
I understood that to apply for both, but I understood ACCUs and SMCs to have the same value.
Okay. Okay, so there's potentially something to clarify, there. Mr. Reid, I note in a previous submission on the safeguard mechanism, the AI group was supportive of vintaging. I'm interested in your views and sort of if you can expand on the support of vintaging.
Certainly, Senator. Overall, access to offsets and other compliance grade units plays a very important role in constraining the potential costs, including unexpected costs of the scheme, and that role is important. But we also have recognised that there have been issues in other schemes around the world of many different sorts where an unexpected outcome, such as a misestimate of what business' usual emissions look like for the economy as a whole or for particular activities, has led to an unexpectedly large volume of units being issued. We've seen this in the EU ETS, in the REGI scheme in the United States. We've seen it in white certificate schemes where an unexpected event leads to a large overhang of units that hangs around for a long time, leads to the scheme not delivering what was expected of it, requires further policy change to be debated and enacted to deal with. We thought in our previous submission that it would be sensible to build in some safeguard against that kind of outcome, and that a rolling vintage window for compliance grade units would not be a bad way of going about that. So under that idea, you pick a number. We suggested 5 years, units older than that, and we suggested this in relation to domestic offsets, to SMCs, and to international units if and when they are allowed for compliance under the scheme. Units older than that would not be able to be retired for compliance purposes, though of course in the voluntary markets they could still be used as before. That seems like a reasonable approach to limit, not so much to change the expected outcome of the scheme or expected prices, but to guard against unexpected errors in forecasts.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. According to the government's position paper, there's a difference of around 23% between the abatement task for existing facilities and new entrants. In other words, many of your members are expected to do more and have higher baseline declines because new entrants like coal and gas being allowed into this scheme. I'm interested from both of you, but if we start with ACCU first, are you happy or concerned that your members have to bear a larger cost because at the moment new coal and gas can come in and hoover up things?
Yes, we definitely are concerned that new entrants, if they are introduced into the scheme, will increase the pressures on other businesses, and we would be reluctant for the facilities currently in the scheme to be required to have harsher emissions reductions associated with new entrants.
And of course, when you've got big coal and gas companies such as Woodside making massive profits, they can afford to hoover up many of the credits if they're allowed in for the expansion of new projects, aren't they?
Potentially, yes, but the existing facilities within the safeguard mechanism should have access to some of those credits first.
Yes.
And we understand that the safeguard mechanism is set up to ensure that existing facilities have access to those credits, and there's a cap on the price of those credits.
Do you think that the $600 million Powering the Regions Fund should be available for all facilities under the scheme, or just those that are forward-facing industries that can actually survive in a net zero global economy, i.e. not coal and gas? I mean, we all know that we have to transition out of coal and gas, but many of the members and the industries that you represent are ones we need to find ways of ensuring you can exist in a net zero world.
Yeah, I understood the Powering the Regions Fund was mainly directed towards the emissions-intensive trade-exposed industries, and definitely believe that they should be the first to be given the support through that the Powering the Regions Fund provides.
Thank you. To AI Group.
Can I ask? So
Yes.
we let Senator Pocock go to AI because he had to
Oh,
leave.
yes.
But if we could just keep to Aki, they've only got another 6 minutes, and there's more of us who want to ask some
Okay, well,
questions.
I might just have
then
one
we'll
other
come back.
question for Aki if, while you're here. I'm interested in whether you've done any work in the impact on the misreporting of Australia's methane from coal and gas and the impact that that has on your members.
Well, I must say that we, within our membership, we don't really have any coal and gas members.
No.
So we haven't done any analysis on that.
No. But if if coal and gas companies are misreporting, and if we find out, which is all the evidence we're getting from the International Energy Agency now, that actually they're much more polluting than they're admitting, then that is going to put even more pressure on your members.
Yes, well, we'd be very concerned if they were misreporting, and we thought that the guidelines and the government's regulations were ensuring that they were reporting correctly.
Mr. Alexander, you obviously didn't. We didn't get an opening statement verbally from you before you need to leave. Is there anything in particular that you think needs to be factored in from this Senate committee into this legislation, and of course the draft regulations as released?
Thanks, Senator. Was just going to emphasise that we do see this as a potentially effective mechanism for reducing emissions from high to low, and we've always got to bear in mind compared to the alternatives. And the alternatives would seem to be decidedly suboptimal. So we think this is an opportunity to get some certainty. We've had probably decades of huge policy uncertainty that's affected the levels of investment in our energy supply system, and it's driven up prices above what they otherwise should be. So we see this as an opportunity. Everyone wants to get from A to B. Different people have different levels of ambition, but everyone has an interest in getting the most efficient mechanism in place to get there. So everyone can differ on their levels of ambition in emissions abatement, but if we can get in place an efficient mechanism, that'll be great.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank
I'm
you.
happy. I've got questions for AI Group, so
Cool.
yeah.
Just following up from that, why do you think bipartisan support for this reform is going to be important to industry?
Well, I think it will provide some certainty for business and investors to invest in the industry. So for many years, in the absence of efficient mechanisms, there's grown up to be a welter of, smaller, disjointed, contradictory, unstable policies, and that's had a big cost on investment. So even during the time of NEG, if you recall, the Energy Security Board came up with some modelling that even put a price on the costs of policy uncertainty because, policies are going up and down and, left, right, whatever. If we can agree on a core mechanism, then over time, some governments will be more ambitious, some less ambitious, but an efficient mechanism at the heart can cater for both the ambitious and the less ambitious. So we do think that if Parliament can pass this, particularly in a bipartisan way, that would be a very good signal to business and investors.
We can keep hoping, Mr. Alexander. Thank you very much. We have one quick question from Senator Canavan, who I believe is on the phone.
You got me there, Chair?
Yep, we've got you loud and clear.
Sorry, thank you, and thanks for hanging around. I just wanted to follow up on an answer you gave earlier to Senator Hanson-Young. I think you mentioned that you're concerned about new entrants coming in and potentially crowding out the carbon trading market. I mean, doesn't that show a bit of an issue with this scheme, that if you're concerned about new investment? I mean, shouldn't ACCI, as the business chamber, be supporting new investment? And here I am in central Queensland, a lot of small businesses rely on large investments in our community to provide their business. So isn't that a big problem with this scheme, that this is effectively going to be a tax on new investments that then ultimately helps smaller businesses?
Well, we definitely support new investment, and we really want to see new investment occurring. And also, there are issues in the energy market at present, and we do recognise there needs to be new investment in gas. So that is very important. But we also do recognise that if new entrants are crowding out and putting increased pressure on existing facilities within the safeguard mechanism, then that would be a significant issue. So we want the investment to occur. We want the investment we want covered schemes under the safeguard mechanism to have the incentive to invest as well. And we, as David said, we see the safeguard mechanism as at least the worst best option to achieving that.
Thanks, Chair. That's it.
Great. Thank you, Senator Canavan. And there we are, perfectly timed. Can I thank the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry for joining us today and let you go off about your business. And we will turn our attention to Mr. Tennant-Reed from AIG.
I'm at your disposal.
Fantastic. I might just quickly ask you the same question that I asked before. Bipartisan support, why is it important for this bill and for the safeguard mechanism in general?
So, in our view, to get to Australia's role in a net zero emissions global economy is going to take a lot of investment, the vast bulk of which, despite important policies from government, the vast bulk of which will be private investment. To make transformative investments in our members' facilities, long-lived assets, different production processes or new kinds of capital equipment added to those facilities, it's going to be very important to have some degree of confidence, as much as we can achieve, that the policy drivers are going to last. And, there's a balance to be struck between the amount of detail that goes into a bit of legislation versus regulations, but the strongest guarantee of all of durability is broad political support for an overall policy direction. That's a very valuable commodity. It is often a hard-won commodity. But if it can be achieved, it is a very useful thing for providing confidence that it won't be the vagaries of policy that make an investment fail, but matters that are more within the control of investors and industry itself. There's certain to be risks of getting investments wrong, but the less that we have to worry about political risk, the better.
Thank you. And what risks do you foresee if this bill doesn't pass and the safeguard mechanism does not change and remains as it is?
So the bill itself is a very narrow document that goes almost solely to establishing the conditions for crediting of outperformance of safeguard mechanism baselines by covered facilities, property rights in those credits, dealing with them in the National Registry. There are a couple of other matters in there around the purpose of the safeguard and putting the penalties for breach of baselines on a more rational basis. But it is quite a narrow bill. That bill is essential not just to the functioning of the government's vision of the safeguard, but to other visions that have been elaborated for the future of the safeguard mechanism. It is extremely useful infrastructure for achieving anybody's climate ambitions in future. So we think that it would be greatly desirable for the bill itself to pass. Of course, there will be continuing debates about other policy settings, and quite properly so, but the bill is very useful, and we would be worried about the options available to Australian public policy makers to achieve our shared national emissions objectives if that legislation does not pass, after whatever length of debate and compromise the Parliament needs to go through to get there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reid. Senator Hughes, is it you or Senator Duniam or Canavan?
Me, I think, because I'm here. I will jump in. Mr. Reid, how many of AI Group's members will be affected by these legislation, and do you know who they are?
So around a dozen facilities, including in the steel sector, in cement, in chemicals, in aluminium. There are more facilities that might potentially be impacted over time. Oh, of course, and in transport, we have some members who are affected through their large transport networks as well.
And do you know if they support your position?
We talk to our members very frequently, and members have been comfortable with the positions that AI Group has taken. They have their own more detailed positions reflecting their most specific interests. We are, like ACCI, a broadly representative industry body, but we have had positive discussions with members about this issue.
Okay, so you're comfortable that the concerns raised by steel industry, the cement industry, that translate to support for your position?
So, as I understand it, the positions from a range of covered facilities are that while they do not object to the evolution of the safeguard mechanism as a whole, they have positions in relation to their specific baselines or the evolution of those baselines over time, or the provision of assistance within or outside the mechanism, and they want to see those concerns met.
So have you done any analysis on what the impacts will be on, we'll stick with cement, on what the impact would be on that industry, how many job losses that there stands to be under this mechanism?
So we have done some analysis of the scheme and how it might play out for a whole range of covered facilities. It's necessary to make an enormous number of assumptions to come to any estimates there. And so it's a useful process, but one that we should be quite cautious about the products of. It looks like for most of the activities that were defined as emissions intensive and trade exposed under previous approaches, including the renewable energy target, that the provision of the baselines in all cases, and in some cases the trade exposed baseline adjusted system of slower decline rates for quite a narrow set of activities, would greatly limit the financial impacts on most facilities, certainly in the near term. Now, of those who are covered, it looks like cement would have the largest impacts based on the figures that we can currently work with. They would immediately be a part of, on average, the trade exposed baseline adjusted component of this. And also that the costs would only be partly constrained for those facilities by the trade exposed baseline adjusted system. So it's AI Group's position that while the measures that are proposed in the safeguard mechanism are quite effective in the near term in addressing risks of carbon leakage, that we will need a more sustainable long-term approach to carbon leakage before too many years have elapsed. In our view, that approach could be an Australian carbon border adjustment mechanism. We welcome the fact that the government is committed to take a look at long-term options, including a CBAM. They've not committed to do a CBAM at this point, but that shapes up as being an extremely important exercise for ensuring that there is, in fact, no long-term outcome where we lose industries that ought to have a vibrant future in a net zero emissions Australia. We don't want to see an outcome where they're forced to pursue that future outside Australia. We think that is entirely avoidable, but further work will be needed to ensure that in the long term it is avoided.
All right, well, I might suggest you go and talk to some of your members in the cement industry, because that is not the message that they are relaying. That is not the concerns that they are sharing with us. They have very, very strong concerns with regards to moving clinker production offshore, the fact that local jobs will be lost and the sovereignty and viability of this industry will not be able to continue. So perhaps you might want to have a chat to a few of your people to go and speak to some of your members more directly. If I can just ask you again with your members, what percentage of them have made commitments to net zero and targets for emissions reductions by 2030?
I don't have a figure on that, I'm afraid, Senator. It would be a small percentage of our total membership, which is several thousand businesses of all sizes around the country, but of our largest and most currently high emissions members, I would say that the large majority of them have commitments in their own right.
So if they've already made these commitments, what's the point of the bill?
Well,
except for more red tape, regulation and investment uncertainty.
Because there are very few businesses that think they can achieve those commitments in the absence of supportive public policy.
That's the role of government.
Well, might disagree there. All right, I'll move on.
To enlarge on that, Senator, while there are some activities where technological developments in which both the public and the private sectors have played a part have brought the cost of low or zero emissions production to or below the level of high emissions production, even in the absence of public policy, and renewable electricity generation has made tremendous strides. That is an extremely favourable wind in the sails of what the transition we all want to see. There are many activities where there still appears to be a durable green premium for zero or near zero emissions production. So for steel, for instance, it looks as if it will always be the case that in the absence of a public policy signal, making steel with hydrogen will be more expensive than making steel with coking coal. Now, we could be surprised on that front. We would love to be surprised on that front. But unless we have a favourable surprise there, beyond the cost reductions through learning rates that we expect to see as these technologies are rolled out further, it will be important for one form or another of public policy to close the gap between the green premium of the production cost and the prices that consumers are willing to pay. Now, there are many different ways to try to bridge that gap, but in the absence of bridging that gap, we are not going to see the investments that will need to be made to achieve net zero emissions here or overseas.
Okay, so this is my last question, I promise, Chair. So I just want to clarify this, though, that these companies have already made the commitment to get to net zero, these big emitters. They've already made significant investments. So you're saying that they're not going to, but you're saying they're not going to invest without government policy when they've already done it. So I just find that it's a little bit contradictory that they're looking to government policy, but yet they've already made these significant commitments and investments.
I do not think you will find a business with currently high emissions intensity production and large overall emissions who believes that they can get to net zero or below without supportive public policy. They have started down that journey. They are charting their course, but all of the industry decarbonisation plans that I've seen, including those which were launched last week by the Australian Industry Energy Transitions Initiative, which AI Group is pleased to be a supporter of and that a number of our leading members are involved in, that sets out very ambitious, achievable, but a lot required to achieve them, pathways that absolutely require supportive public policy of one sort or another.
Okay, look, we could go on this all day, round and round and round, because I'm really not sure what this policy does to reduce the cost. But anyway, I'll hand it over. Thank you.
Thanks. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Mr Reid, you heard the questions I asked of the of ACCI. I'd like to hear from AI Group's perspective what impact allowing new coal and gas entrants is going to mean for your members. And when I say not just in terms of new entrants, but the expansion of coal and gas projects and the impact that will have on many of your members who are, of course, those, as you've already gone to, in sectors of manufacturing that are really going to struggle without the help of ACCUs or offsets to help get to that net zero position.
So within the overall emissions reduction objective that the government proposes for this mechanism, that is, in one sense, is an absolute. The government signalled that that's the ambition and they've directed all the settings to achieve that ambition. And so everything that follows is, in a sense, a zero-sum game. The allocation of baselines between different facilities, existing ones and new ones, all has to add up to that overall level of ambition. So yes, more demand from some means that somebody is going to either miss out or in terms of allowed baseline or face greater competition in terms of access to ACCUs or SMCs or any other units that might be allowed in future. Now that's the case for all facilities. There are potentially new facilities proposed that might have emissions above threshold that are not in the coal and gas sectors. They add to that pressure as well. And in the design that's set out, the price mechanism mediates all of that. In terms of how much difference it makes in practice, there's a big unknown there, because if all of Australia's trading partners fulfil the commitments that they themselves have made, particularly to net zero emissions by 2050 in the case of Japan, 2060 in the case of China, 2070 in the case of India, and so on for other key partners. if they fulfil those pledges, and we should all hope that they do, if they don't, we will globally not achieve 1.5 degrees or even 2 degrees, then demand for coal and gas exports can be expected to decline quite severely over coming decades. The exact timing of that is not at all clear, but that would appear to be the obvious trend. If that is indeed the case, then the extending out our view of what the safeguard mechanism, what impact it might have, what the demand for abatement and units within it might look like, well, a number of new facilities are probably either not going to eventuate or are going to retire before their proponents would currently hope, due to weak prices, weak volumes, or both. So the debate about treatment of those facilities within Australia probably needs to more recognise the impact that the demand side will plausibly have over the life of those facilities.
And to that point, you think there should be a difference in the way, or a distinction in the way the safeguard industries should be treated under this particular mechanism, i.e. Given the net zero global market, aluminium, steel, versus just the expansion of new coal and gas. I'm saying this in the context of, Woodside today posting a $6.5 billion profit, and I don't think they need any help, do they?
They seem to be doing quite well under current market conditions. Market conditions can turn, and it could look quite plausible that global gas prices around the end of this decade could be well below the levels that they are now, based on...
Woodside does get its profit from the international LNG market, doesn't it? Like that's their international pricing. It's not Australian pricing, so...
Yes, indeed. So international prices are currently very elevated as a result of too little supply being chased by too much demand. The situation very plausibly is reversed towards the end of this decade as we see new supply coming from the United States and Qatar. We see the steep reduction in gas demand in the European Union, particularly due to public policy, and in many other places, quite plausibly through both policy and high prices. Russia plausibly finds a way back into global gas markets over time. That sounds like a recipe for a very weak market. So I'm not here to provide investment advice for Woodside or others, but they may have a golden parachute for a few years.
Might be a perfect time for them to invest in some new technology.
Well, perhaps, and if we could stop public subsidies, that would be good. Of course, the International Energy Agency has said very clearly that if we are to do what you've outlined in terms of keeping temperatures at 1.5 or even 2 degrees, which is just unthinkable in terms of the damage we're already seeing in Australia because of climate, then we can't see the expansion of any new fossil fuels. So, but what we need to be doing is ensuring that those industries, manufacturing and industries where we still need you to continue, we still need steel, we still need cement.
We certainly do.
We still need aluminium. How we do that in a way that within this carbon-constrained future. Do you think that the 600 million Powering the Regions Fund should be available to all facilities, or do you think that it should be for those that are forward leaning and exclude coal and gas?
So the $600 million is not a great deal of money in the context of the transition of the covered facilities. Frankly, if the 600 million were limited to steel, cement, aluminium, alumina and other manufacturing industries, it would still not be a lot of money in the context of the investments that they need to make. It will be more important to the future of those industries to get the carbon leakage avoidance features of this scheme right. And so a focus, perhaps not now, but later this year and into next year, on the carbon border adjustment mechanism concept will be a very valuable use of both the government's time but also the Parliament's time and other stakeholders.
600 million to do the job, and we heard that earlier today, that it's a drop in terms of what transition would really be needed if we wanted to do it as fast as science is demanding. The last thing you'd want to see then is it being, frittered away on expanding coal and gas.
Well, it's not altogether clear what coal and gas facilities might apply to do with money under that. There are some abatement.
Who knows?
opportunities.
It seems like they've got their hand out every other day for some taxpayer-funded subsidy. So I just liked them out. I don't think they need any more help from the taxpayer.
Well, it's not clear that they would get anything out of that, certainly not on the scale of investment that they would need to do to comply with the 4.9% annual reduction in the allowed emissions level.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Reid, can you please walk us through what industries such as steel or cement are most prospective for the implementation of carbon border adjustment mechanism, and how would that impact the risk of carbon leakage?
Certainly. So the European Union's movement in this direction, or decision to go in this direction, is indicative of some of the issues that Australia would face in doing a similar policy. They have chosen to focus, at least initially, on iron and steel, on aluminium, on cement, on fertiliser, on hydrogen production, and also on cross-border movement of electricity, not currently an issue for Australia. And that would be a good starting point for consideration within Australia. Those industries are ones where there is a very high emissions intensity per unit of production at present, but also relatively little value added. And so the potential for a carbon cost impact to make a significant competitive difference between suppliers based not on their own performance, but on the unevenness of international climate policies, that potential is quite high. So that would be a good place to start. We might also wish to look at the other industries that have been classified as emissions intensive and trade exposed in the past. And the benefit that a carbon border adjustment mechanism could provide is simply a level playing field, not one in which any facility is protected or guaranteed to remain competitive, but one in which they lose competitiveness. It will be through failing to make the investments to keep up with their competitors. That would be a much more productive place to be than one in which we need to continue to argue over the division of a carbon budget that is ever decreasing among existing facilities.
And with that in mind, what would the implications for business be if no new coal and gas projects were allowed to proceed as a condition of passing this bill?
So, our group does not support a flat ban on new facilities of any sort. There may be other proposals out there, but we certainly don't support that one. We note that while in the long term, demand here and overseas for coal and gas will contract very deeply, In the medium term, these remain important energy sources here and overseas. And as we have seen in relation to the war in Ukraine, the sudden unavailability of these fuels while there is demand for them is very painful. We would not like to see a dislocation like that happen. We do have the potential for short supply of gas in Eastern Australia, especially southeastern Australia, late this decade, depending on what happens to demand and what happens to the replacement of existing supply as the existing production depletes, particularly in the Bass Strait. So we need to keep those markets in balance, and new supply has a role in that. Demand reduction, the substitution of gas with electricity, with hydrogen, with biogas, all of these things have an important role.
And then to follow on from that, how would limits on the use of offsets impact on members covered by the safeguard and on the broader economy that relies on the industries you've mentioned?
I referred earlier to the potential value of a rolling vintage window, a limit on the age of units that could be used. In thinking about quantitative limits on units, members are quite nervous about that because of the likelihood that we would not get the numbers right for what such a quantitative limit would be. Plausibly, depending on why we're talking about a quantitative limit, it might be a different number for every industry or every individual facility. There are very difficult arguments to be had about what are the individual opportunities over time of each individual facility. It's good to get away from those because government doesn't really have a fantastic idea of what individual facilities' circumstances are. And so we'd also note that some years ago there was an effort in the carbon pricing mechanism original design to limit international offsets to no more than 50% of compliance. That turned out, it's a different context in several important ways, but in that context that limit turned out to be so complex to implement that the government of the day went down a different path in the end, first with a price collar and then ultimately with linkage with the European Union to avoid the difficult mechanics of making a quantitative limit work in a reasonable, efficient way across the system as a whole.
Great, thank you, Mr. Reid. That's all from me, Chair.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Reid. Hello again. I asked Aki earlier about the reduction of carbon value of ACCUs and SMCs that are utilised over a certain threshold. What's your view on that?
So, as far as we're aware, the biggest difference at this point between SMCs and ACCUs is that there's no guarantee that SMCs will be bankable past 2029-30. And there's to be a review in 2026-27 of what the bankability past that point might be. Now that might, of itself, might lead to some separation in their value, but if, as is likely, the market for both sorts of unit is fairly tight, that might not be a very large difference at all. In principle, the two should have quite a similar value. Yes, there is currently important voluntary demand for ACCUs outside of this system. On the other hand, that voluntary demand may shift to non-ACCU focuses if the compliance demand is so high that the price level rises from the levels that it has been at.
Mm-hmm. And we're hearing a lot about the need for open access to ACCUs, but would you be comfortable with a similar mechanism with the SMCs, where if a facility is using more than 50%, to have a reduced value for those ACCUs, given we really want to be driving on-site abatement?
So ultimately, if we think about the very long term and we just assume forward this design to 2050, some facilities in a 2050 world, in a net zero world, will be offsetting 100% of their remaining emissions. So if we think about cement, there are a number of things that can be done over the long term if the price is right, in terms of different sources of process heat, different sources of electrical energy, and the implementation of carbon capture and sequestration. Even after all those things are done, there's going to be an unreducible residual level of emissions, and that is going to be offset by activities beyond the boundaries of those facilities. So we wouldn't want to design a limit that was incompatible with that end state. Now, along the way, we might be thinking of a sort of a U shape to the reliance on offsetting for facilities over time. In the very short term, before it is plausible that facilities will be implementing transformative changes in their operations, quite a high reliance on offsetting, a decreasing reliance as the time and the price level available make internal abatement options more attractive, and then as they get to a residual level that is much more expensive or simply impossible to abate, a rising level again. That U-shape is going to look different for every industry and probably for different facilities within the same industry, and we'd be a bit aghast at the task for a regulator in trying to predefine what that shape and trajectory should be for each one. That's the value of a system where hundreds of facilities are in there. They have a common reduction in their entitled emissions, but they have flexibility through SMCs and through ACCUs to even out abatement costs across the whole of the covered facilities. That's quite valuable. It means that by separating who does from who pays, the very great difficulty in government getting it right on who has what opportunities available at what time can be avoided.
Thank you. And then just finally, you sort of hinted earlier at the challenge of having the safeguard mechanism 1 July and then a CBAM sometime in the future. Would an effective CBAM make the special treatment of ETs unnecessary?
So, yes, if we had a well-designed, efficiently operating CBAM, that would not, you would not need the trade exposed baseline adjusted element of this. In fact, you might have a fresh look at the decline rates for any activities that were subject to a CBAM. For reasons of WTO compatibility, you would certainly need to have a handoff from free allocation of emissions rights, which is effectively what baselines are, and the application of any import or export adjustment under a CBAM. That's the way that the European Union is doing it. They are phasing down free allocation through 2034 as they phase up their carbon border adjustment mechanism.
And in your view, how long would it take us to design an effective CBAM?
So we're under no illusions that this is going to be an easy job. To make it decidable, I mean, there are a very great many stakeholders today who have no idea what a CBAM is, and a great deal of discussion and education is needed. The design process is important. Time to get ready for it is important. So we don't think that it is logistically possible to do a CBAM earlier than 2026-27, and that timing relies on some easy things like getting the Department of Home Affairs computer systems to talk to the Clean Energy Regulator's computer systems, which is the kind of project that takes some doing. So it certainly is going to take a couple of years at least to get to that position. European Union, again, they took their final decision to implement CBAM in December of last year. They are starting that as a reporting obligation in October of this year. They're not starting the financial obligation on importers until 2026 themselves. So we do have our work cut out for us to, if we're going to pursue that pathway. But again, over time, you need to reconcile ever deepening climate ambitions. Net zero is the ambition of all the major parties, with the situation of trade-exposed industries, and a CBAM potentially is a much more effective way of reconciling those things than either free allocation or simply not having a policy at all, or very large public subsidies of the sort that we're seeing in the United States.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Appreciate your time today, and apologies for keeping you longer than we had anticipated, given we are now running over half an hour late. But thank you very much. I would ask the representatives from the Australia Institute to come forward. Yeah. I think we need to bounce them after lunch. I might just, for the purposes of the members of the panel that was supposed to start at 12:30, who are popping on the screen, just for clarity, to let you know that we are running over half an hour late, and your session may bump into lunchtime, which may end up bouncing you after lunch. I wonder if behind the scenes people can work out what the challenges with that might be and what we could potentially do about it. Thank you. Welcome. If you'd like to state your name and the capacity in which you're appearing today, that would be great.
Thank you. Dr. Richard Dennis, Executive Director of the Australia Institute, and thanks for having us today.
Hi there, I'm Polly Hemming. I'm currently the Director of the Climate and Energy Program at the Australia Institute.
Thank you very much for coming along today. We will go to Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to start, we've just been hearing a lot about the CBAM and particularly what's happening over in the EU. What's the Australia Institute's position on the introduction of CBAM?
Well, obviously, it's fascinating to hear so much talk about something that doesn't exist, hasn't been designed, isn't proposed. Professor Hugh Sadler and Frank Muller, actually, I think, for the Australia Institute 20 years ago were the first to propose the CBAM. So in principle, it's a very good idea. I can't see what it's kind of got to do with the current conversation we're having. So I guess we'll submit our written submission rather than present it. But a key point that we're making is that we're being asked to consider a bill that links to a whole bunch of things that haven't been invented yet.
Yeah.
And we're being
like
told,
the technology in some instances.
like the technology, like the governance, like the existence of other pieces of legislation. And on the one hand, we're being told that we have to rush this bill through, but at the same time we're saying, and there's going to be some great stuff coming up that'll interact with, brackets, hopefully well.
Yeah, no, I think it's the lack of transparency that's probably creating this reaching out to things that don't really exist yet. But anyway, if I could just come to, your support as an organisation for the creation of the $275 penalty for per tonne for organisations, is that something that you support?
I actually think that that's too high. And in previous submissions, we've suggested that a much simpler way to achieve a lot of the intention of this legislation would be to give entities access to a voluntary fixed price penalty payment at around the likely cap price. So rather than have a complicated price cap, which you may have heard described as a price cap, but people involved in this in other forums concede that it might not actually operate as a price cap, which is a concern to manufacturers.
You've got a market mechanism there, so
it's
all a bit unclear, isn't it?
Look, it's very unclear. As an economist, I know what a price cap is. It means the price won't go above a number. I haven't heard the government commit that that's what this price cap will operate as. But regardless, I think a very simple solution to the complexity and uncertainty of the price cap would simply be to give firms the option to make a payment of a number like the price cap, a payment to the government. It would prevent the government being exposed to the risk that the price cap goes up. And if that were in place, there would be no need for a $275 penalty payment. I don't know. I don't understand the function of a penalty payment when you've got a price cap.
I don't think you're the Lone Ranger there.
I was just going to add something. I was listening to Senator Canavan before saying, what's the impact to small businesses here? Potentially an alternative, voluntary penalty payment could go into something like Powering the Regions or some other fund, and then that would actually aid the decarbonisation of those smaller businesses that aren't necessarily covered by the safeguard. It's very limited in the number of facilities and the industries, but there's not necessarily smaller businesses getting the assistance that they need through the safeguard or other means.
And I think also, Senator Canavan's talking about the impacts of businesses closing down or reducing in size, that then has the flow on, particularly in the regions.
So if they get the assistance where they can implement technology that means they don't have to, then that's probably a win for the community and those businesses.
Yeah, so I just want to have a quick discussion, if we can, around the industries that are going to find it particularly difficult with regards to abatement. So cement, steel, aluminium, those sort of industries. Where does the Australia Institute sit with regards to these industries that are going to find it unable to reduce emissions? Because as we said, the technology doesn't exist yet. Should they be industries that Australia maintains or look to exit and allow to close? What's the position there?
Look, I'm very concerned that one of the consequences of the design of this proposal is that we'll place unnecessary amounts of pressure on industries that find it almost impossible to reduce their emissions, while placing no pressure on industries that would find it easy. It's interesting, like the only reason that we're talking about 100,000 tonnes, the only reason we're talking about 215 facilities is because an arbitrary decision was made 5 years ago. Different industries face quite different challenges for reducing their emission abatement, for achieving emission abatement, and I think good policy would either treat all industries across the country evenly, so an economy-wide carbon price is what economists tend to like, or if we don't want to have an economy-wide approach, we should have a sectoral approach. But facilities that happen to produce more than 100,000 tonnes are not a sector. It's a coincidence. So you could have a facility that emits 90,000 tonnes not covered, compared to that releases 101,000 tonnes covered. Like, it's not a sector. It's just a kind of
a random number.
A random number. So I think that the design of the current scheme places enormous pressure on very hard to abate parts of the economy, like cement. I think it's an extreme example. To a lesser extent steel, but steel in the short term, while doing nothing to encourage easy to abate sectors like renewable energy and electricity, or doing nothing to discourage new coal and gas opening up. So I think that the reality is this bill treats manufacturing and the fossil fuel industry as if they're in the same sector. Well, no one in manufacturing is making $7 billion this year. And it's a lot easier to avoid opening up a gassy new coal mine than it is to help a cement kiln significantly reduce its emissions.
So when you talk about easy to abate industries that could potentially make cuts, I mean, electricity is not included. So when we look at the big four banks, for example, and the volume of electricity used by them as organisations, branches, central offices, all those sorts of things, yet there's no consideration of the electricity used by them. Is that the sort of thing that you're talking about, that looking at inclusion there to encourage those sort of industry or those sort of organisations that could reduce it through use of renewable energy, for example?
Absolutely. So, for example, again, to stick with the theme, there's a random number that's generated a random number of facilities. The safeguard mechanism places no obligation on anyone really in the transport sector to reduce emissions, no obligation to reduce emissions in the electricity sector, no obligations in the household sector. These are the easy to abate parts of the economy. So we've invented a climate policy that's kind of aimed at the most energy intensive, hardest to abate parts of the economy with no actual policy for the rest of the economy. And to be clear, it would be a lot cheaper for commercial buildings in Sydney and Melbourne to reduce their energy use, a lot cheaper than it would be for a cement kiln. But because they're not covered in the safeguard mechanism, that opportunity to say, why aren't we doing it here instead of here, that opportunity has been ignored. We're sort of obsessed with carbon credits coming out of the land sector, and we're paying no attention to really low cost abatement in energy efficiency, in electricity, in transport. It's not economics, it's just this random number from years ago that's
ideology.
driving. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just my final question. I noticed in your submission you made some emphasis around new entrants not being able to take up carbon credits, you know, and certainly around new coal and gas. I'm just interested whether or not you've put any thought to the lithium business in the emerging sector there, and whether or not Australia's lithium processing sector would be made, you know, we wouldn't be competitive on the international stage if they weren't able to access this sort of carbon credit.
Sure. Polly, did you want to?
Oh, yeah, it probably goes on from your previous question where the safeguard fundamentally sort of lumps everyone in together, whereas you've got sort of mining and extractive industries, and then you've got manufacturing and sort of critical minerals like that. And I think there's a lack of understanding around how unfair it is to those manufacturing and critical minerals industries that you can have kind of unfettered expansion of gas and coal. So I think we are going to see manufacturing and minerals emissions and production increase in Australia. The issue is that they are potentially going to be prohibitive from expanding, because for every new, you know, gas or coal mine that enters the scheme or emits more than it should, that places the burden on all those other industries. So we're talking very specifically about gas and coal facilities that are predominantly for export, so that you don't get the benefits in Australia, where we weren't talking about new facilities where we will be needing sort of those critical minerals and manufacturing for the Australian economy. So does that adequately answer?
Yeah, and I'd just add to that, to be clear, the world's going to need more lithium to transition to a net zero economy. The world's not going to need more coal and gas to achieve that. So I think...
I think that's debatable.
Well, the IEA, UNFCCC, but let's focus on what we agree on. We are going to need to extract more rare earths, and I think we should refine them and manufacture them here in Australia. I find it bizarre that we would be potentially curtailing the ability to grow the industries that we know are going to grow in order to make room in the short term for industries that most people accept are going to decline. So again, this idea, I think one of the biggest problems with this legislation is that its starting point is that we can do something interesting and important if only we focus on 215 facilities. This has got nothing to do with economics, it's got nothing to do with science, it's just a number that was selected for another purpose years ago, now dominating the design of industry and economic policy in Australia today.
I just find it endlessly entertaining. Coal and mine gassing, coal and gas mining bad, lithium rare earth mining, that's all good. It's very interesting that one type of mining's terrible, the other type of is what we need for the renewables sector, and it's all good.
I don't think mining is good or bad. I think the activities that come with mining is good or bad. And what the climate scientists tell us is that when we mine coal and gas, we get a huge amount of fugitive methane, and then we generate enormous amounts of carbon dioxide. If the climate scientists told me that lithium had similar problems, I would have the same concerns, but they haven't.
Yeah, but we need it for the batteries, so...
Yeah, but it's not. I don't have a problem with mining. I drove here today in a car made of steel.
I'm glad you recognise the consistency of view there. I'm not quite sure everybody else does.
My view is entirely consistent, I promise you.
The broad hypocrisy is endlessly entertaining, but I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Ms Hemming, you've done a lot in relation to looking at the integrity of offsets, and offsets are a big part of what this safeguard mechanism crediting scheme will need to use. What is the biggest problem you see here in terms of if we don't have amendments to the way ACCUs are currently used, or the creation of these new SMCs, is it a false economy in terms of the amount of carbon being produced, the amount of carbon being offset?
Yeah, I think so. I guess you would look at sort of what the projected use of offsets is going to be under the safeguard, and over 50% is due to gas and coal facilities or mines, and they have very limited means to reduce or their absolute emissions or decarbonise. So they're going to be leaning very heavily on offsets, and putting aside the issue of whether offsets have integrity for a minute, whether they're actually reducing or avoiding emissions, the government has put a price cap on those, so they're keeping they're suppressing the price of offsets, which means that it's probably a more appealing option for anyone, regardless if you're gas and coal. And if a whole lot of offsets are being bought up from the land sector, then no decarbonisation is actually happening. As you said, we're sort of shuffling around, it's accounting, we're shuffling around emissions reductions from one sector to another. Of course, we need to help farmers store more carbon in their soil. Of course, we need to be protecting biodiversity. But fundamentally, if the aim of this scheme is transformational decarbonisation across the economy, buying offsets from the land sector is not it. And my concern is that there has been so much emphasis in the last few years that has kept the supply of land-based offsets up, which obviously keeps the price low, and the government's guaranteeing that that price will stay low, then we're just treading water.
It's clear that the government won't entertain zero offsets. I mean, we've heard why it's important to have access to some offsets, because there are genuine sectors that are it's very difficult to abate, and sectors that are going to need time for that genuine decarbonisation to occur. So what are the biggest priorities in terms of reforming the current system to ensure that we're not just shuffling numbers from one page of the government document to the next?
I think a limit is actually going to drive more decarbonisation, like a quantitative limit or even a qualitative limit would actually drive more decarbonisation, because it just makes offsets less available, and that's going to lead to probably the price increasing, probably scarcity if we improve the integrity, and then that would leave the people that really wanted to buy offsets as sort of where the majority of demand was coming from. I don't understand the mentality behind unfettered offsets, because ultimately the government is not going to be able to meet its 43% reduction target if it just continues to allow that supply to infinitely increase.
Can I just say, there's a pea and thimble trick being played here, and that is that I absolutely accept that in the long run there will be some sectors that are hard to decarbonise and hard to abate. And we absolutely need to think about how we can get to net zero because of that. The pea and thimble trick is to say, so let's avoid actually doing simple stuff today, because in 2050 some stuff will be hard. And we've been putting off the hard stuff my whole adult life. And greenhouse gas emissions in Australia from the fossil fuel sector have been growing my whole adult life. But we've always been told, let's not rush, let's not rush, let's not rush, let's not rush. Now we're being told, let's not do simple decarbonisation today. Let's not start with the decarbonisation today, because don't you know it's going to be hard for cement in 2050? Well, I do know it's going to be hard for cement in 2050. That's why we need to do all the simple stuff now. So I think we have to be very careful about this idea that offsets are just there for the hard to decarbonise bits. Great. So can we just all be quiet about that and focus on the decarbonised bits? And the more we actually drive actual decarbonisation in this term of government in the next 5 years, the less we'll need offsets in the future. But we're having this whole conversation around offsets rather than about what can we do for two reasons. One, because offsets are the only way the fossil fuel industry can expand, and that's what's driving this whole debate. Offsets are the only way the fossil fuel industry can continue to expand, and for firms that have played this game for 30 years, have avoided decarbonisation for 30 years, they can wind out another 3 to 5 years of I'll get around to it soon if they just buy a few more offsets and talk about a CBAM that hasn't been invented.
So to that point, the government's already named 7 gas projects that they expect to start, these are new projects, by 2030. Obviously, the safeguard mechanism isn't doing anything to help decarbonise those or avoid those from happening.
No, but it's helping get them approved. It's helping get the political capital to have them built. So, yeah, look, unfortunately, this is a cap and trade scheme that doesn't have a cap. And we're often told by the government, oh, but some people will be shutting down, and as luck would have it, the people shutting down will be about equal to the number of people showing up. There is no evidence put forward to support that.
Well, how can the government be serious about saying that they are committed to stopping the climate crisis then if what you're saying is true?
Well, I think the science is overwhelming. If you were serious about tackling climate change urgently, you would stop expanding the production of fossil fuels, and you would massively ramp up the rate of investment in renewable energy and energy efficiency. You would stop native forest logging, you would stop broadacre land clearing. None of this is hard, none of this is new. But yeah, I think what we're doing...
We're not waiting for new technology to do that.
We don't need any new technology to do all, and this is the point. If we were serious, and that's a big if, but if we're serious about reducing emissions in the short term, we know exactly what to do, we know exactly how to do it. What we don't know how to do is decarbonise cement. So I'm absolutely fine treating them separate. Right? The idea that we can't kind of get on with decarbonising the Australian electricity system, transport system, commercial building sector, that we can't get on and do that because cement, it's ridiculous, except if what you were doing was just buying another 3 or 5 years of inaction.
Would a rigorous climate trigger, backed by and enforced by an independent environment agency, be one way to put that pressure on those more polluting new entrants?
Look, I'm not an expert in the EPBC, but I guess I would say that we already know that Australia doesn't need to build new coal and gas to help Australia decarbonise. We already know that the world, if it's going to commit to 1.5 degrees, achieve its commitment to 1.5 degrees, isn't going to need more coal and gas. So I think it's common sense that if Australia's trying to reduce its emissions and the world's trying to reduce its emissions, we just won't need them. Whether that's best achieved by stating the obvious and saying we don't need to build any, or by on a case-by-case basis, every time being surprised to learn, hey, we don't need this, I really don't have a strong view. But what I do know is that the science is compelling, and it seems weird to me if we're trying to decarbonise the economy, we'd still be building projects that carbonise the economy.
Well, seems weird to me. We have environment laws in this country that give a green tick of approval for a project when they haven't even considered the climate damage to the environment.
I think you've nailed the fundamental issue that any robust climate policy in Australia would actually get to the source of what is increasing emissions, and that is fossil fuel expansion domestically and globally. The safeguard mechanism is our key emissions reduction policy, yet perversely it doesn't tackle that. It actually allows fossil fuel expansion, and I think, as Richard pointed out, it provides the illusion of a regulatory burden on new fossil fuels. And again, Senator Hughes said, if we're not tackling, might be paraphrasing here, I think, but if we're not actually addressing the number one thing that is driving emissions to increase in Australia, then this is not a climate policy, and what is the point of it? It all feels very performative. We don't know how it's going to work, we don't know when it's going to work, we don't know what other policies are going with it. If we had some certainty on whether new fossil fuels were going ahead, new gas and coal for export was going ahead, we would be able to be providing much more certain and constructive answers about how the safeguard reform could work and how the below baseline credits could work, which is why we're here. We can't answer any of it, and all we can tell you is how bad it could get.
Yeah, and just very quickly, I mean, we talk about how cement's hard to abate. Once you build a gas well, it's hard to abate. Once you build a coal mine, it's hard to abate. So if we're still approving hard to abate things, isn't that going to make it harder in 2050 to abate?
Well, it's pouring fuel onto the fire, isn't it? Ms Hemming, I know other people have questions. I want to go to the issue around the actual integrity of a number of these credits. Obviously, the Chubb review was supposed to settle the controversy around whether the existing ACCUs represent actual abatement or not. I think it's fair to say that there's still a lingering sense of unease about where these ACCUs come from, particularly in relation to those land-based credits, as you've talked about. Can you tell us what's the number one thing that you'd like to see to make sure we have integrity in the credits that are actually being traded?
I think we need actually a legitimately independent, thorough audit of every carbon credit method under what's called the Emissions Reduction Fund currently. I think you're right, there's still huge question marks over the three biggest methods that were investigated. It seems like an incredible risk that the government is willing to take to allow them under the safeguard, because what if they got it wrong? What if Professor Chubb got it wrong? We're really willing to take that risk. But more concerningly is that even though there's over 100 million of those credits of questionable integrity that could be available to safeguard facilities, we've also got over 400 new soil credit projects being registered. They haven't started having credits issued to them, but the veracity of soil carbon as an abatement method is, I can't even think of the right word, it is so dodgy. You cannot use soil to legitimately abate CO2 or carbon, or it's incredibly easy to game. So to answer your question directly, there should be a full independent scientific audit of every carbon credit method, and if you wanted answers now in terms of getting this legislation or this rule through, the credits that were part of the Chubb review should not be allowed under the safeguard, just to have that buffer of security and not to create that risk that they are actually junk.
And what's the impact of overseas credits, and are they going to be allowed to be bought and used under this scheme?
So the government has suggested that that will be something for review later in the year, but I note that they have already started drafting amendments to the legislation that would allow the import of international credits under the safeguard. The amount of lobbying from the gas and coal industry to allow international credits under the safeguard suggests, probably cynically, that they will be allowed, and we also have existing agreements with Fiji and Papua New Guinea that we will be trading carbon with them. It's a one-way bilateral scheme where those credits will be allowed into Australia to be used for compliance reasons. A majority of those carbon credits are from forest projects. Excuse me. You saw the Four Corners episode. You've seen other media reports that show that 90% of existing forest credits are junk. Without checking every project, I can't verify that, but it sounds about right. There is a huge risk that that will eventuate, that credits will be allowed into Australia.
So at the very least, the government should just be really clear
I
and rule
would
out
say very
international
clear.
credits.
Yeah, and should rule out international credits. And I would also say, related to land-based credits generally, it's really important to remember that under the Kyoto Protocol, the predecessor to the Paris Agreement, and I won't get too technical, all land-based carbon credits were considered to be too high risk, too uncertain, and shouldn't be allowed to be used to offset industrial emissions. I'm not sure what happened in the last 30 years that suggested that, apart from branding, that suggested that now carbon credits from the land sector are a robust way to offset industrial emissions. So yes, sorry to answer your question, we should just be ruling out international credits.
And a simple, I think, amendment to this bill that would give the Senate a lot more confidence about ongoing integrity would be to create effectively a whitelist of what kind of ACCUs could be used in the safeguard mechanism, rather than just take for granted that because an ACCU has been created, it should be. So to be clear, there will always be measurement issues. The law required that all carbon credits generated to date were generated on the basis that the estimation was conservative. Right? There's supposed to be, if there's any error, we're supposed to be underestimating how much carbon. We've had a spectacular failure to enforce the law by the existing regulatory process. That's why the Chubb review needed to occur. So I think that an easy way to put a lot of discipline into the safeguard mechanism would be to say only credits generated by particular methods after a particular date can be used. And to be clear, while there will be measurement issues with safeguard mechanism credits, they will always be higher integrity than land-based credits. That's why Kyoto ruled out land-based credits. And as a consequence of that, I think it would be a real pity if we were actually incentivising the use of what are often very low integrity land-based credits rather than the safeguard mechanism credits. And I think Senator Pocock was alluding to this before. I think the idea that, for example, two ACCUs might be required to do the work of one safeguard mechanism credit or some form of exchange rate would make a lot of sense. To treat them on parity would be to assume their integrity is similar. There is no evidence to support that.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time this afternoon. Your submission recommends delaying the safeguard mechanism reforms until the Chubb review recommendations have been fully addressed. I'm just interested in why you've put that in there and which of Professor Chubb's recommendations you consider most crucial for the success of these reforms.
Yeah, so, it's often suggested that, the Chubb review gave everything a clean bill of health. What it said was that the avoided deforestation method was so bad it should be ceased. But those projects that have already been approved are still, A, there are ACCUs generated last year from those projects, and B, the projects approved 3 years ago will be churning out ACCUs for years to come. So we haven't kind of got to the bottom of how many of those there are. Professor Chubb said that the human-induced regeneration method was fine, it just hadn't been implemented well. Well, that seems like a damning indictment on the people charged with implementing it well. And we've seen nothing about how that's going to be fixed. And the fact is rainfall, not human-induced, not changes in human behaviour, are dominating the amount of carbon that's being generated in those projects. So I think, and then of course the Chubb review recommended more transparency, yet there's been no increase in transparency. And I'm still being challenged to prove some assertions by people who know that the data required doesn't exist. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think there's enormous problems yet to be addressed from the Chubb review.
Thank you. I'm interested in, earlier you mentioned having an optional payment as an alternative to the purchase and surrender of offsets. How would you see the price of that being set, and where should that revenue be directed?
I mean this with all respect. The price should be set arbitrarily by the democratic process, just like 100,000 tonnes was arbitrarily selected. There's no right price for these things, and in fact, when I put my submission in, or when the Australian Institute put a submission in last year, I suggested $25 would be a nice enough price, because that's the carbon price we had last time we went down this road, and people used to suggest anything higher was economy wrecking. Seems like I was a bit conservative and everyone's happy with $75. Well, okay, I'll take that. But to be clear, there's no economics behind picking a right number, and if it ends in a 0 or a 5, I promise you it had nothing to do with any data. It was just a convenient number. So I mean this in all sincerity, there is no right number here, but it's a lot higher than 0. I think it should be a lot lower than $275. And I think that providing a really simple optional payment for entities to allow them to put money into a fund where that fund can be used to help decarbonise industry, whether that's in the safeguard sector or elsewhere, would be enormously beneficial both for the entities and for the economy as a whole. This idea that all abatement has to take place either in the land sector or in the 215 entities is just beyond economics. We're ignoring all of the low-hanging fruit.
Yeah. Earlier you also identified the tension between the use of the reserve and ACCUs by new entrants and extractive industries as against, say, the manufacturing sector. Within the safeguard framework, imagining that it does go ahead, how would you see that adequately addressed?
Well, I think the idea of a reserve in a climate policy seems odd. If we're trying to rapidly reduce emissions, why are we, except for the bit where we're going to let the emissions increase in the near future? I genuinely don't know why we're asking existing polluters to reduce their emissions by 5% a year while letting a brand new polluter set up next door. Like, I don't understand. So if we had some form of cap and trade scheme, we'd be setting a cap and then we'd be asking everybody to stay within it. The idea that if you had a cap and trade scheme, but then every year you started throwing new credits into the cap and trade scheme, you'd be laughed out of first year economics. But, you know, here we are. So, yeah, it's a hard question to answer. Like, in the confines of this weird structure we've built, what's the best way to do it? I think the best way to do it is to rule out new fossil fuel projects that have one and only one objective. And that is, well, two consequences, one objective. The consequence of building a new fossil fuel project is increased methane fugitive emissions, very large, and when the product's sold, for someone else to cause the climate change that's going to hurt Australian agriculture, that's going to hurt the Great Barrier Reef. So that's why I think new fossil fuel projects should be treated radically differently than new lithium refining plants, for example. Because the whole point of building a new fossil fuel project is to cause the problem that this legislation says it's trying to solve.
And just thinking through this approach where rather than a cap and trade system, we've got these 215 facilities, potential new entrants, and this ratcheting mechanism, but unlimited access to ACCUs. So I'm just interested how you see ACCUs being accounted for in our national accounts when it comes to obligations under Paris and the 1.5 degree target goal. How do we account for that when we go back to the UN?
Yeah, great question. I'll have a go at it and I'll defer to Polly as well. But the short answer is that few people realise that the accounting rules that we're using for ACCUs and the accounting rules we use for our national inventory report to our international partners are broadly unrelated. There's overlap between them, but there is nothing that any country in the world can do or would care to do about how we decide to generate carbon credits from soil, from mangroves, from promising not to chop down a tree. We as a nation state are free to waste as much time and as much money as we want, paying money to do things that don't actually sequester carbon. But when it comes to actually reporting, we, for example, rely on satellite imagery data, and if there's more trees, that's good. If there's less trees, that's bad. So, yeah, we've kind of got this bizarre conversation taking place that, you know, we have to spend money on ACCUs because it will help us meet our international obligations. But to be crystal clear, if the ACCUs lack integrity, if the ACCUs aren't linked to activities or outcomes that are measured in the National Inventory Report, the ACCUs are just us wasting our time. It's like printing monopoly money. Polly, would you?
Yeah, I would just, I was just going to simplify it more. And the only time an ACCU, a carbon credit, represents something that shows up in the national inventory is if, say, a farmer is given a carbon credit for planting a tree and the tree grows, they get the carbon credit. Then the satellite data, satellite picks up that tree and then it's recorded in the inventory as, say, a tree that's worth 1 tonne. There's absolutely no crossover otherwise. So it's all pretend accounting. And there's a very good reason why Australia is keeping its domestic offset scheme domestic. Because if we were to open the door to trading our carbon credits internationally, we would have to participate in a global accounting framework where every one of Australia's carbon credits that, you know, may or may not represent 1 tonne of CO2 is recorded as part of an official accounting framework. And so you just have to ask the question why it's not participating in that whole accounting framework. And it's because most of the offsets generated would not be reflected in it. Like we would effectively be selling, tallying monopoly money and then being busted for the fact that it was counterfeit.
So earlier we heard that the International Energy Agency's estimates of our methane emissions are 60% higher than the government's estimates. Has someone done the analysis of actual land sector abatement that we could legitimately put onto our inventory and go to the UN and say we're doing this versus the ACCU system that we have with the, you know, dozens of methodologies? Like, what's the discrepancy?
So we do that anyway, and that's why the ACCU system is so farcical, is because it's all happening anyway, but just not being recorded. Sorry, I'll just step back. We do all that anyway, and it's all picked up in our international accounting. The problem is that the techniques that we use to account for the amount of carbon our soils are storing, or the amount of trees that have grown, is pretty rough. There's some suggestions that this model, FullCAM it's called, is picking up too much green cover. We don't have long-term sort of historical references for how much carbon our soil stores, so a lot of it is very rough. You know, we assume that, oh, this is UNFCCC accounting, therefore we must be using the best methodologies, the best emissions factors and stuff. You've just said, like, they're clearly not picking up how much fugitive methane is being emitted. Potentially, we don't know whether our trees are actually storing the amount of carbon that they are, because it's really rough. It's just picking up green, basically, on satellite data. Australia's gotten very lucky with its accounting because we've had a lot of rain, and that's just meant that trees have grown, essentially, and that's all picked up in our national accounts. So we get to say, oh, Australia has reduced its emissions by this much because those land sinks mask all the emissions from industry. If it turns out that actually, FullCAM is, the algorithm's not quite right, we're overestimating how much carbon is being stored in soil, that could look vastly different. It's all very rough, you know, just because it's part of this official framework doesn't mean that it's actually really happening.
And also, like, to be clear, a lot of the methane estimates in Australia are just purely modelled. Like, there aren't people out there measuring this stuff, it's modelled. And if you look at where the sort of fugitive emission factors come from, they're often actually international numbers from someone else's geology being used to have a guess at what it is in Australia. So I'm no expert in measuring fugitive emissions, but I do know that when you rely heavily on one data point, you know, from one circumstance, it's a dangerous thing. So yeah, I fear that. Well, let's go back. If it was as simple, if tackling climate change was as simple as paying someone to not chop down trees and paying someone to manage their soil differently, why didn't we think of this 30 years ago? Like, how come every other country in the world is actually decarbonising their economies? You know, if you strip out the impact of rain on Australian tree cover, you see that actually in Australia our fossil fuel emission use has been rising. It's falling in all the other developed countries. So here we are at a minute to midnight with a magic accounting solution. How come we didn't discover it earlier?
I was just going to also add, all our land-based accounting is modelled as well. No one is counting trees, and all carbon credits predominantly are modelled too. That's been the biggest issue. So whether it's soil carbon or human-induced regeneration, it's all down to a model, and you need to be pretty confident that that model is correct to be able to assume that they can offset industrial emissions tonne for tonne.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I will just say that the Act amendments do not include international credits, and I would question some of the veracity of your absolutism on the fact that nothing works. But on that, I would ask, you proposed a carbon tax, like a $25 carbon tax, would be better than the safeguard mechanism. Do you feel that that would incentivise facilities, captured facilities, to actually make change? You've got yours at 25. I mean, you did reference just before that was just, you know, it's an arbitrary number. And the current number that we've got is 35 in terms of which one would encourage facilities better. Do you see a carbon tax? I mean, obviously there's the theoretical notion of a carbon tax and there's the reality. We've been through the reality previously, which didn't go well. But do you feel that the carbon tax would be better and we just don't do the other things?
Like nearly all economists in the world, I think a carbon tax would be an efficient way to solve this problem. We didn't actually propose a carbon tax, although I'd be very happy to have one. If the ACCU price was lower than the fixed price we've put forward, then it wouldn't be a carbon tax. It would be the safeguard mechanism offsetting scheme, hopefully with some actual integrity behind the offsets. As to which number would generate the most abatement, the higher the number, the more abatement. That would absolutely be crystal clear. It wouldn't be linear, though, and the way that firms abated wouldn't be linear either. And as you've proposed it, as your government's proposed it, you've got a fixed cap price that brackets may or may not be a cap at $75. That seems quite high to me. And a penalty price, which I don't understand at all, at $275, that seems quite high to me. I think it's interesting you think that the Gillard government's carbon price didn't work, because what happened was the economy grew and emissions fell. So if you're asking me what number do I think would be the right number for a simple carbon tax, look, I'd take any number. And I think if it grew gradually over time, you'd give people certainty. And if back in literally 1998, I think I first suggested a $1 a tonne carbon tax that went up by $1 a year, because I actually think the first dollar would drive most of the abatement, because investors would look forward and think, yeah, it's only going to get dearer. But yeah, so we didn't actually recommend a carbon tax, but, you know, be very happy to see one, as would nearly all the economists in the world. But I think if we're going to have something like a safeguard mechanism, then it seems very odd to treat the cement industry and the expansions of oil and gas and the manufacturing sector as if they're all the same.
But would a carbon tax or a fixed price not do exactly that? But also it would, the money would then go, as a tax, would go into the government, and then you would be assuming the government would then make decisions about what was going to be done to change behaviour, or because this isn't just straight out, let's stop doing X. This is an entire behaviour change. This is an entire sort of industry and economy shift that we need to achieve to reach our targets.
Yeah, no, unfortunately it's not, because it only applies to an arbitrary number, 215 entities, and most of the low-cost abatement available happens outside of those entities, and most of the low-cost abatement doesn't happen in the land sector. I mean, once upon a time we thought carbon credits would be cheap. Now we're talking about $75 a tonne. So, no, we don't have an economy-wide anything under this scheme. That's the problem with it. In terms of giving firms an incentive to change their behaviour, my point is a simple one. It's at the moment, with current technology, it's just impossible for some firms to change their behaviour. The reason economists prefer a carbon price to, and no other country in the world has really tried this, the sort of carbon credit approach, is that a carbon price does two things at the same time. One, it provides a price signal to change behaviour. Two, it collects revenue that can be used either to either compensate people or invest in good things. What we're proposing to do is shovel enormous amounts of money from the covered sectors onto the owners of land sector projects, who are going to see ACCU prices rise from $12 to $30 to $70. And that money, that enormous amount of money that we're going to use the power of the state to force the manufacturing industry to buy these offsets, when we give all that windfall profit to the people selling the offsets, they don't have to do anything to help Australia cope with climate change at all. So that's why economists like collecting revenue. But if you want to give an enormous windfall gain to people who happen to have a block of land that happen to have a tree clearing permit, that's okay, but it's an enormous opportunity cost.
I think you and I would disagree significantly on many of the characterisations, so I don't think it's worth kind of going there. But I do think that the Chubb review and the tightening up and the recommendations in there are going to make a difference. Like, the integrity is really important. It's really important to the government. It's really important to everyone, that if we're going to take this sort of pathway, that integrity is there and is solid.
But it's interesting, isn't it? Because before the Chubb review, we were assured there was integrity.
Hence the review.
No, the Clean Energy Regulator, the Carbon Market Institute, the industry said there's no problem. And then the Chubb review said, big problem with avoided deforestation. Human-induced regeneration, that's not working the way we planned it. So I guess the assurances that there are integrity from people now sound very similar to the assurances that there were integrity from the people who were adamant there wasn't a problem. How much integrity is enough? I guess, again, like the carbon price, that's a democratic question for you.
Yeah, and I suppose one of the things, as we would all know, is that this is a highly politicised scenario, which hasn't helped us at all in the last number of years. Okay, thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate you coming in and answering questions for us. We are now going to suspend and take a lunch break. We will come back at 2 p.m. And we will have with us the Climate Action Network Australia, Australian Conservation Fund and Lock the Gate Alliance and Climate Works. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Apologies for the delays, but I would like to welcome representatives from the Climate Action Network Australia and Mr. Trail, and joining us via video conference, the Australian Conservation Foundation, Lock the Gate Alliance and Climate Works. I do understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. I will get you to state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today. Mr. Trail, we might start with you.
Thanks, Senator. Dr. Barry Trail. I head up a project called Solutions for Climate Australia, which is a federally focused project with Climate Action Network Australia.
Great. ACF?
I am the Program Manager for Climate and Energy at the Australian Conservation Foundation.
Thank you, Senator. I'm Suzanne Harder. I'm a Policy Advisor on Climate and Energy at the Australian Conservation Foundation.
Great. And Climate Works?
Thanks for the invitation, Senators. I'm Anna Malos from the Climate Works Centre and I'm our Australian country lead.
I'm Courtney Turner. I'm the Program Impact Manager in the industry system at ClimateWorks.
We then have a Sam Moorhead and a Carmel Flint. Could you please state your name and the capacity in which you're appearing?
Yeah, I'm Carmel Flint. I'm a National Coordinator with Lock the Gate Alliance.
And I'm Sam Moorhead. I'm the Research Coordinator with the Lock the Gate Alliance.
Lovely. Thank you very much. We will go first to Senator Duniam.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for making yourselves available to be a part of the inquiry today. I just treating this as a group, and I'll allow whoever wishes to go first, and under the guidance of the Chair, whoever wants to order first, go in the order they will. Just around the operation of the safeguard mechanism and the desire to achieve the 30% reduction by 2030. Has there been any analysis undertaken by anyone here about how the facilities caught up, the 215 facilities caught under this mechanism will achieve that, or how best it could be achieved with the way things are in the current landscape? If anyone you would like to...
Mr. Trail.
I'll jump up.
Oh.
Sorry.
You go, Suzanne.
Thank you. What we have analysed is the impact of new entrants. So the facilities within the scheme have been assessed, and we have seen the government's numbers on that. So the emissions, the 28% proportional share that they currently make up of our overall total emissions would be the same percentage that they would make up in 2030, and that's what's driven the baseline decline rate with a reserve. So we can see those numbers. The reserve looks like it's around 17 megatons. What we don't see, however, is the impact of new entrants on that overall picture. So presumably we will have now a set carbon budget, which we would like to see legislated, and that has a number on it. So that's quite useful. We have a cap of around 1,233 megatons between now and 2030. But the problem really is that the analysis that has created the reserve it's a little bit murky. So we don't know exactly what has been included in those new entrants. But when we have commissioned some pieces of work, one by ERI, another that was a WA case study, and we have one underway right now. What we do see is a couple things. One is that there is, in fact, a pipeline of new projects, particularly new coal mines and gas facilities that will be bringing new emissions under that cap. So that's an issue with regards to either blowing out the cap if the reserve isn't big enough, and also putting a cost impost on all of the facilities, those 215 that are in the safeguard currently. But another issue that we've noted is that a further uncertainty is how expansions of current facilities will be treated and how extensions of current facilities will be treated, because those also under a production adjusted baseline, which moves up and down with production, sort of an intensity baseline. That means an existing facility that somehow manages to tap into a new gas reserve, for example, will bring those emissions into the safeguard under an existing facility. So this all hinges around how new facilities are defined, which is a point that we have put in our submission. A new definition, or a very clear definition on facilities, will be very, very important for us to better understand those emissions that are going to come into the scheme, and whether that reserve is even close to being adequate, alongside what we feel are new requirements needed for new entrants. Thank you.
Mr. Trail.
Yes. Thanks, Senator Dunningham. Just to follow on from what Suzanne said there, we've released a report today from Climate Analytics, which I'm happy to share with the committee if that's useful. I won't attempt to go into the details here, but it reinforces Suzanne's key point there from two other analyses previously done. There's now 3 separate analyses which show that new entrants would bring in significantly more emissions into the pipeline and risk blowing out the safeguards mechanism in a whole range of ways, affecting the ability to reach the 43% target, which is fundamental, but also flowing through on wiping out the supply of ACCUs for other participants in the mechanism. So I really wanted to flag that strongly if I could. All these analyses are based on a series of assumptions about new entrants, but I would flag that they're different than the government's analysis. And that I think is something, if we're not working on a firm foundation of agreed facts, that is of concern if we're trying to nail down the best outcome.
Sure. And I think Mr. McFadden, did you have, yes?
Yeah, thank you. It's relevant to the question, but I guess it increases the scope of the question, if you can indulge me for a second. What we're keen to see in this bill is really a more stringent application of a hierarchy of abatement when it comes to the best ways to reduce emissions and get them down through to the weakest ways of doing so. And that hierarchy of abatement looks like facilities, particularly new facilities, demonstrating that in the first instance, they've done everything they can to minimise their emissions, then avoid those emissions and then abate them. And then, of course, what we want to see through this is a prioritisation of facilities playing in the safeguard mechanism credit market, particularly new entrants, where we think that new entrants should be entering the system at net zero, so as not to overwhelm the system, and should be doing so with safeguard mechanism credits rather than offsets. So we're supportive of offsets, but we think they should be a last resort, and there should be this hierarchy of abatement being applied to facilities, particularly new facilities entering the system, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Well, look, that is helpful. And just on that, I mean, this idea of a hierarchy of sponsors, so yeah, the Australia Institute talked about separating out sort of emitters, and there are some you could catch now and some you deal with later, and identified cement being one. I mean, is that what you're talking about, Mr. McFadden?
Yes, it is, because what we want to see is a greater, I guess, product differentiation between those industries that are high emissions and need to, over time, leave the Australian economy, particularly fossil fuels, from those facilities that we want to see stay in the Australian economy, even though they're high emissions, but provide a facility that helps them to abate their emissions in the best possible way. So cement, aluminium refining would be in that category. And we don't want any perverse outcome in the scheme that makes it more difficult for those industries that are high emissions to get their emissions down under the safeguard, because they're in some ways being inadvertently penalised by the system, because we're still trying to cater for coal and gas projects, especially new entrant coal and gas projects, making, for example, safeguard mechanisms more difficult or more expensive to acquire, or by fossil fuel companies, I guess, hoovering up ACCUs to the detriment of facilities that we want to see remain in the Australian economy, like cement and aluminium refining and so forth, them in some ways being disadvantaged because we've tried to create a system that caters for new coal and gas entrants.
So just on that though, I mean, like you've talked about ways of abating, and offsets are a last resort, I think has been stated. And so obviously you would prefer to take other avenues, but in the instance of, say, cement or aluminium refining and manufacturing, I mean, what options do they have to deal with their excess emissions over the baseline?
Quite a few over time, and more opportunities for industries like aluminium refining and cement, technological advances that allows them to reduce their emissions over time. But there are currently options available to them. I mean, Rio Tinto is currently actively engaged with various state governments and NGOs such as ours to look at how to decarbonise their significant aluminium and alumina refining emissions. So there are opportunities available to them, but it does come back to my point that they will need to access safeguard mechanism credits. That's where we want to see those the market we want those industries playing in. We do acknowledge the government's concern about there is at the moment, it's difficult to know the initial availability of safeguard mechanism credits and the extent to which there'll be enough at the start of the scheme. And that's why, while we don't support unlimited indefinite offsets, we understand that's the government's position, and we'd like to see a design feature in the mechanism that reduces the reliability and accessibility of offsets over time from that unlimited commitment that the government has down to a much smaller figure by 2030. And we recognise that even the government's own RepuTex modelling through its departmental briefings says models that SMCs will make up about 20% of the safeguard mechanism system by 2030, and we'd like to see that built into the system so that there's a gradual but demonstrative reduction in offset reliance between now and 2030.
And so just on this reliance on offsets, I mean, there's been modelling, and I think take it as you will, but the Minerals Council suggested that there would be a 200% shortfall in the amount of SMCs available. So, you know, there are some figures out there around the inability to actually access these credits. The alternative is the penalty. I mean, for those who can't meet their target or go under their target, and therefore no SMCs are generated. Are you comfortable with the penalty that's built into this legislation?
I'll make a brief comment and then cut to Suzanne, who is the author of our submission. But the submission does include, reforms, I guess, or recommendations around reporting, around an increase in the discretion of the regulator and some tightening of the penalty provisions in the current design, as well as an increase around transparency and the public availability of documentation so that the public has much more transparency with how penalties are applied and treated. Suzanne, I just want to invite you, if you've got anything to add to that.
Just make two comments, one with regards to ACCUs and one with regards to SMCs. So the first is that the conversation is extremely binary around ACCUs. It's either unfettered use for existing and new facilities or you know, strict limits, but that's not really where it is. For example, we've suggested that limits could be sector specific. They can be set on a percentage basis. They can be phased in over time. So there's other ways of getting at this so that you can still actively have sufficient limits and you can carve out those hard to abate industries as well. But with regards to SMCs, so it's true, we've recommended that SMCs be treated favorably be accessed before ACCUs can be accessed, because they do represent more genuine abatement. And I won't get into the integrity concerns around ACCUs, but we still have them. SMCs do represent more genuine abatement as long as you genuinely remove headroom, which it looks as though we're working to do. However, provisions like banking, which allow facilities to come in and even potentially hoard SMCs in the system, would get in the way of that SMC supply, safeguard mechanism credit supply that you just mentioned. So one thing would be get rid of the banking provision as one provision to address that. The other thing is that when we look at the incline of new facilities over time that would require those SMCs, they don't all start in 2023. In fact, there's quite a gradual incline for a while, and then past 2030, we see more emissions coming into the system. So it's not necessarily the case that they will all need those SMCs right off the bat when the supply is short.
Sure. Although if you've got that steady 4.9% per annum reduction, as is profiled in or proposed under what we're talking about here, there is going to be a requirement, I would have thought, like because some of the people industries I've spoken to have said that they might be able to achieve a lot more later on once tech speeds up that they've been investing in. So I'm just wondering how what you said is consistent with what they are saying.
Sorry, that they would be able to create more SMCs over time?
Well, no. So if they've got to make 4.9% per annum reduction every year until 2030, it's not going to be a case of greater reliance later on. They're going to rely as much now, probably more so, because tech hasn't come online in the case of some industries who are looking to transition out of some source of energy generation and into something less carbon intensive. So if they're not at that point now and they need to reduce by 4.9% but can't, so they need to, well, they're going to have to get ACCUs really, or pay a penalty. What you were saying though was that they might rely more on these. Are you talking specifically about SMCs towards the end? Is that when they become more available?
I think we're talking about two similar but slightly different things. So the existing facilities and new entrants. So it is true, existing facilities will immediately face that 4.9% decline rate, and they'll need to manage that annually. So we would hope that would trigger investments in mitigation technology right off the bat. But for a period of time, yes, they will be looking to see who's below their baseline to access SMCs. New entrants, however, I guess is what I was referring to, because one of the things that we suggested is that new entrants should come in at zero or net zero, only with access to SMCs as opposed to ACCUs. And that's what I was referring to in terms of those new entrants coming online, needing to access SMCs, and the supply of SMCs being generated over time.
Okay, and so to that end, just on SMCs, I mean, there's no modelling as far as I'm aware that sort of predicts how many will be available. It's all a little unclear. And so new entrants who will rely on them to be able to get their business off the ground. I mean, are you suggesting that we not allow them have access to ACCUs for the intervening period until SMCs become more available? Because that would seem to have perhaps a damaging effect on potential economic growth opportunities.
Yeah, do you want me to continue on? Yes, I understand what you're saying. So there's a lot of different ways, as I mentioned, that you could address an issue like this. For example, you could set limits on ACCU use and SMC requirements that are sector-based, genuinely hard to abate sectors and genuinely necessary industries or new entrants could be set in a category. For example, they could have a slightly higher access to ACCUs or come in a slightly above net zero. So our point is, however, that the new entrants, particularly fossil fuel entrants that are bringing significant emissions into the scheme, from what we can see from modeling, that is the large entrants is fossil fuel entrants, which is why we're focusing so much on setting requirements that would stop them from bringing huge emissions into the scheme, penalizing everyone else, creating more work under the current carbon budget, and potentially trying to offset fossil fuel emissions with land sector offsets, which in and of itself is problematic. So we're trying to address that situation by putting this net zero requirement in place without access to ACCUs in the first instance. But again, you could do a carve out for certain industries, certain sectors, hard to abate.
I'm going to share the call, Senator Donohue.
Oh, sorry. Yep. No.
Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for participating in this hearing today. Obviously, there's lots of questions still to be answered because we don't have all of the data and all of the information. I'm looking forward to a good session with the department tomorrow to try and get to the bottom of some of that. But I'm wondering if any of you have done your own calculations on what you expect the total emissions from new entrants are expected to be.
I'll have a first go, Senator. Climate Analytics released a report we commissioned today. I'd happily go through the figures, but unfortunately my computer's just run out of juice. I can't remember them.
Okay.
Apologies because of the delay. But I'm happy to share that. But in the broad, and this was repeated as Gavin and Suzanne from ACF mentioned in two previous assessments by different researchers coming to similar conclusions, is that the modelling shows that very large, the new entrants will bring, both coal and gas, will bring in very large volumes, potentially to the total number of emissions of ACCUs that would be assessed, the total number of ACCUs that would be required under current projections, the current government projections, 100% or more. So I'll share those figures. Apologies, machine's just down. I can't produce the figures. Our report's just out today.
Okay, well, if someone from your team could perhaps email them through to the Secretariat, that would be great, and we can have them tabled. Does anybody else want to jump in relation to that question?
I think this is ACF's report that I'm referring to, so if they want to go, they can, but the ERI report suggested 11.4 million tonnes per annum to 28.4 million tonnes per annum by 2030 from new fossil fuel entrants. And it looked only at the most likely new entrants, those which were very well advanced, and was based predominantly on the company's own figures, but it also included Beetaloo Basin emissions based on Reputex estimates, based on some work that Reputex did for us a couple of years ago.
If I could follow on from that, again, Senator, and I think this goes back to a point I made previously, is that we can only go on the available data.
Yes.
And to some extent it is grey, trying to predict whether a gas or a coal company is 100% going to do X in 2030 is not a black and binary piece of data. But these three different assessments have all come to similar figures. They're different to the government figures, and we'd really like to flag that as a significant issue, not to simply point to one set of those numbers and say these are absolute, because they're not. But whenever there's a debate on a situation and there is mixed data and no foundation of agreed facts on something as fundamental as this, you can easily end up in an echo chamber of people talking from different data sets and going nowhere. So I'd really like to emphasise the need to get to a common understanding, or at least if there are disagreements on those future predictions, what are the different underlying assumptions there?
All we need to do is look at the discrepancy of the methane reporting to understand how crucial it is that we actually know what figures we're working from. Thank you. The government themselves has named 7 gas projects that will start before 2030. They haven't identified the coal projects that will proceed, and perhaps this goes to the elements, Ms Flint, that you were just touching on there, but has anyone done any work on which coal or other gas projects you expect to commence under the policy as currently announced?
Well, we don't see any impediments to any new coal projects under the policy, really. So there's a whole suite of coal projects and expansions currently on foot in New South Wales. There's 8 new coal projects, expansions currently proposed, including the Glencore Yancoal Hunter Valley operations, which is the largest thermal coal expansion in New South Wales since the Paris Agreement. So these are very, very large projects. And then in Queensland, there's a whole raft of projects, including projects like Whitehaven Coal's proposed new Winchester South coal mine. So basically, we think there's going to be a whole lot of new coal projects come into the scheme. And we haven't seen anything that it would create any impediment, given we're dealing with companies that have just made windfall profits in a very good position to buy ACCUs. So that's how we see it'll play. In our experience, the coal sector has done little or nothing to reduce emissions to date, so they're well placed to do well out of a sort of industry average baseline. There's a whole suite of tools they could be using that the IEA has identified right now to reduce their direct methane emissions, which they're not using. Professor Ian Lowe reviewed a whole set of projects in New South Wales and found that the measures they were using wouldn't do anything substantial to mitigate methane emissions. So we have a huge problem with coal and gas. They're effectively unregulated at present in terms of direct emissions, is our view.
So that's the current players, let alone those that may come in as new entrants under this scheme.
That's right.
That touches on some of the issues that I was asking the industry groups earlier today, both the Chamber of Commerce and AI Group, that those sectors that are genuinely hard to abate seem to be getting the raw end of the deal under this scheme. Is that a fair assessment? Anyone? Yep.
Mr. Trowell?
Yeah, look, I think it goes back to a very fundamental point here, is as currently constructed, the safeguards mechanism is sector blind. But to go back to earlier comments, is the lithium industry is not the same materially as the gas and coal industry. The gas and coal industry, their fundamental product is polluting, and that has enormous consequences economically, socially, environmentally, of course. That's not the same with a lithium mine or an iron ore mine or a copper mine, whatever. So there's, we're constructing a situation here at the current trajectory where we're having very large new entrants coming in that will have the potential to massively increase the pollution of an industry that globally is on the way out. And how do we construct a situation? And I believe, and I think my colleagues online will also support the fact that it should not be sector blind. They're materially different circumstances because they're materially different pollution and outcomes. Yes for cement, yes for aluminium, yes for steel, transport, etc. But the fossil fuel industry is not like that. It's an industry that needs to, for the global good, and it's very rare you can say that unequivocally, the global good will disappear sooner or later. And so how do we construct a situation with the legislation, regulations, the templates to put in place that maximises that so we get the public good without affecting those genuinely hard to abate, at least with current technology, those generally hard to abate industries, which we still want there in 10 or 20 or 30 years.
What do you think happens in a situation like a new project like Scarborough? We've just seen Woodside announce $6.5 billion worth of profit today, up over 200%. I mean, this is a company that is making windfall profits off the global crisis we're in. And when I mean crisis, I mean what's going on in the Ukraine. What does this scheme do for projects like new entrants like Scarborough if it's set at 5% rather than if it was 100%? Do they think?
I'd like to just. Oh, sorry.
No, you go.
Sorry, I was just going to quote from a report. So we did commission a case study that was just focused on the pipeline of new entrants in WA, and that prominently featured Woodside because Woodside was going to be responsible for the vast majority of those new emissions. And one of the concluding comments was that if loopholes in the safeguard aren't addressed, the cost of abating what they figured was only about 220 million tonnes of, this is just the scope 1, the scope 3 was enormous, but scope 1 that they didn't already have abatement plans in their documentation for, just that little portion of a massive amount was going to mean a cost transfer of about $9 billion at current carbon prices. So that was a cost transfer because bringing those emissions into the scheme was ultimately going to go to other industries and other businesses and ultimately be borne by other Australian businesses and ultimately passed on to Australian consumers. They said that Woodside was the primary beneficiary of what is an effective subsidy with a cost of abating the direct residual emissions from its new projects totaling around $7.6 billion passed on to other industry. So it's quite, the numbers are very significant, and they're a big contributor to the emissions that are likely to enter.
Mm.
I guess our additional concern, Senator, is that, and it comes back to Suzanne's earlier point about the need to tighten anti-avoidance definitions in the bill, where what Woodside will intend to do, very likely, will be to treat the Scarborough project as an expansion or an extension of its existing operations on the Burrup Peninsula because of the existing infrastructure it has there, and not be treated as a new entrant, which it should be, which we still think is a problem with this bill. That's an area that definitely needs to be tightened. And secondly, again, coming back to this unfettered, indefinite, unlimited use of ACCUs, is that Woodside will simply attempt to offset its way to net zero, which will be a paper outcome and not an outcome that actually substantially reduces emissions in the real world.
Mm. And what about then also the integrity of these safeguard mechanism credits? And we've had serious concerns raised around the integrity of credits, not just land-based credits here in Australia, but internationally. We know that they are riddled with a lot of spin and not a lot of rigour. There's examples of forest in PNG being destroyed, even though it's being claimed to be protected, for example. What's your view, and I think this particularly to ACF, what's your view around the integrity of the SMCs?
Thanks, Senator. I'll jump in, and Gao, feel free to jump in with me. So that's correct, and thank you for bringing that up. So ACF was involved in some early investigations, and obviously Andrew McIntosh from the ANU has done quite a significant amount of work here, but we did some serious investigation as well with regards to the avoided deforestation method. And when we looked at that method and the claims that were being made around the ACCU generation coming off of it, the numbers just did not add up in any way, shape, or form. It became very clear that around 1 in 5 of those ACCUs that were being generated had to have been junk. They had to have been more or less, well, they weren't worthless because people were paying for them, but they weren't worth the ton of abatement that was being claimed. Then we had the Andrew McIntosh come out with further concerns around 2 other methods, human-induced regeneration and landfill gas, and that prompted the Chubb review. And that's great. It's good that the Chubb review happened and that there will be an additional integrity commission added. But there are still concerns around the integrity of ACCUs, particularly with regards to the safeguard.
Just one more.
Because those 3 methods that have so many concerns wrapped around them have multiple projects that already exist. And the thing that Chubb was unable to do, obviously would have taken a lot of time, was on-ground audits, more investigation into the other methods. But in terms of those 3 methods, the projects that will be generated between now and 2030 under those very problematic, potentially very low integrity methods could be the equivalent of more than 60 million ACCUs. And if you look at the total abatement that will occur under the safeguard, it's 205 million tonnes by 2030. So if you assume that 60 million tonnes could be offset through low integrity ACCUs, that represents a very significant concern. So in our view, there needs to be additional measures put in place to make sure that safeguard facilities cannot access low integrity, particularly low integrity ACCUs that will be generated in the system. There can be protections wrapped around that. And then moving forward, we obviously need to ensure high integrity ACCUs only. And then, as we've already said, limitations on ACCU use overall.
I've got a final question, but I can't help but just point out this terminology of low integrity credits. It just does my head in. We're talking about shams and junk credits and credits that look nice on paper but actually aren't delivering much for the environment. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And I'll just make one further thing. And offsetting fossil fuel emissions that are going into the atmosphere immediately and will be there for many, many, many years with a sham credit is extremely concerning.
Yes.
Could I just add
Yes,
an
sure.
accessory point there? Even if you had, Senator, the absolute best carbon credits available, offsets available, they're still not the equivalent of stopping pollution going in the air. Regenerating, protecting forests is vital, but your offset may be burnt, it may die in a drought, there may be unforeseen management changes in 100 years. They're not the equivalent even when they're the highest integrity. And there's been some pushback from the government, some people saying, oh, we'll apply a discount rate then to allow for those risks. There's no foundational science, this is my trade, there is no foundational science to estimate what those risks are of a drought or a fire in 50, 70, 80, 100 years. So you can't apply a discount rate that has any validity, they're not the equivalent.
Well, this comes back to this point, isn't it, that it's not just about balancing the amount of carbon pollution in the atmosphere. We actually have to draw down, we actually have to stop producing so much pollution in the first place. Not just finding another piece of paper to say, ledger to write it up on.
Indeed.
I'm interested in the view, particularly of ACF, but any of the other groups before us today, of the assistance of a climate trigger in our environment laws to deal with this issue. I mean, I just find it crazy that we have environment laws that give a green tick to projects that are actually going to continue to destroy the environment through climate damage. Is a climate trigger something that you would like to see?
Thanks, Senator. So ACF's position is that there should be no new coal and gas approvals in Australia. And we hold that view because we know the best climate science says so. UNFCCC, the IPCC, the International Energy Agency and so forth all agree with that view. So then the question becomes how you do that. There would be ways potentially of doing that in a design feature of the safeguard mechanism, but we're not ideological about that. There may be other ways. Another option before the government will be EPBC reforms due in the next 12 months or so, hopefully by the end of the year. There'll be several ways to strengthen the way climate impacts are addressed in our national environment laws. A climate trigger is at the moment kind of classified as a grab bag of ways to reform the EPBC. There'll be several ways that we'll need to insert climate into the EPBC. The climate trigger is one, but not the only way of doing that. And we're certainly sympathetic to a view that would enable reforms to the EPBC to, if not rule out new coal and gas, make sure that any facility, particularly any new coal and gas facility, over 100,000 tonnes, so therefore triggered as a facility in a safeguard to be assessed for its climate impacts under the EPBC as it enters the safeguard mechanism system.
Thank you.
Thanks. Can I just quickly ask ClimateWorks, your recent Energy Transitions Initiative report, it shows that some key sectors covered by the reforms need flexibility in implementing abatement this decade. Can you just give us the quick elevator pitch on that? And why that is?
On why it is that they need flexibility.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Just checking that it's on why it is that they need flexibility specifically.
Yes,
It
the
does
flexibility
do, I think,
piece. Why do they need flexibility? There's quite the argument going on about whether there should be flexibility or whether there should not be flexibility. I'm just trying to sort of tease out why you think that there should be flexibility.
Yeah, so we looked in the industry ETI analysis at technology pathways from 2020 to 2050, and there's a very different picture for each of the supply chains that we looked at, and the technology picture is more or less certain across those supply chains. And it kind of gets back a little bit to Senator Dunningham's question about why sometimes it's harder to do things and why it's not. So really it is about whether the technologies are clear and ready to be deployed. And for some of them, they're still looking at emerging technologies, and there are multiple technology pathways that need to be resolved. So where there is that level of uncertainty, we've done emissions modelling across the economy, seeking a lowest cost emissions reduction pathway to understand what that looks like. And we've showed that you can get to a 92% emissions reduction. What it means in practical terms for policy measures is that you can't get there without a coordinated approach. That coordinated approach includes finance, government and industry action. And that coordinated approach would include understanding better what the technologies are in relation to that. I would just jump in to talk a little bit more about the modelling, if that's helpful.
Sure. Brief, but we'll keep it brief.
Yes, I do. So the ClimateWorks and CSIRO modelling that we've done show that the sectors we looked at have substantial opportunities to reduce emissions on the least cost pathway. And across the industry sector, we calculate from the modelling that the rate of emissions intensity declines per year by an average of 8% between 2023 and 2030 in a scenario that limits warming to 1.5 degrees.
Thank you. So in terms of that sort of investment and everyone playing their part that you were referring to before, what do the mechanisms include, like the Safeguard, the Powering the Regions funding, the National Reconstruction Fund? What you're saying is that all of that type of activity needs to work together? How do you see that playing out?
Yeah, so we called that a nationally coordinated approach, and it could mirror for industry what is happening in energy as an example. It would link work supporting innovation and encouraging investment, developing skills and jobs for new industries, and a place-based approach for renewable energy industrial precincts, for example.
And do you see, if all of this was to work together, this is assuming that the bill passes and the safeguard mechanism does get reformed, do you see there being a job tick up or tick down? Because again, that's another debating point.
Yeah, jobs go up in the report that we looked at. So we're looking at 1.35 million jobs out to 2050. And there are a range of capital expenditure and operational expenditure jobs just based on capital investment in renewable energy.
And so if the safeguard mechanism is not amended and the new safeguard mechanism and rules do not come into being, how does that impact in terms of the kind of modelling you've done and your assumptions in the report that you released last week?
So we, interesting and a kind of a good point to kind of differentiate on, the model that we look at doesn't do facility level analysis, but we can aggregate up to have a kind of a broader look at subsectors. So impossible really to say what would happen if there was no safeguard or if there was. We modelled a carbon budget approach with a series of policy mechanisms in them, and I'd have to double check, but I think existing policies were included in our incremental scenario.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions for Canna and Dr. Trail. Thank you for your time, everyone, this afternoon. I'm interested in your recommendation around a carbon mitigation hierarchy and how a hierarchy could be enforced.
I'll actually pass to Suzanne, my colleague, who will have a more precise answer, I think, Senator. We're agnostic on how it could be done, but a simple bureaucratic enforcement mechanism where a company was obliged to look at the market, track the market for CMCs, for safeguard mechanism credits, before pursuing ACCUs, would, I think, be relatively straightforward to construct. But in saying that, I will defer to Suzanne, who's a better policy detail person than me.
Thank you, Barry. So there are different ways that this could be done. So the hierarchy is what Gav mentioned earlier, which is the minimise, avoid, abate, and use ACCUs as the last resort. So there are ways of requiring facilities covered by the safeguard mechanism to demonstrate that they have taken those steps and taken steps to achieve genuine on-site emissions reduction before they gain access to the purchase of SMCs or ACCUs. So just in the way that the safeguard mechanism currently requires a plan to be provided to access the multi-year monitoring periods. In that case, facilities have to show that at the end of the multi-year monitoring period, through X, Y, and Z, through the various actions that they will take, their emissions will be below baseline at the end of the period. You could have a similar requirement where they would need to provide a report to the regulator, to the clean energy regulator, that could document those steps that had been taken on site. You could even, if you wanted to go further, you could put an audit around that to ensure that they had taken advantage of all available opportunities. But certainly it could be a reporting requirement in the first instance.
Thank you, Ms. Harder. And just on that point, in the explanatory memorandum, it says that if a facility is using SMCs above 50% of their baseline, there's a discount on those SMCs. When it comes to the use of ACCUs, should there be a discount over a certain percentage if you are trying to drive people towards that hierarchy?
If I could,
I would suggest that there should be an extra impost over a certain percentage use. So we would want excessive use of ACCUs. This is in a situation where we didn't have strict limits, which we prefer, but you could do a threshold whereby facilities that are accessing over a certain percentage of ACCUs to meet their annual obligations under the safeguard would then have to pay an extra levy or an impost on each additional ACCU that was used. And one option would be to put that levy into a fund that would fund additional abatement. That funding could even go into household electrification or energy efficiency or small businesses, but it could be an income generator and it could be assessed at excessive use of ACCUs.
Do you have a view on that threshold?
Well, what was mentioned earlier is that the government modeled a 20% ACCU use in 2030. We don't know what happened until then because that hasn't been revealed, but we do know that 20% was considered an acceptable level in 2030. So you could start with consideration of a 20% threshold, but certainly you could go up and down from there.
And then in your report, you recommended that the word net be removed from the object of the National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Act. I'm just interested in why you think that's a significant change and what would the ramifications be?
Is that directed at ACF?
Yes, please.
Okay, yes, sorry. Yes, so we did. Now, first off, we did welcome the fact that emissions decline was included as an object of the Act. So we want to start with a positive comment there. That was a welcome addition. Our recommendation, however, was that the word net should be removed from that object. And the reason for that is because embedding net in the object of the Act basically embeds use of offsets. So net is exactly what that implies. And it was our feeling that if you removed net, it wouldn't remove access to ACCUs, but it would limit them substantially.
Okay.
So we just wanted that update in the object.
Thank you. And then for Canna, in your submission, you said that there should be reporting on emissions reduced on site versus emissions that were reduced using offsets. What should be reported? Do you have any ideas around the mechanism for that to increase the transparency?
Oh, look, I think it'd be pretty straightforward again in the reporting on to the energy regulator on their requirements under the safeguard, the range of reporting requirements under safeguards, reporting on how the abatement was delivered, what was done on site, genuine reductions on site, what was through safeguard mechanism credits, what was done by ACCUs, and not that anything else is on the table, but if something else is on the table, reporting on those. We see that as quite a straightforward and non-burdensome requirement, given that the company has to report on their abatement figures. And will have done their own mathematics very simply to determine how that was done. We don't see that as burdensome at all.
So they're doing it anyway, just make it public so it's transparent?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for being here and for your submissions. Just going off Senator Grogan's line of questioning for Climate Works, can you please explain, does the Energy Transitions Initiative work show a need to offset a residual amount of emissions to get to net zero by 2050?
There is a residual in the findings that we have of around 8%, and what we've said is
Sorry,
that
can I just stop you? I wonder, Ms Turner, you're very, very difficult to hear. I wonder if you could take, I'm not sure if your microphone is on those headphones and maybe it's not really helping us. Sorry.
Is that a bit better?
A little bit. Thank you.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. Yeah, thanks for the question, Senator. Yes, we do find that there is an 8% residual at the end. I think important to know that the model that we use does have inputs for land sequestration. So we look for emissions reductions first, some land sequestration which comes through, and then there is a 92% emissions reduction that we show across the sectors.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And I'm just going to open the floor. I'm going to ask some questions and whoever wants to jump in can jump in, like Senator Duniam did. So if the choice is between the existing safeguard mechanism and government purchase of offsets or the reforms proposed by this bill, which is better for the environment?
I'll have a top of the head response, Senator. I'm tempted to go to the old, it's a hypothetical, we don't deal in hypotheticals, but I won't do that. There's fundamental issues around offsets, as we talked about. To reiterate, they're not the equivalent of avoided pollution because of long-term risks, even for high integrity offsets. So if government funding was just being taken from polluters to buy offsets and it was just done in a slightly different way, I can't, top of the head, I can't war game all the pieces at once, but I don't think that would be materially different for the environment. it would come down to the details of how the offsets were bought, the regulatory environment, the details. It would come down to a lot of details. That would be my short response.
If I can add, Senator Gavin from ACF. So if we're really referring to access of the $600 million allocation in the Powering the Regions Fund, our view would be that that facilities should not be allowed to access public money for the purchase of ACCUs, especially the fossil fuel sector. We actually welcome the federal government's commitment thus far, as we saw in the last October budget, to begin to remove public funding for the fossil fuel sector. There were some significant gains there, and we wouldn't want to see a retrograde step where fossil fuel entrants that we would like to see exit the Australian economy be able to access public funds in order to purchase access. That would be another subsidy to the fossil fuel sector.
So I'm just curious to know that if the Parliament does not agree to this reform of the safeguard, and in what I guess, quoting you, would it be a retrograde step for us to, are we able to wait another decade to debate how emissions can be reduced from these sectors?
Mr. Trail.
No, we absolutely can't wait another decade, Senator. As to the immediate question of, the tough political question in front of all of us in different ways is, do you let it through? Do you get it through even if it's not perfect versus it's nowhere near good enough? That'll depend for myself. I'm not trying to speak for colleagues, but for Climate Action Network, that'll depend on the details. That will depend on the details of improvements that could be made and we think should be made. Now, and again, to go back to, I think, the core of our submission from ourselves, and I know from many other allied organisations, is can we deal with the issue around unfettered offset use to avoid the risks there? And can we deal with the problem of new entrants where you have potentially very large fossil fuel polluters coming on and then causing massive distortions in the system, how it works, but of course, fundamentally also in more pollution.
You mentioned...
Sorry, jump in if I may. Because I think with one of the things we found that ClimateWorks has found over the years in all our work looking at these kind of least cost reduction pathways and whether that applies to heavy industry, like the work that my colleague Kylie has been talking about, is what matters is that you are getting a consistent signal, so that there is a signal to industry that it has to reduce its emissions, that there's a signal to investors about what the pathway forward is, and that, that the policy, whatever it is driving towards the overall reductions in economy that Australia needs, so that it's in line with the Paris Agreement, with getting to net zero emissions in a way that, is with integrity and fits with our national accounts. So if the safeguard mechanism drives that signal, it will work. If it doesn't, then, we are just kind of moving emissions around the economy.
And if I can just round that off to say, on ACS perspective, is that we want the safeguard mechanism to pass. We want the regulations and the bill to pass. We want this mechanism operational by the 1st of July. That's our position, with the improvements that we've suggested, which we think will strengthen the safeguard mechanism substantially and actually make it a good mechanism. It's not necessarily our preferred option for emissions reduction. We understand that, and we retain significant concerns around new coal and gas projects being approved, but we would like to see the safeguard mechanism pass with the improvements we've suggested, and we've been urging all parties involved to work constructively to see that happen.
Thank you. So just to reiterate, you don't think there's any reason not to pass the bill if you think reforms could be improved?
Well, we think there are a lot of reasons not to pass the bill in its current form. They're the improvements that our submission wants to see. So we've tried to produce submissions into this process that provide design feature improvements that we think deliver a good mechanism that will achieve real emissions reduction. So that's a significant caveat, right, to that the mechanism being passed. But we think they're reasonable and deliverable improvements that means that this scheme will go a significant way to delivering what is intended by the bill.
Okay, and just finally, from my understanding, the primary purpose of the bill is to allow for crediting below facilities baseline. Why do you think that is an important reform?
Do you want to have a crack at that, Suzanne, or do you want me? Go ahead.
You happy for me to go? Yes, we actually do support that part of the bill. And the reason for that, it does provide, as Anna just mentioned, a signal, an important signal for facilities that are able to reduce under their baseline decline rate to do so, to invest in the technologies that they do have available and pushing production. So adding and safeguard mechanism credits are more reliable, more genuine options for that reason. They exist within the safeguard, and it keeps the emissions reduction in the safeguard. So that's a positive. There is a residual concern, and that is that they are automatically generated. So if the headroom that currently exists in the production adjusted baselines isn't totally removed, then we do have a bit of an issue there because they'll be generated for abatement that doesn't occur. But philosophically, we do support the safeguard mechanism credits being part of the safeguard mechanism.
Okay. Thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you. Great. Thank you so much for all taking the time to be with us today, and apologies for the delay. We do appreciate your patience and your efforts in contributing to this inquiry. Thank you. I would now welcome representatives from the Australian National University and the University of New South Wales Canberra Emissions Reduction Fund research team to come to the table. Great. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. Excellent. For the Hansard record, can we just go along and have you state your full name and the capacity in which you appear? And if we start over this side.
Sure. Hi everyone, my name's Marie Washka. I'm part of the ANU research team.
Hi, Dean Ansell, also part of the ANU research team.
Andrew McIntosh, Australian National University.
Don Butler, Australian National University.
Dr Megan Evans, University of New South Wales, Canberra.
Lovely, thank you very much. We'll start with Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here, and I know we're running a bit late, but I think we're getting lots of questions raised through this whole process, so it's good. I'm obviously interested in the integrity issue in relation to the existing ACCU scheme and the credits that are available there. I'm concerned that some of the issues that have been raised, I'm worried about what that means under this new credit system. The SMCs. The Chubb review was supposed to settle the controversy. I mean, that's what we were told. It doesn't feel that that has necessarily happened. I think there's still a lot of questions. So I don't know whether maybe Professor McIntosh, to you first. What are the key problems you see outstanding with the integrity issue in relation to these credits?
A good place to start, thank you, Senator. That's the first thing to say, isn't it? The good place to start is what the Chubb Review recommended. And by and large, we agree with most of the things that they came down with, particularly on the governance side. Some really positive recommendations there. They probably went a little bit short in that they didn't recommend open standing provisions for the CFI Act, which we strongly support and strongly recommend. But by and large, what they recommended there should ensure that going forward, we have a good scheme. When it comes to the methods, the recommendations there are also reasonably good as far as they go. Again, though, for new projects going forward. Where the Chubb Review fell short in our perspective is existing projects. The review was very clear that they did not review any projects, and that has always been our primary concern. And as a consequence...
Can you just unpack that? What do you mean by that?
So they did not review any individual projects to ensure compliance with the method requirements, to ensure that they're performing as they're meant to. And in relation to the
what
biggest...
was the purpose of the review then?
You'll have to ask them. I mean, one of the primary things that we're focused on is a method called human-induced regeneration. This method accounts for about 30% of all credits issued to date, and in last financial year it was 40%. Going forward, it'll increase even more just simply because the number of projects that are in the system. So our estimate is by sort of this year, next year, possibly the year after, it'll hit 50% of issuances in that financial year. Now, that method is one of the areas that we're extremely concerned about, and the primary reason there is that we're pretty sure, actually almost certain, that the vast majority of the credits there do not represent real abatement, and they certainly don't represent additional abatement, and yet the Chubb Review did not review a single one of those projects.
And why do you say that they don't represent genuine abatement?
Because they don't meet, well, firstly, just from a straight legal perspective, we're pretty sure that most of them don't meet the eligibility requirements. The land areas included are not eligible, and the primary reason for that is that they have been located in intact native vegetation. This is despite the fact they're meant to be regenerating forests. Probably a good moment to pass to my colleague Don, just to lead you through the basics of that method and what I mean when I say that, and the importance of when I say that these projects are located in intact native veg.
Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Senator.
That's okay.
Yeah, so essentially the full name of the method spells out its core intent. It's a method for human-induced regeneration of a permanent even-age native forest. And that even age gives you a sense of the starting conditions that are assumed in the method and in the model that's used to estimate the amount of carbon stored in that forest. And that is that you're starting from next to zero in terms of the vegetation that's there now. I'm not sure if you've got access to the slides that we provided, but in that slide pack there's a map that shows the distribution of human-induced regeneration project areas. I believe it's the 6th slide.
Oh, yes.
And the grey shading...
The one with the map of Australia, yeah.
So each of those pink blobs on the map, or red, is a human-induced regeneration project area. That's the outer boundary within which these projects are supposed to be regenerating even-age native forests. And the grey shading in the background shows the extent of extant native vegetation as recognised by the National Vegetation Information System. So that's essentially a native ecosystem performing its functions, somewhat modified potentially by grazing and other historical factors, but for all intents and purposes, native vegetation. So there's instantly, I think, an obvious issue with that overlap, and that is that those places are already supporting native vegetation. They're not near zero in terms of the existing carbon stocks, and that means that the model that assumes that they are near zero when you start these projects is going to overestimate the amount of carbon that's stored, even if you're able to trigger regeneration in those places.
Yeah, and can I just jump in there again, Senator? If you turn back to page 4, which is an image of an area on the left-hand side that is cleared. You can see it very clearly. There's rows of basically trees that have been pushed up together.
Mm-hmm.
That's how human induced regeneration projects should start. So you should start with an area that is cleared, and it's very clear. As soon as you look at any satellite imagery in that part of the world, you'll be able to see it yourselves. You can use your smartphone to do this. This doesn't require high tech. So that's what you should see when they start. And then the whole idea is you start with an area that is cleared, and then you end up with the image on the right. So you take it from a cleared site to a site with forest. Everybody sitting at this table on our side fully supports that project. It's a really good idea. It's smart, right? You have an area that's been cleared, then you offer the farmer carbon credits in order to grow it back. Now, if you turn over to the following page, on page 5, this is actually what the areas look like. So you're starting with an area that has vegetation, trees all over it, and then what are they doing? What are they adding? They're meant to be across that whole area, should see a cleared landscape at the beginning and then regrowing, but they're starting in sites that are largely intact and are at their maximum carrying capacity. Now you might say, oh, but don't they go out and measure the trees? The answer is no, they don't. They use an area-based model that is based around the concept which I showed you on page 4, that the site starts at cleared and ends up at a forest, a regrown forest. What happens when you apply that same model to this landscape is you're essentially just handing out credits for people to grow trees when the trees are already there. Now again, this does not require high tech. You can simply see this, and so our question left us scratching our head is, why didn't the Chubb Review look at this? This is so obvious, and this is what we've been pointing out again and again and again, that these sites are so obvious, it's so clear that we're handing out carbon credits to grow trees that are already there.
So can I ask a question? How many of the projects under the HIR category methodology look like this versus?
What we don't have, well, we're not allowed to talk about openly about what are called the carbon estimation areas, but what we can say with 100% certainty is that 97% of the project areas of these projects are located in intact native vegetation. Now, we're following every single one of those projects using satellite imagery, and what we also know is for sure is that the areas that have been cleared in these projects are largely not included in the areas that have been credited. So on I think a rough estimate for us is at least 97% of the area that's been credited is looking like that rather than looking like that.
And sorry, why can't you talk more about the details of that?
We're not allowed to disclose the details of the carbon estimation areas.
So that was one of the recommendations of the review, that those areas should be released. Through the course of our work over the years, we have seen some of these things, but it's still confidential information.
Mm.
The catch is, even if you look in those areas that the project sets a bound around, there aren't many areas at all that look like the preferred model. One thing that the Chubb Review did do was clarify that core intent. So our argument with the Clean Energy Regulator has been going on for some years now, and it's been difficult to get them to accept that it wasn't appropriate to implement this method in extant native vegetation. So that's one step forward, but they're still in a state of denial about the problem they have on their hands.
And the Chubb Review recommended that crediting to these projects cease until they demonstrate compliance, yet you can see the credits are still flowing. And the Clean Energy Regulator also hasn't issued any statement about its position on the Chubb Review, because ultimately it doesn't matter what the government says, it doesn't matter what the minister says about the implementation of this method. Clean Energy Regulator is an independent statutory office who does not have to follow instructions from the minister except on high-level issues. So that's Section 41 of the Clean Energy Regulator Act. The minister does not have the power to issue a directive to the regulator to implement and administer the method in accordance with what the Chubb Review found and what we argue is simply the law.
Mm-hmm. And then what about avoided deforestation? What, in terms of that as a methodology, have you got concerns about that?
Yeah, absolutely. There are well-published issues on avoided deforestation, principally just the rate of deforestation within the project areas would have to have been much higher than it has been historically for the issuance of ACCUs to be justified, the number of ACCUs that have been issued.
If I jump in there, the simplest way to understand this is to look at the map of where these projects are. These avoided deforestation projects are all located in the west of New South Wales, and the vast majority of them, in fact, I think it's 94% of them, are located into the Western Local Land Services region. So we're talking way out west. The rates of land clearing out there are very low for a very good reason. It's dry. It's not economically sensible to clear vast areas of land. There is clearing that goes out there, absolutely there is, but not on the scale that would make it logical for the areas that are currently being credited for just basically for the mass to stack up.
And if I can just interject briefly, Senator, this is why the CHOP review recommended that no new projects be registered under that method. But for that recommendation to be given effect, the Minister would need to revoke the method. So that's still unclear whether that will occur.
It's actually happened now.
It's actually happened?
Yeah.
Apologies.
And so then on the HIR method, how many credits have been are currently under contract for using that? I mean, you're worried about these staying there on the books, right? Like this is kind of while they're there on the books, there's a false understanding of how much carbon is actually being offset. So, do we have a sense of how many contracts this includes, how much it's actually worth, and how long those contracts last for?
It's actually not so much that they're contracted, it's that they're going to be able to be used under the safeguard mechanism.
So it's retraded effectively?
Well, they'll be generated over many years. Most of them have at least 20 years to run on their crediting period, so we're going to see another, if nothing happens, 20 more years of credits from these projects. And on our estimates, we did some analysis to try and look at how many credits are going to be generated by existing projects, and only existing projects that have reported. So that's a subset. So I think from memory, I think it's 239 out of 370 projects, give or take. And on our analysis, we suggest that between now and 2030, about 61 million ACCUs, high risk or low integrity, I think you were before saying junk credits, will be available for use under the safeguard mechanism out of existing human-induced regeneration projects, and only a subset of them. If you actually included all projects and they get credited, as has been happening in the past, it's going to be well in excess of that.
So what's your solution? What do you think should happen in order to ensure that under this new system that there is that these sham credits are not able to be used?
I think the most important thing straight up is for the law to be administered as it says, that the project should be forced to comply with the law, and we're pretty confident that would knock out most of the projects. Now, we don't have any confidence that that is going to happen, and as a consequence, we're here saying the best thing that you could do to reduce the risk to the safeguard mechanism posed by these credits and these projects is to restrict them, block them and prohibit their use under the safeguard mechanism.
And can you just give us that figure again? 61.
There's 61 million are likely to be available for use between now and 2030 under the safeguard mechanism. 61 million, and again, really emphasise that does not include 139 projects that have not reported. So when you include them, it has to be more than 70 million just from human-induced regeneration projects. So it is absolutely by no means a rounding area. This is a huge proportion, and if you think the safeguard mechanism total estimated abatement is 205, so if we're talking 70 plus million low integrity credits that are in circulation, it will almost cut the integrity of the effectiveness of the safeguard mechanism in half.
And Senator, I'll just refer you to page 8 on that slide deck, which includes some of the results of our modelling, which shows those high-risk, low integrity or junk ACCUs in the context of the safeguard abatement. We've also, on the following page, on page 9, we've also relayed that estimate in the context of annual emissions from your average kind of high-intensity coal-fired power station. So what we're looking at as the risk of these junk credits on the safeguard mechanism is essentially having a coal-fired power station open, saying they're closed, but continue to emit year on year for up until 2030.
And sorry, Senator, can I just jump in? I've just realised I've had a massive brain fade, and apologies to everybody. The 61 million is not from human-induced regeneration alone, it's from the three bigs, from human-induced regeneration, landfill gas and avoided deforestation. Apologies for that.
So effectively, making up effectively half of the abatement proposed for the existing facilities, let alone before we've allowed for the whole system to be expanded.
These are the existing projects, the existing HIR projects, which we're not confident are going to be dealt with in any real way by the Clean Energy Regulator. That will continue issuing these junk credits. This is before we even start thinking about new HIR projects that might be registered in the future.
Okay. So if these credits were simply put against the test that that exists, that they're meant to be about actually generating abatement, how many of them do you think would be knocked out of the system?
That if you did what we're recommending, which is blocking the use of human-induced regeneration ACCUs from existing projects, blocking them from landfill gas unless they adopt higher baselines, and blocking avoided deforestation, then it's going to be at least 70 million ACCUs that we blocked from use under the safeguard mechanism.
And could they be? Is there an alternative to them?
Yes, they can be sold into the voluntary market, and a lot of them are still on contract to the Australian government, so they can still sell under their contracts to the Australian government. Ideally, with human-induced regeneration projects, they'll be forced to comply with the law, which will knock most of them out. But let's assume they don't, then they can just be sold to the Commonwealth. And I should emphasise on landfill gas, more than 90% of the landfill gas industry are in full agreement with us that the baselines are too low. They've signed this, they have documents. If any senator wants those documents, I'm very happy to share those documents with you. They've actually called for the method to be changed themselves to reset the baselines. And I know they've also met with the department, asking the department to get on with this process, and yet we haven't seen any action of yet.
Chair.
Thank you. Senator Canavan, I believe, is on the phone.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Thank you very much for the very interesting evidence. Can I just drill down a little bit more into the human-induced regeneration methodology? In the areas that don't have or haven't been cleared that you've mentioned, what does a landowner have to do to get the credits to? I think your submission seems to indicate reduced grazing, but does that mean they can still have some animals in this area? Or, I mean, what's the threshold here before something starts generating carbon credits in terms of how many cattle they have to get rid of?
Yeah, it's a good question, isn't it? And probably best put to the regulator. But our view from having worked in and around these projects is that reduction is sufficient. The measure is that grazing should be at a level where it's not suppressing regeneration. So long as regeneration's occurring, your grazing is assumed to be okay, and that's an issue because regeneration can happen because of La Niñas and other things as well. But fundamentally, that's not really the big problem, which is the one we mentioned earlier, that they're not deforested areas.
Well, in lots of these areas that you're talking about in Western New South Wales, they wouldn't, the grazing itself wouldn't be the issue for regeneration, would it be? It'd be the arid conditions. Is that a fair fair generalisation.
I think if you're saying that the main reason they're not forest now is that it's too dry to support forest, then yeah, that's my view.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just add to that, Senator, you know, we totally recognise there's certain places where grazing has suppressed regeneration. There's no sort of debate about that, but that's very much the exception rather than the rule. And so where you see that, we might see, you know, certain areas where, let's just say they had 200 trees at the beginning and they're able to add an extra 10 because there was particular circumstances whereby grazing was suppressing regeneration. The big issue at the moment is, rather than just getting the credits for the 10 extra trees, which should be just straight common sense, they're getting credits for 210 trees.
I mean, aren't we, and this might be going beyond your particular focus, but to my mind here, the issue then is that we're getting very little benefit in terms of reduced carbon emissions, but with the removal of livestock, we are getting an economic impact on these rural towns. And certainly from people I've spoken to in Western Queensland in particular, there's a lot of concern here that these areas are impacting on the economic viability of small rural towns. And then, as you've suggested here, not even delivering an environmental benefit for that cost. Have you looked into the impact on those towns and the local economies of reducing livestock?
I've certainly been in... Oh, sorry, Megan.
Senator, some of my work has examined some community perceptions of carbon farming out in the Mulgalands in Western Queensland, so not New South Wales. And there are a lot of community concerns about these projects. Some of these, I guess, concerns relate to pre-existing concerns relating to rural decline and impact of, communities essentially, leaving regional areas to find jobs elsewhere. There is, it's difficult to disentangle attribution as to whether it was the carbon projects that prompted that issue or whether it was already there and the carbon money enabled people to leave when they wanted to anyway. There's been surprisingly little economic modelling looking at this. My work was qualitative, but there are certainly a lot of conflicting concerns. Some community members are really positive about it, some are negative, some have both negative and positive perceptions.
I mean, the thing is here, while there obviously has been some areas that have been in decline in rural areas in recent decades, there's never been more positivity and opportunity. Beef prices are absolutely through the roof, and so it's particularly soul destroying for these towns that have had it tough through drought and many issues. That here's this opportunity with massive demand for Australian beef, and along comes the government, or effectively the government, with a bunch of incentives for cashed up Sydney-based, largely investors, to buy up land and lock away a community. I mean, why hasn't anyone done, as you said, any modelling, quantitative modelling on this? Is that something ANU's looking at, or have you asked for grants for? It seems like it's going to be a very big issue given the size of the credits you're talking about here.
Yes, Senator, it is an issue. I think my fear sometimes is that the way carbon farming has been promoted to landholders is overwhelmingly as an opportunity. And that is certainly the case a lot of the time, but there are also risks. And, I think we need to be honest and to be clear that when we talk about these kind of policies, there are winners and losers. Some of the individual winners or those who have benefited from carbon projects in these areas, are benefiting, but the broader community might not necessarily see those benefits, so they have a negative view. These do have big impacts on regional remote communities, and so some of my co-authors have argued that we actually need to look at these the impact of these policies as essentially from a lens of transition, noting that we actually need to support these communities to transition to low economies rather than essentially using their land to provide offsets for fossil fuel companies.
Can I just jump in there as well, Senator, just to add to that? One of the things that we've been concerned about, particularly following the Chubb review, was that if the Chubb recommendations are implemented, and they're implemented fully and professionally, then a large amount of the area, as I said before, at least 97%, something like that, will need to come out of these projects. Now, if that actually happened, which we don't think the regulator's going to follow through, but if they did, the ramifications for some of those communities would be really acute. There's a lot of landholders that have received a lot of credits for regrowing forests that are just not there, and they could be required by law to hand back a huge chunk of those credits. And that, as you would know, that would wipe out a number of those landholders, and that's one of our concerns. And still to this day, the government is not being clear about what's going to happen with these projects. They said they're going to implement the Chubb review fully, and they implement recommendations fully, yet it doesn't seem like that's happening, and there's no pathway forward for the proper to ensure that that's going to happen, nor is there any warnings being issued out to the investor community and to others that the full implementation of the Chubb review could have serious ramifications for existing projects. And I think that's a terrible shame, because this is a financial market, and it's incredibly important that financial markets are run transparently and openly, and I don't think that's happened to date.
Yeah, my primary concern is not the landowners in this instance, because they can agree to these contracts. It's the small business owners in the town that are they're third parties, if you like, innocent third parties to the contracts that are otherwise done between financial institutions, investors and landowners. Often, many of those landowners don't live in the area in any case. I just wanted to drill down. You mentioned before to Senator Hanson-Young that there was some carbon estimation model you can't speak about. Can you tell us even what that is? What were you referring to? I might have put the term slightly wrong.
No, it's just carbon estimation areas, Senator, and that just refers to the areas on the properties that are actually being credited, so where the forests are meant to be regenerating. So, unbelievably, we, the public, are not allowed to see the precise areas of the property where the trees are meant to be growing. That probably has you scratching your head. It certainly has had us scratching our heads for a long time, but that's simply what it is. Just the CEA data is what people refer to it, but just think of it as lines on a property showing you exactly the areas that are meant to be regenerating.
Okay, and when you say you can't tell us that, you don't have that knowledge, you can't know it yourself, or you know it and you're not allowed to disclose it because of confidentiality agreements?
Yeah, we have through our work, we've seen carbon estimation area data. We have carbon estimation area data. We're not allowed to show that to anybody.
Is some of the findings you're provided to us, are they the result of analysing that data without disclosing the details of it?
Not the specifics, but because we know when we say with confidence that we're sure that there's going to be a large proportion that's ineligible, we know exactly how they stratify, because we've seen that's how they carve up their properties and draw these lines. We know how they do this, so we know the areas that would be included and those that would be excluded. That's the real insight that we've gleaned from seeing this information.
And I think, sorry to jump in, Andrew, I think this links really clearly to the issue of transparency that we had around the role of the CER in looking at these projects. So in the Chubb review, where it says that the panel did not review any individual projects, they also then stated that should any project under the method be found to be non-compliant, that the CER would use existing provisions to address non-compliance on a case-by-case basis. But because we don't have access to that information, I guess it's all in their court. There's no transparency allowed there. So that's one of the things that we're hoping will come out of the review.
You can obviously provide, we have provisions to allow the submission of confidential information, but not knowing what you have or what information you've been using here, do you think the information you or the CER would hold on this issue would be useful to allow deliberations around the safeguard mechanism if we had it?
100%, Senator. That information should be out there right now. And we see a lot of carbon aggregators, and they've probably turned up today and they've told you, this is great, the offsets are fantastic. Our response to them every time is, if you're so confident in the integrity of your projects, show us your carbon estimation areas. They're under no restriction. They can show it to anybody they want. So if they're so confident, then why won't they show anyone? Why won't they release it? And the answer is because they know what we know. The carbon estimation areas are full of existing trees and they're covered in intact native vegetation.
Right. Okay. All right, well, I'll leave that to other members of the committee that are voting members of this committee to see if they want to collect that information. Look, my final question, and this might be going outside your area, if we were to knock out all of these low integrity methods, obviously that would cause some issues in the carbon credit market. Have you at all looked at, or anyone else that you work with at ANU looked at, or I think you're from UNSW as well, aren't you, looked at what that would do to the carbon market, in particular what would be the equilibrium price in that market if these things were to be ruled ineligible?
Yeah, we have, Senator. These three project types account for the bulk of the credits issued under the scheme. As a consequence, if you followed our recommendations and blocked them from use under the safeguard mechanism, it would cause an acute increase in prices, and it's almost certain that $75 cap price will be hit. As a consequence, we're saying if the Parliament decides that that's what it's going to do, we'd also recommend that the cap price be lowered for an interim period to allow some adjustment and allow a transitional period of between 3 and 5 years. So we're recommending a price of between $50 and $55, and it's based on that premise. If you go to restrict and act to block low integrity credits, put in place that interim price cap. And I was listening to the conversation from the people before. If you remember what they were saying about what we're trying to do with this safeguard mechanism is incentivise large facilities to invest in new equipment and to bring forward those investments. Now, a period of 3 to 5 years with a lower cap price is not going to substantially alter those investment decisions. Most of this kit is long-lived, and as a consequence, those corporations are going to be making investments on the basis of what they think is going to be the price over a much longer period of time. So an interim lower price, I think, won't substantially give up a lot, but it will allow time for this offset market to adjust.
Do you have a quantitative figure on the substantial increase in the price?
No, look, off the top of my head, Senator, I would have thought that AccuSupply would go from what it is at the moment, about 16.5 million accus a year, and drop down to something in the order of 3 to 4 million a year. So,
and the price increase would be depending on the demand curve, then, I suppose.
Yeah, that's right.
Pretty hard to estimate, particularly given the changes going on. Look, I just thought of another quick one, though. What's the next marginal or the next lowest marginal cost form of abatement? If you knock out, say, the human-induced regeneration, would the next one be revegetating cleared pastoral land, or is there some other method that would jump in here on the cost curve? Do you know anything about that?
Yes, our view would be, or my view at least, would be that you would see an opportunity in that cleared land, especially the regrowth in parts of Queensland where there's been recent clearing. There's still a lot of clearing goes on in managing that regrowth. It wouldn't have to be whole of property scale. It could be in the context of a grazing business. And as we've discussed, grazing needn't necessarily be incompatible with regeneration.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. We will now go to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I'm just to dig into your recommendations around qualitative restrictions. As I understand it, you propose to prohibit safeguard facilities from meeting their liabilities using accus from existing projects registered under various methods you consider problematic. But how do you see this prohibition working? Is it indefinite? What changes would be necessary to put them back on the list that's to be used?
You'd probably see in what we've recommended is it's sort of method specific. So for human-induced regeneration, our proposal is you block credits from existing projects if they can come across and transition onto a method that limits eligibility to areas that are cleared, I don't think I'm out of order in saying we would all be very happy. For landfill gas, it's that the government prepares a new method with higher baselines starting at 50%, and if projects can transition across to that, generate credits under that, fine, tickety-boo, you're off and running. Avoided deforestation is a special case. We'd say block them because there's no more projects and there's no easy way to allow them in. They're high-risk credit. As a consequence, you allow them in, you undermine the effectiveness of the safeguard mechanism.
And alongside that, you recommended that the provenance of credits used be disclosed by facilities. Like, how do you see that working? Where would that sit? And does that add sort of extra burden on them? How do you see that playing out?
You can pretty much automate all of that. As it's required under the registry, that's where I'd put it. I'd put it in the project registry or in the returns that are made by safeguard facilities. They're required to submit annual returns. You make them disclose there because they're all numbered, all the ACCUs are numbered, so it could be easily automated. So in the registry, you could just have that information appears for they used X number of credits from X projects, which are Y type.
And your recommendation to reduce the cost containment mechanism down and make it a penalty price, can you just talk us through why it should be turned into a penalty price and then where that money should be or could be best spent?
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I'm looking at my colleagues to see if anyone wants to jump in, but I'm happy to go for that one. Yeah, so the cost containment mechanism is internationally unique. You don't see a cost containment mechanism like this anywhere in the world. The idea that the government buys offsets and then resells them just puts us in a completely different category to everybody else. Or every other scheme that I know of has a simply penalty price. And we've always had it under all the schemes we've run in Australia, simple penalty price. Once you hit that price, you can either surrender ACCUs if you want to, or you can simply pay the penalty price. The beauty of that is just administrative, it's just so simple, but most importantly, it doesn't expose the Commonwealth to a liability. My big concern about that from an economic perspective is that if prices get to $75, then everybody who's currently under contract to the Commonwealth would have broken. The Commonwealth shouldn't currently have a big wad of ACCUs because they're required under Section 11A, I think it is, of the CFI rule to cancel the ones that they get and they get under contract. So if it gets near 75, everyone on the contract is broken. That means the Commonwealth has got to enter the market when the price is already very high. So they're putting more upward pressure on prices at a time when we want them to be lower. And then they're buying them, they almost certainly have to buy them at more than $75 and then resell them at 75. So it's a loss-making enterprise. Why would you do that from a policy perspective? I can't see any legitimate policy explanation for that. I can think of a good political one, but I can't think of a decent policy justification for that sort of mechanism.
So it's imposing a cost containment mechanism without pushing all the liability onto taxpayers to fund that.
Just a standard penalty price will mean that the Commonwealth actually raises revenue and then it can take that revenue and then use it to help with the transition of covered facilities or use it to support other activities, whether it be in the land sector or the agricultural sector.
And then just to a couple of questions around the Chubb review, which I think are relevant to this. There's been a lot of publicity about the concerns that the ANU, that your team have raised, but was it just you or the other people in this space raising similar concerns about these methods?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. You might see 5 of us here today, but I think all of us have been contacted by various other organisations, academics, industry representatives even, to express support. But I think people are generally afraid of reputational damage to come out and say something about the findings of the report. So I think it's safe to say we're certainly not alone.
And Senator, if we can draw your attention to page 11 on the slide deck that we've provided, is a list of 5 reports that we're aware of that have been commissioned by either the Clean Energy Regulator or the Department regarding the human-induced regeneration method that are not in the public domain, that I would urge you to consider seeing whether you could find these reports because they should be in the public domain.
And do you have a sense of why these concerns weren't addressed in the Chubb review? You talked about no projects actually being put under scrutiny, but...
Yeah, look, it's really hard to explain, particularly in relation to that basic issue about human-induced regeneration and the misapplication of the model. That's a really simple, basic issue. Hopefully everybody here today can understand what we're talking about. It was strange that that wasn't even addressed at all in the Chubb review, even though the terms of reference required them to look at the integrity issues being raised, and this was one of our number one issues, right? It would have ranked in our top, certainly our top 3 issues that we raised, yet it didn't rate a mention at all. That's made more strange by the fact that we know that they commissioned the Academy of Science to look at that at 4 methods. We know the Academy of Science commissioned a gentleman by the name of Dr. Chris Brack to make comment on that issue. Dr. Brack is an absolute expert in that field because he was one of the ones, the original authors of the model. He created the model. We know they received a report on that, yet there's no mention of the issue in either the Academy of Science report or in the Chubb review, which is just bizarre that this absolutely central basic issue is not mentioned. So again, I was sitting in your shoes, sitting in your seat, standing in your shoes. I would be asking why it wasn't addressed. Where is that information? Please release that information in order to provide full transparency on that issue and what the government and what the review did and did not know when it put out its report.
And Senator, I'll just jump in there also to say that we also had concerns that there wasn't any detail provided about the methodology that was used by the review panel to come up with their recommendations. That was something that we were expecting to see, and we just thought that it wasn't there.
Okay. And so just to clarify, with human-induced regeneration, if the carbon estimation areas were released, yourselves and others who have either full CAM or other modelling capacity could very quickly sort of settle it and either say, yes, crack on, HIR credits are good, or we've got a problem with these projects.
Yep, absolutely. And the easiest thing to start with is just that simple question. Do the carbon estimation areas contain substantial numbers of mature trees? If yes, these areas are ineligible. They should not be included. And that's a very simple thing that anybody can see. As soon as you get these carbon estimation areas, someone needs to load them onto satellite imagery, hopefully have a date around 2015, give or take, and then, or even if it's not 2015, you can see they're mature trees, and you can also, in many cases, trace back through time and see most of this vegetation's been there for a very long period of time.
Anyone with access with Google Earth could do this if they had this data. And the Chubb review did actually recommend this data be released. Again, it comes back to whether the regulator will follow through, or if aggregators could, they could release it themselves.
Okay. So there's legally, aggregators could, should they want to clear this up and be able to sell those credits under the safeguard mechanisms, they could release.
100%. There's no legal restriction on them at all releasing this information.
Okay.
So why the secrecy?
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here this afternoon. How would you implement your recommendation to require projects to transfer to new methods and support investment certainty in offsets projects?
The simplest thing to do there, Senator, with this bill is to block them from use, to block credits from those projects that we've identified from use under the safeguard mechanism. Then if the government wants to make new methods with stricter eligibility requirements and then allow projects that meet those requirements to transition across. This is a very common thing. It's happened all the way through the life of, firstly, when Labor was in government previously, it was called the Carbon Farming Initiative and then the Emissions Reduction Fund. It's a very common thing. You set up a new method or a varied method and then you invite people to transition across.
Okay. And do you think it's possible for safeguard facilities to reduce emissions by 205 million tonnes in the period to 2030 without the use of high integrity offsets?
I don't personally. I'll jump in there. No, I think offsets are important. You probably know, like immediately when this thing is introduced, many of those facilities, they don't have options because their investments in new technologies are lumpy, and as a consequence, they don't have many places to go. They will certainly do things on site to improve the efficiency with which they used energy. In some cases, they have other mechanisms to reduce emissions. But due to that, there's almost certainly going to be heavy reliance on whether it be a penalty price or offsets for an interim period while facilities adjust and line up new investments in equipment. So it's really important that there is alternative options, at least for a transitional period. But as we've said time and time again, if offsets are allowed to be used and they don't have high integrity, you are literally they're just making transfer payments to a very small number of people to make a very small number of people super wealthy. If you're going to allow people to buy themselves out of their obligations, then we're saying just get them to pay a penalty price. That way we raise revenue for the government and then it can be reinvested in legitimate emission reductions.
Senator, if I can just, I do agree with Andrew there, but I think there does need to be a distinction made between industries and entities where we have substitutes for or not. So, steel, concrete, etc. We don't have easy substitutes for those products. It's difficult to abate. Those industries, do need, these offsets in order to transition. But for industries where we do have cheap, easy substitutes like energy, electricity, enabling the use of offsets to those sectors is just delaying transition to renewable energies.
Thank you. And what measures were taken in relation to human-induced regeneration in light of the ERAC's review of the method which you were involved with?
This is the 2018 review where things called gateways were put in place. And so that requires, by law, requires projects to demonstrate that they're actually regenerating in order to continue to receive credits. Our concern is these gateways haven't been implemented. Hell, the original eligibility requirements haven't been implemented. So what faith do we have that those gateways will be implemented?
And finally, do you still support the additional rules regarding the assessment of forest cover?
The additional rules for the assessment of forest cover. Sorry, a bit more information. What happens at the beginning of projects, what they're meant to do is carve out areas of existing mature vegetation. So just think of a paddock with a bunch of mature trees on them. What they're meant to do is carve them out of the area that's going to be credited. And that's one of the key things that hasn't been happening. And the method's really clear on this. It says you can't include areas in your carbon estimation areas where you can't carry out the project mechanism. I think we can all agree you can't regenerate from soil seed stock in an area that already contains mature vegetation. You're basically saying you're growing a tree through the middle of another tree. It doesn't sound very sensible, right? And that hasn't happened. So if your question is, do we still support the idea that you require them to stratify and carve out areas of existing mature vegetation? 100% we do, and that's what we've been calling for 4 years, and we're still calling for it.
Thank you, I appreciate that. That's all from me, Chair.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Professor McIntosh, obviously we have parliamentary privilege in this committee. Any documents or information that you give us absolves your responsibilities around confidentiality. I would like to request that you, on notice, table any information you've got in relation to the carbon estimated areas. Obviously, we should also be asking directly from the Clean Energy Regulator, and I'll put it on the record now that as Deputy Chair of this committee, I would like the Clean Energy Regulator to cough up that information.
I'd also be asking the aggregators. They're the ones that are completely free to release that information.
Are you willing to give us what you've got?
I think we'll have to talk about it.
Okay. Well, I'd take, if you could take that on notice, that would be great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. We do really appreciate your time and the evidence that you've provided to the committee. And we will let you go about your day. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
The committee will now take a short break and return at 4:10. We might get started again, and I'd like to welcome via video conference representatives from the National Environmental Law Association and the Environmental Defenders Office. Do we have anyone in the room? No, all online. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you, and I would ask that you just provide your name and the capacity in which you are appearing. And Rachel is shaking her head. I assume that means you can't hear us.
We couldn't hear you initially, but I can hear you now, Chair. Thank you.
Great.
Sorry,
if I
we
can
can
get
hear
you
you now.
each to state your name and the capacity in which you're appearing, that would be great.
Thank you. I am Rachel Walmsley. I'm the Head of Policy and Law Reform at Environmental Defenders Office.
And I'm Brianna Collins. I'm a solicitor in the Climate Change Work Group at the Environmental Defenders Office.
Hello, Chair. My name's Mark Beaufoy. I'm a Director at the National Environmental Law Association.
Hello, Chair. My name's Tom Webb. I'm a Director and the Secretary of the National Environmental Law Association.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for joining us. I'll hand straight to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I'm interested, this I guess is particularly to the EDO, although if the National Environment Law Association has anything to add, please let me know. I'm interested to consider how we, to use a pun, I guess, how we safeguard the safeguard mechanism, and by that I want to go to the issue of, when you're reading of the bill, is there a chance that if there's a change of government or change of policy position, that the headroom of the baselines could be reinstated, and the ability to push down pollution kind of goes out the window if there's an argument that doesn't suit the economy at the time, or it all gets a bit too tough, or there's some big campaign from the gas and the coal industry. If those who are polluting the most start squealing loudly enough, once this is put in place, how much can we believe and trust that it will continue going down and not up?
Thank you, Senator. So in the view of Environmental Defenders Office, the exercise and the purpose of this bill is to strengthen the safeguard mechanism and to put those guardrails around it. We all know that a whole lot of the detail here is left to subordinate instruments and the rules that are yet to be confirmed. But what we want to see in this legislation are guardrails and that increased ambition, because as has been noted, I think, by the Chair this morning, since 2016, the current safeguard mechanism has actually led to a 7% increase in emissions, and it has been awash with flexibility, non-compliance, and real abatement has actually been displaced by the use of offsets. So what we need to see in this bill is actually that cultural change and that legal change to the effectiveness of the mechanism. So one of the things we desperately need to see set out in the key legislation is that capping, that limiting of offsets. We need to see a hierarchy put in place so that entities that are covered by this mechanism, they're first of all required to do on-site abatement, then second of all required to use safeguard mechanism credits, and that the use of ACCUs only be as a last resort, and that use is capped in, and there are a number of ways to do that. And as you say, headroom is a potential issue. We need to future-proof this strengthening of the mechanism so that it only ever gets stronger and more progressive. There are a number of legal principles that help here in policy design, particularly the non-regression principle that we've seen emerging in other legislation, whereby you can't weaken environmental protection, you can't reduce targets, you can only get stronger. That's absolutely going to be needed if we are to meet our own legislated targets under our climate legislation, and if we are globally going to meet the goal of the Paris Agreement. There's a range of different things we would like to see in this bill to really guard against that potential regression by future governments. And there are other principles such as the precautionary principle that really come into play when we're looking at policy of design in this context, particularly with setting baselines where we know things like methane measurement are highly inaccurate. We need to bring in the precautionary principle in our policy design as well. So we want to see things put in place in the head legislation, and then also that's reflected in the rules and subordinate instruments to make sure that the safeguard mechanism is strengthened and becomes a really, really effective instrument for the industrial sector. And having said that, we also would note that the safeguard mechanism is just one piece of the climate reform puzzle. In our opening statement, we've also tabled our roadmap for climate reform that actually identifies 58 recommendations across the legal landscape that need to be happening in climate reform. Yes, the safeguard mechanism is absolutely critical for bringing emissions from industrial sector down, but we also need to see that strongly tied to the climate targets, strongly tied to EPBC Act and a range of other legislation need to all work in concert if we're actually going to achieve the objectives.
Thank you. Your submission talks about wanting to see the minister given the power to prescribe what proportion of ACCUs a facility can use to meet obligations. The department may argue that they've already got the power to do this, but could you just elaborate on that a bit? Why do you think it's important that it needs to be an explicit power?
We would like to see a clear power in the Act for the minister to be able to cap the use of ACCUs, because otherwise it's going to be business as usual and we're not going to see the real abatement that needs to happen. So we've done some analysis of overseas jurisdictions where there are other ETSs in play that have been around for a long time. And it's really useful to look at the lessons learnt from other jurisdictions and where they've been effective. And the capping of offsets is not new, it's not unusual. As you're probably aware, the EU ETS, that caps their offset some time ago, and they're actually now banned on the EU. The Swiss ETS capped at 4.5%, and after 2020 they've also banned it. New Zealand has capped theirs, Korea has a cap of 5%, Mexico has a limit of 10%, California, the sub-regional ETS has 8%, and then that was ratcheted down to 4%. There are a myriad of examples of where there has been a clear power to cap the use of offsets, and as has been noted recently, the only country allowing for 100% use of offsets for mandatory compliance is Kazakhstan. So without a ministerial power or some way to limit the use of offsets, we are not aligned with international best practice, and in reality, we're not going to achieve what we need to do domestically.
So just to be clear, without an explicit cap, a facility could create all this pollution, including new entrants, all of this new pollution, and then just buy enough credits to offset the whole thing effectively.
That's correct. As we understand it, you can use 100% offsets for your compliance purposes. And as we've heard from a range of witnesses, there are some real integrity issues around a lot of the available ACCUs at the moment. So an entity may buy many ACCUs and say, okay, we've discharged our obligation, but those ACCUs do not actually represent a ton of abatement. There's not that integrity there. So that's why we're saying they should be an absolute last resort and they should be capped.
And I understand the argument about if they can offset 100% of their pollution, and we don't even know that there's these credits are legitimate, and whether they're dodgy credits or sham credits or whatever else you want to call them. But it strikes me that it's not enough just to offset anyway, and we need to be decarbonising. And so any suggestion that a facility, Woodside could, buy enough offsets to offset their newest project, it flies in the face, I would imagine, of what we've all agreed to do, which is to cut pollution.
That's right. What this mechanism needs to do is incentivise real abatement. So there's various ways to do penalties, there's various ways to set baselines, there's various ways to cap ACCUs and do carve-outs for, hard to abate industries. But we keep coming back to the point that this mechanism needs to result in actual, genuine, verifiable abatement. And that does need to be on site, and that does link to all the other levers that need to be put in place across the legal landscape to transition away from fossil fuel use to a cleaner economy.
Rachel, may I please jump in? And excuse me, Senator, if I may, just to reflect on your earlier question about what can we put in the bill to safeguard the safeguard mechanism. Obviously, as Rachel alluded to, whatever's in the legislation is going to be better protected than what's in the rules. And so as much as we can get within the legislation is a positive thing. But there are a couple of changes that I believe we've recommended or could suggest to the enabling legislation that could better protect the rules. Obviously, there's currently a provision which means the minister must make rules that are in line with the objects of the NGER Act. And we are supportive of the updates that have been made already to the NGER Act, but there are improvements that can still be made to that. One has already been mentioned today, I believe. Removal of the word net would help provide that the safeguard mechanism actually does decline emissions, not just emissions in accounting terms or emissions on paper. The other thing that could be done is actually incorporating some of the Carbon Farming Initiative Act objects in the objects of the NGER Act, or at least cross-referencing them. Those objects actually refer to removing greenhouse gas emissions from the atmosphere and avoiding emissions of greenhouse gas emissions. So they are, in real terms, speaking about the reduction of emissions rather than compliance with baselines, which I think is a positive thing. They also refer to making rules that are in line with the Climate Change Convention, Kyoto Protocol, and any other international agreement. Paris Agreement is unlikely to be the last agreement and has not been the last agreement that has been made on climate change at an international level. So keeping those objects in line with real world, scientific and internationally agreed climate change goals would be a positive thing. Currently, I would also note that the minister has to make rules. I believe the terms are if satisfied that they are in line with the objects. That's obviously a subjective standard, and the strength of that could be improved if it was drafted as an objective standard too. But we can propose written submissions on how that could be best implemented in draft terms.
And that would be very helpful, Ms. Collins, keeping in mind that our reporting deadline is very tight. But if there's a number of key elements like that, I'd be very keen to see. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very conscious of time, so I'll be as brief as possible, and hopefully this is the only question I've got. But with regards to whether it's buying carbon credits or it's making investments to make required emissions reductions, there's going to be an increase in cost to business. And has there been any work done by either of your organisations to assess how this will affect the cost of consumer items like food and fuel or building materials such as cement and steel?
No, we're a legal firm, so our expertise is a regulatory architect, so I'd refer to previous witnesses who are economists.
Right, so there's been no modelling done at all with regards to how this will impact Australians' consumers?
Certainly not by our organisation, Senator. Again, we're focused on environmental law rather than the economic impacts of the policy.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, if I can just come to the EDO's submission, there was recommendations that businesses should be able to reduce emissions and not use carbon credits. To make those sort of suggestions without looking at the costs or the investment required. Is that how this was done? You made the recommendation but didn't look at the costs?
So that recommendation was based on our analysis of the integrity of the carbon credits being used and the analysis that's been done by a range of experts. And it became quite clear that the carbon credits being used at the moment aren't equating to actual abatement. So again, what we're saying with the safeguard mechanism is the incentives have to, and the regulatory direction must be, first of all, for that on-site abatement, and yes, that does have a cost. And then secondly, for the safeguard mechanism credits, and the offsets must be a last resort. In the system as it's working at the moment, many entities just go straight to offsets because that's the cheapest abatement option, but that does not actually represent real emissions reduction.
I guess, we have to consider the real world and how it impacts consumers, not just what it looks like on paper. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is for the National Environmental Law Association. You make a recommendation to increase transparency around the holdings of ACCUs and SMCs in registry accounts. Just interested in the rationale behind this recommendation.
Thanks, Senator. It goes back also to Senator Hanson-Young's query that she put earlier, which the EDO answered. We also agree that under the current bill, the amendments to the objects of the Act will help protect the safeguard mechanism in that rules that need to be made under the Act need to be made consistent with the objects of that Act. And the Act currently expresses an object that it needs to contribute to the achievement of Australia's greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. So we do think, however, that those objects could be strengthened, and in many of the ways that Ms Collins expressed, we would also agree that those objects could be strengthened to actually build in the emissions decline that we're trying to achieve into the legislation rather than just into the rules. In terms of transparency, the other way in which, just to go back to the submission about the use of ACCUs, we also agree that this legislation wouldn't meet its objects if businesses were allowed to completely rely on offsets and buy ACCUs only rather than SMCs and reducing emissions themselves. And so we do think there needs to be some limit on that, but there is also that transitionary period of business adjusting to these changes. And our submission talks about not unlimited reliance on ACCUs, but that could be ratcheted down over time to limit the amount of ACCUs that businesses could rely on to meet their baseline targets. The other way in which businesses will be influenced to meet their baseline targets by reducing emissions is through transparency. So the number of ACCUs that a business buys or the number of SMCs that it uses will be disclosed on the registry, and that will have an effect in terms of corporate reputation on those businesses to actually reduce emissions rather than offset only.
Thank you. That makes sense. Another one of your recommendations was that a new object be entered into the NGER Act to prescribe the rate of decline, and that rate should be that which is required to move towards the goal of the Paris Agreement. We know that for political reasons, the government is not going to move on the 2030 target, but do you think that the insertion of an object that is not linked to the Paris Agreement still has value?
Yes, I think our position would be that the 2030 decline in emissions could be included in the object itself. There could be a definition which defines what that 2030 goal is, and that could be put into the Act itself rather than being just limited to the rules. And then after 2030, really the development of the emissions decline will have to be done through the rules because the work hasn't been done on that yet. But achieving that 2030 goal could actually be included in the objects of the Act now.
One of the other things that you put forward was that facilities under the 100,000 tonne threshold could opt in. Have you had an indication that there may be facilities out there that would do that?
We haven't done any specific research on that, Senator, but many corporates have set net zero targets, and the safeguard mechanisms provides a rigorous framework for companies to meet those net zero targets, and companies that are below the threshold, if they were able to opt in, this could provide a mechanism for them to assist in meeting their targets in a rigorous way. But also, as they would have to have baselines set for themselves based on their level of emissions, and then reduce their emissions below that baseline. That could make more SMCs available in the market for trade with other entities that have emissions that are harder to reduce.
Okay. Thank you very much. I've got a couple of questions for the EDO.
Thank you, Senator.
In your submission, you say that the safeguard mechanism changes could disincentivise real emissions reductions. Can you explain this concern and why you're concerned about that?
Thanks, Senator. Yes, that comes back to the point that if the revised safeguard mechanism still allows 100% ACCU purchase to discharge your compliance requirements, and ACCUs are still, there's a flood of cheap ACCUs that don't represent real abatement, then that's going to be the lowest cost abatement option for covered entities. So we're concerned that if that loophole still exists in the new version, we're not actually going to progress. So what we need to see is a regulatory design to encourage the real actual abatement that can be verified.
Okay, thank you.
If I can,
yep, go
can
for
I
it.
just add on the previous question, in terms of transparency, having targets and goals elucidated in an objects clause, I think that's really important to have that there. So we'd support that. But one of the other things we've seen in our analysis of climate law is real gaps between linking targets and goals and objects to the actual carbon budget that we have remaining. What we need is absolute transparency on how we're tracking against our remaining carbon budget, because we've only got 7 years to achieve our 2030 goal. So what we need to do through mechanisms like this, potentially, and through other pieces of legislation, is to be able to track how Australia's carbon budget is looking, and any new entrants, will they fit within that carbon budget? Any innovations we have in other areas, transport, energy efficiency, how that raises our budget. We need a far more transparent system of how to track and link all these legislative things to our actual carbon budget.
Thank you. You also suggest harmonising the purpose of the NGER Act with the CFI Act. Can you talk about some of the thinking behind that recommendation?
Bree, would you like to respond?
Sure, I can jump in on that one. Thanks, Senator Pocock, for the question. I spoke about it briefly before, and Rachel's kind of made a bit of a segue as well. It's really about making sure that our environmental legislation is consistently linking our goals to the science rather than policy and politics. And our current legislated climate target is a policy decision rather than based on a carbon budget, as Rachel has set out. The objects of the CFI Act are actually more closely linked to science and the Paris Agreement. And what it would do is make sure that we're keeping our eyes on the goal of 1.5 degrees and no more than 2 degrees, rather than a policy goal. We understand that the government is unlikely to shift on the current emissions reduction goal at the moment, but that just gives the legislation room to be focused on the environmental goal rather than the policy goal. It also, I think, if I may add, allows the legislation to be more ambitious than the current legislated emissions reduction goal. I think there's no harm in the safeguard mechanism being more ambitious. And I think that is preferable, especially I know there were comments raised by Senator Hanson-Young and I think a few others about methane underreporting, for example, and there being uncertainties in the science, which mean that even the carbon budget that we are currently aware of could actually end up being smaller than we think. And so to embed the precautionary principle, which many of you will know is a very common principle in environmental law in Australia, but also internationally, we need to be really we need to be really setting goals that account for the fact that the science is still changing, and we need to take a precautionary role and precautionary approach and aim higher so that future generations are not taking on a higher regulatory burden in trying to undo the harm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Can I just take you to the penalties, auditing, compliance aspects of the bill and ask what your view is in terms of the integrity of those measures?
You might want to go, Rachel.
Thank you. I was going to say, does Neela want to go first because you've referred to that in your submission?
Did we have any comments that we wanted to make on that?
Doesn't look like it.
I think not necessarily, Mark. No, nothing to add.
Okay, cool. In which case, I'll thank you for coming. We appreciate your time. And we're sorry for having delayed you this afternoon. Thank you. I'll now welcome representatives from the Australian Centre for Corporate Responsibility, the Investor Group on Climate Change and the Smart Energy Council. And as you're making your way to the table, I will just confirm that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. Excellent. And for the Hansard record, as you get yourselves settled at the table, can you please state your names and the capacity in which you are appearing before us today?
Erwin Jackson, I'm the Director of Policy at the Investor Group on Climate Change.
Wayne Smith, I'm External Affairs Manager with the Smart Energy Council. Thank you.
Lee Heaney, I'm the Government Relations Manager at the Smart Energy Council.
Right, and we are just waiting on somebody else online for the Australian Centre for Corporate Responsibility. We might just keep an eye out for them to pop on and get started anyway. So we might start. Senator Pocock, do you have some questions?
Yes, please. Thanks, Chair. Thank you for your time and hanging around for a while. First one's for the IGCC. I have some questions around corporate transition plans and whether you think that mandating corporate transition plans for owners of Safeguard facilities would add to these reforms, and if so, why or why not?
Just before you start answering, I'll welcome Mr. Hillman. If you could just cite your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing before us.
Good afternoon, my name's Alex Hillman. I'm a lead analyst with the Australasian Centre for Corporate Responsibility.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Yes, we do. And the reason that we do think they're incredibly important is that investors are making decisions on whether they're investing in Australian economy, whether they're investing in Australian companies, on the basis of the disclosures they're currently giving to the market. So they're currently preferencing those corporations that have clear transition plans and clear plans to get to net zero, because investors overall see that as the best overall economic response. And why it's important in the context of the safeguard mechanism is important really in part around the issue of offsets. Standards that are emerging globally, which investors use and companies are using, essentially put in place a hierarchy of emission reduction. So you reduce your emissions first as much as you can, move down the hierarchy, and offsets become the choice of last resort. And what a corporate transition plan can do is actually show the use of offsets in the context of everything else that the company is doing. Some companies and some facilities, it may actually be quite difficult for them to reduce emissions, but without that transparency in the market about how much they're investing in, say, green hydrogen, how much they're investing in upgrading their steel furnaces to hydrogen, etc., it actually it reduces the confidence in the market that those companies are doing the right thing. So if you've actually got a good corporate transition plan in place, which is standard practice now in financial practice in the US, the UK and Europe in terms of their disclosures, what it does, it gives the market confidence and allows investors to invest with confidence in Australia. In the absence of those plans, again, we'll continue to have the situation where if we see companies, as we've seen in Australia from a number of large emitters, overly relying on offsets, investors become less confident in them, divest from them and move their money offshore or to other companies that are more efficient, and that's the situation we don't want. We want to see investment in Australian companies, and corporate transition plans will do that.
And would these be an imposition on these companies, or would those 215 facilities be run by companies that potentially are undertaking or have already done this work?
Well, the expectation is that they will be mandatory on companies in Australia anyway. The question becomes really around how detailed they are and what level of standard we set in Australia. So the previous government and now the current government have accepted the need to actually align international reporting standards with global best practice. Global best practice requires companies to actually provide these kinds of corporate transition plans. However, what we need in the Australian context is how they work in the Australian economy. So what is the role of the cement industry in the transition in Australia? What is the role of the steel industry? What is the role of transport electricity? Which creates an entire picture for investors, which allows them to invest with confidence. So they're sort of going to be doing it anyway. If the EU in 3 years' time, if you want to operate in the EU, you have to have one, essentially.
In your submission to the Safeguard consultation paper, you argued that we should have sectoral ambition. Do you think that setting out a carbon budget to 2030 and 2050 for the Safeguard mechanism in the objects of the ANGO Act and the CFI Act would be a good step in that direction, or is that not that linked?
I think that having, like as some of the previous speakers talked about, having very clear climate objectives linked to the Paris Agreement or other agreements is really, really important. I think, however, that the approach that we're suggesting is essentially that we actually ask the Climate Change Authority to provide advice to government on what each sector's role is in the transition to net zero. And then once we have that transparency, that will then flow into other parts of policy, such as what you do around the safeguard mechanism in terms of how much of the national task it should take. Because at the moment we're basically going like this, sticking a finger in the air, trying to work out how much the safeguard facility should do without that being based on any real analysis of what the overall economy is doing. So, and that cuts both ways. It'll identify some safeguard facilities and some safeguard sectors can probably do more. It'll probably show that some can do less. But overall, without that transparency, without that credibility, again, it sort of makes investors nervous. So having that clarity, that transparency around the long term is really critical to attracting investment.
one of the other recommendations dealt with something that we've heard a lot about today, the fact that this mechanism is throwing cement, aluminium, steel in with potentially new LNG export facilities. And you say that we need to focus on promoting industries with a clear future in the net zero emissions economy, rather than assistance to sunset industries such as coal and LNG. There's obviously the safeguard mechanism, but then there's also the Powering the Regions Fund. Is there any concern that the Powering the Regions Fund, as it currently is suggested, some of that money could go to some of these sunset industries? Or do you think there's enough safeguards in there?
Well, I think it would actually be quite helpful for the government to do a couple of things in that context. One, be very explicit about that, and also to make sure that they establish a National Just Transition Authority. Because essentially what we're saying is that there's people who will be impacted by the inevitable decline in those industries, so focus your effort and support on those communities, as opposed to the companies that are inevitably going to decline and are already divesting and so forth. Then there's the other part, is the industries we need in the future, like the iron and steel, so put your money there. I really think that the biggest issue with the Powering Australia Fund really is that, it's chump change, really. What we need to actually deliver is a strong market signal to those companies that in the long term they have to get to zero, which both sides of politics have agreed with, both major parties have agreed with, and send them a price signal to actually deliver that and provide them with the financial incentive to do that, which the current design of the safeguard mechanism, we believe, overall does that, delivers that.
Do you have a view on what quantum of money would be needed to actually start doing that?
Well, as a general principle, investors aren't looking for subsidies. What they're looking for is clear market signals. Because, if you're a large investor, you don't get out of bed for less than $1 billion in the morning. So, and that's a lot of money to put into one facility or to one, even one industry, not one industry, into one facility or one company. So what they're looking for is that clear market signal from government so that they can actually get on and make the investment. And to also support the companies in doing that, because at the moment, in the absence of any regulatory framework to drive down emissions, you have this continuous back and forth between the companies and their owners, i.e. the investors, about what they're doing and how they should be doing it. And having a clear regulatory framework actually avoids that to an extent, and actually then promotes a more collaborative approach between investors and companies to actually deliver on those kinds of projects. So, you could imagine, for example, that if you had a clear policy framework and a company says, well, we're going to invest this much money in a new facility and it's going to be zero emission, but it's going to cost us a little bit more, investors will be more comfortable with that than if they came up with that same proposition in the absence of a policy framework.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I've got a couple of questions for the ACCR and then one for Smart Energy Council. In your submission, this is ACCR, you say that there needs to be a decoupling of industrial emissions reductions from the land sector. Can you explain your concern about that, the way it currently is heading?
So thank you, Senator. So I think it's well understood. There's been lots of speakers talking to land sector and the non-equivalence of offsets of a land-based offset with an industrial emission. What the safeguard mechanism does, is currently proposed and has been operating since 2017, is couple the land sector and the industrial emission sector and guarantee that reductions happen in one sector or the other. So when a facility is above its baseline, it can make a choice about whether or not it invests to reduce its own emissions, or it can make a decision to invest in the land sector. We need to repair our land sector. We need to make sure that the carbon that was in that land sector is replaced. We also need to reduce emissions in the industrial sector. So when the design of the safeguard mechanism allows a company to choose where that is allocated, it guarantees we only deliver one of those benefits when we actually need both.
You go on in your submission to say the unlimited use of offsets under the safeguard mechanism is not only poor science and poor policy, it is also at odds with nearly all global standards. Can you unpack this a little bit, in particular why you think it's poor policy and what the global standard is?
So in terms of global standard, I know we heard from the EDO who listed a number of countries and the limits that they place on offsets. So not only is Australia the only country aside from Kazakhstan to allow unfettered use of offsets, it's also Australia in the safeguard mechanism contradicts previous Australian policy. So under the Clean Energy Act, which effectively did reduce emissions, Australia had a valid policy discussion, a thorough policy discussion, and decided to set a limit on the use of offsets under the Clean Energy Act of 5%. So we're not only breaking with global precedent, Australia's even breaking with Australian precedent. So I think that's the benchmarking side of the question. In terms of poor policy, there's the equivalence of land-based carbon and industrial carbon. And then something else which other speakers may not have spoken to is it allows an industry to lock in emissions-intensive equipment. So many of the companies operating facilities in the safeguard mechanism make multi-billion, multi-decade decisions about what infrastructure and equipment to build. So when a company can rely on use of offsets in perpetuity for 100% of their emissions, they never actually have to install equipment which can get to net zero, or so can get to zero emissions and can be readily decarbonised. So using Woodside as an example, they're currently building a brand new LNG facility in Pluto. This facility will use gas turbines, which are going to be incredibly difficult. You basically have to rebuild the facility to stop using gas turbines in the future. So they're locking in those emissions for the life of that facility. So this isn't necessary. Other facilities around the world, including in Papua New Guinea, are building LNG facilities which actually use electrically driven motors. And obviously, when your input is electricity, you can decarbonise that with renewables. So Woodside has done, or appears to have done, a cost-benefit analysis, decided it never actually has to reduce emissions, so is investing $6.3 billion in Pluto to lock in about 2 million tonnes of emissions for the next 30 years, which will be effectively impossible to decarbonise later.
Thank you, Mr. Hillman. And for the Smart Energy Council, in relation to your recommendation that facilities must demonstrate reasonable steps taken to achieve on-site abatement before they can access ACCUs and safeguard mechanism credits, how do you envisage this working? How would it be monitored and enforced?
Yeah, let me have a crack at that. So I think a few things. The first thing is a fundamental principle from us, which is that Australia's biggest companies and Australia's biggest polluters should be reducing their emissions in Australia through direct emissions reduction projects. And in the process of doing so, you're actually creating jobs and investment, business opportunities in regional areas right across the country. So we think that should be the principle that underpins climate action in Australia. And so what that means is certainly no international offsets and a limit to domestic offsets. In terms of how it's monitored, I think there's a real need. There is a need for much greater transparency throughout the whole system, and previous speakers have talked about this. But it seems to me that there's merit in having a very clear review process, really for all projects supported through the Safeguard Mechanism, all projects certainly that's supported through the Powering the Regions Fund as well. And it seems to me that there could be merit in having something like a system in place. There's an interesting question I don't know the answer to, whether or not it is feasible for every single project to necessarily be assessed on an annual basis, but here's an interesting parallel, if you like, is that under the renewable energy target and the small-scale renewable energy storage scheme, this might seem a strange tangent, but the small-scale renewable energy scheme helps Australian families put solar on their roofs. And through that system, the Clean Energy Regulator actually undertakes, under legislation, inspections of a statistically significant number of systems to ensure that those systems are actually doing what they said they're doing, right? And so that they're actually delivering results for the customer and for the Australian public as well. And so you take that kind of concept in a sense and you broaden it out and you say, Well, should not the Australian government be doing at least a statistically significant number of inspections to ensure that projects are actually delivering what they say they're delivering? So whether that's offset projects, whether those offset projects are actually demonstrating and delivering X amount of emissions reductions, or direct emissions reduction projects, whether they're delivering those or not, I think is a really important test of the, the credibility of the system.
A few witnesses earlier have talked about the potential to have a fixed penalty price rather than this cap, which exposes the taxpayer, and then that money actually be used for easier to abate sectors. Is that, I mean, do you see opportunities to drive down emissions in other sectors? That, this safeguard mechanism essentially just focuses on 215 companies, and they can either reduce or they can use land use. But atmospheric physics doesn't sort of care where the emissions come from. Have you thought much about that sort of mechanism?
Yeah, we have, and Senator, I think Professor McIntosh from Australian National University nailed it earlier today in his evidence, I think, on that. And so we know that every bit of funding that goes into, let's say, into either existing or new coal and gas projects, any taxpayer money that goes in is a dollar that doesn't go to support the establishment of new industries, particularly zero emissions industries, renewable energy industries. We also know that there is a real need for massive investment from the Australian government in different ways into the emerging industries of the future. Energy ministers met on Friday and had a very good discussion about, this is energy ministers from right across the country, had a very good discussion about the United States Inflation Reduction Act, where we're effectively putting, the US government's putting trillions of dollars into the creation of new industries, new zero emissions industries. We know the European Union is doing the same thing. We know China's doing the same thing. Unless Australia finds a way to do so, whether that's through the Future Fund, through a Powering the Regions Fund, which is a much more substantial body, or other means, we will miss out on those opportunities. And so, yes, we should be looking at opportunities potentially through the penalty price, putting that into a fund that actually funds the industries of the future, the zero emissions industries of the future that will grow the jobs of the future.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Sarah Hughes?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions, but I guess the first one, we've been hearing a lot today from people who aren't really favourable to using these, legitimate carbon credits with regards to offsetting emissions. And I guess I'm just struggling. If one of these carbon credits takes a tonne of carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and is purchased by someone else, it's still reducing emissions. So I don't understand the objection, because you are reducing emissions, you're just sharing them across different industry.
Well, I think the real debate really boils down to that, which a number of people have mentioned, between the difference between, say, reducing emissions in a steel facility, where you're actually, it's quite easy to measure, you're avoiding fossil fuel use, versus sequestering carbon in a soil or a tree. Because once you take carbon geologically out of the ground, which has been there for millions upon millions of years, and stick it in the atmosphere, it essentially becomes stuck in the atmosphere, even if you have those sequestration projects, because it will come back out at some point. So, and you need therefore constant revegetation, and then of course things like fires come along and so forth. So the scientific debate has really gone back to the Kyoto Protocol, and that's why we see in other markets them not using the use of offsets. I think the thing from an investor's point of view, I think it's also quite important to point out, is that offsets also have a benefit, because what they do is they provide an internal pricing model within companies to assess whether to actually just offset or to actually invest within their own company. So it's a bit of a balancing act between the two. So, a company today who's investing in a new bit of kit is not going to be thinking about buying cheap offsets forever, because that's not a realistic scenario. The price will go up at some point as demand increases. So what they'll be thinking about, and what investors are thinking about, and what they're asking companies to show, is that, you know, are you factoring in offset prices of $150 a tonne in 2035, because that is material to whether your facility has still got positive cash flow models in the future. So you've got a sort of, there's the upside of offsets, which basically provides an internal cash flow business model for actually investment in on-site emission reductions. But the risk with it, of course, is that if the offsets don't have integrity, which is what we're really talking about here, then you're actually not getting a tonne for a tonne. And it really goes back to that core thing about the government making sure that there's integrity in the system.
And I might just quickly add to that, if that's okay. I think that Mr Jackson mentioned earlier the hierarchy of emissions reductions, and I think that's right. So at the top of that hierarchy, it's really direct emissions reduction projects. They're the most important ones, and offsets are probably down the bottom of that hierarchy. And it goes to the credibility of the offsets as well. So we, from a Smart Energy Council perspective, we think there needs to be an off-ramp for offsets. And so you need to really, it may be that we start with a significant number of offsets, but that needs to be scaled down over time and a real focus put on genuine emissions reduction projects. And there's a question that this committee and that the Australian government and others should ask of the offset projects. Are you clearly reducing emissions? Are you demonstrating that you're reducing emissions? Are you creating jobs? Are you creating jobs in Australia? And what are the economic benefits of those offset projects instead of direct emissions reduction projects?
So, Mr Smith, is it likely that we're going to see, under the safeguard mechanism reforms, an increase in cost of materials such as aluminium and concrete?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I know you asked the question earlier about the cost of this sort of scheme, and we actually know the answer. So we actually know that 9 years of inaction on climate change and 9 years without a national energy policy has delivered soaring power bills, soaring gas bills. And we know that the lack of action on electric vehicles in Australia the last 5 years or so has meant that Australians aren't getting to have the opportunities to have the electric vehicles they should have in Australia. They don't have the choice that they should have. And so as a result, they don't have the opportunities that they should have to reduce their cost of fuel. So that we know, and that's a really important thing. The second thing that we know is the cost of inaction on climate change. And
sorry, I'm really, apart from the fact I feel like they're very political motivated statements and I don't agree with the premise. What I'm asking about is the cost of concrete going to go up under this? Because concrete is a building material. It's everywhere around us. But its very production method is emissions intensive. And the technology does not exist to reduce those. So I'm asking very simply, yes or no, is the cost going up?
So we'd actually disagree that the alternatives don't exist. We actually think that, clearly every industry is different in terms of the alternatives, but we think that there are options that are available. So, for example, in cement, there's an Australian company actually that's from Bacchus Marsh that's developed a technology to actually reduce emissions in the cement industry. And interestingly, and perhaps not surprisingly, that company's actually moved its investment across to Europe because Europe has a carbon price, and also it managed to get some grants from Europe as well, direct to government grants to support their measures. Now, they haven't been confident to be able to invest in projects in Australia, unfortunately.
So the cement companies that have come to see me very concerned about the fact that they are going to lose up to 300 jobs in one plant in South Australia. That's a myth.
Yeah, no, I didn't say it's a myth, but what is interesting is that, and we've been involved in the consultations around the Powering the Regions Fund, and we made a point through KPMG, who are facilitating that process. We said to them, we do think that the argument that hard to decarbonise industries don't have alternatives is sometimes a bit of a way around, if you like. And so we as the Smart Energy Council have made an offer, actually, a standing offer, to facilitate a process, a summit, a conference, meetings with individual companies, roundtables, whatever. Very, very happy and very happy to repeat it here to the Senate committee as well, to bring together those hard to decarbonise industries with potential solution providers to have those discussions to demonstrate that there are solutions that are available. Clearly, some industries are easier than others, but that offer absolutely stands. And the cement industry is one that we would be keen to talk to. We know that Holcim, which is probably the world's biggest cement industry player, is doing a lot of work around decarbonisation, and we really commend the work.
But I'm conscious of time because we're already a very long way behind time. I'm just absolutely bemused that you don't think concrete costs are going to go up, because when you talk to concrete companies, they're very, very concerned about job losses and cost increases.
I think there's a couple of issues within this, Senator, if I may, because one of the core elements of the safeguard mechanism conversation is basically trying to shield emissions-intensive trade-exposed industries from some of the impact of the scheme, and the government's proposed various mechanisms to do that. The reason that those mechanisms exist is because those companies cannot pass on those costs because they are competing in international markets. So if a company was to increase its cost to the domestic consumer, it would be doing it on its own basis, essentially. It'd be going out to Australian consumers and saying, OK, we've got to buy these offsets to meet this goal. But in terms of the overall picture of the system, the kinds of cost increases you'd be talking about would be minuscule. And the government is actually proposing to put in mechanisms to actually help those industries. So if you think about the baseline adjusted system that the government's proposing, you'd actually expect, for example, the cement industry to be one of the first or one of the only industries to actually get a weaker baseline compared to other industries on the basis of the conversation that you're just talking about. So, if you're an aluminium smelter, you're competing in international markets, so you don't have the option to increase your prices, because if you did, you would go out of business. So it then becomes a question about how do you make sure, A, that those industries are protected in the transition period, and B, they have an incentive to reduce emissions in the long term. And our view is that the current proposed safeguard mechanism does both of those things.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to be honest, this all seems all very theoretical. And all very hypothetical and what could happen. And I can tell you what is happening is there's one cement company who's moved its clinker production over to China, and so they don't face the same emissions on their Australian company.
But it wouldn't have been because of this policy. It's also just worth, to say really quickly, it's also really important to put on the public record the cost of climate change. And so Munich Re, for
that's not what we're here to talk about at the moment.
But Munich Re has estimated that the eastern states floods last year.
Okay, look, sorry, Mr. Smith, we are already really behind time, and apart from loving hearing the Labor Party talking points, I think it's important that we keep moving. That to me, honestly, I just think you guys need to go talk to some industry, because that sort of theoretical...
we're an industry association.
Well, I don't know who you're talking to, because it's not the same people blogging up on my door and my office and numerous other offices, very concerned about the impact it's going to have on their industry. I guess just finally, because, I don't know if we're going to get anywhere, there will be an increase in the cost of concrete, because that's what the concrete producers are telling us, and there's a risk to sovereignty. There will be an increase in the cost of aluminium, because again, that's what the producers are telling us, and this is their actual business, not a theoretical listen to the what might happen in 20 years' time with certain technology, etc., etc. These are going to increase the cost of developing renewable energy. The concrete that puts the wind turbine in the ground, that produces the wind turbines, all of these materials are going to cost more money. Will the safeguard mechanism increase the cost of renewable energy in this country when it comes to wind?
Well, probably the opposite, to be honest, because basically if you're a global investor at the moment, or you're an Australian investor at the moment, you are placing a higher risk premiums on an Australian investment on the basis of policy uncertainty. So everything in Australia is essentially more expensive anyway. What long-term policy signals do is create confidence that investors can invest here. So we're already seeing, for example, investors not investing in Australian debt and divesting from parts of this country because of climate change. And that's because there isn't clarity in the transition pathway.
There's a lot of
None of this is
companies
easy.
leaving
No one is
because
suggesting this is easy. But the costs of enacting, based on the evidence that is before the global investment
Okay, so
community,
can
their
you
own
just give me
internal
the name
analysis
of
that
a
they
company?
do.
Could you just give me the name of a company that's divested so we can actually start to look at this in concrete terms rather than hypotheticals? Because I've got to say, I have never, ever, ever seen an economic argument where costs are going to decrease or somehow the overall cost is going to be less when the individual cost of the materials is going up. I mean, it's an economics that I've never heard of before.
Just to respond to that initial question, and so as a representative of the renewable energy industry, happy to put on the public record, I can't see any scenario where the safeguard mechanism increases the cost of renewable energy projects.
Okay,
So
look, I'm happy to leave it there in the interest of time, but Mr Smith, I'm absolutely going to take note of the date, have a look at what the costs are now, and I'm pretty sure we'll be coming back to you, pointing out a whole lot of increase in costs because the actual materials are going to go up significantly. And it's an interesting economic theory that that'll lower the costs overall.
And we've had a range of opinions today, and we might just give Mr Hillman a chance. He's been trying to say something for a little while. Mr Hillman, if I can just give you the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Senator. I was just going to chime in about whether or not 300 jobs being lost in the cement industry is a myth, and the hypotheticals that bounce around. So one of the concrete examples we have is when Australia was considering the previous carbon price enacted by the Labor government. Yet the CEO of Woodside say that the emissions trading scheme will destroy industry investment, and named specific projects including Gorgon, which would not make a positive investment. What happened, what we actually saw in practice is that the following year after that statement was made, Gorgon was invested in. And not only was Gorgon an outlier, contradicting what the CEO of Woodside said, we saw that investment decisions made during carbon pricing or when carbon pricing was under serious consideration saw Australia become the world's largest LNG facility. So when we're talking about hypotheticals, I think we need to understand that an industry or a company lobbying senators and members of parliament are talking in hypotheticals as well. When we look back in the past, they exaggerate their claims, they exaggerate the impact on their industry. And I think as a society, we need to stop listening to this crying wolf and treat industry claims as the self-interested lobbying that they are.
Thank you, Mr Hillman. We will now go to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I know we're running out of time, so I won't go over everything. I would like to ask, however, Mr Jackson, I want to ask about the actual cap price of $75. When you look at the EU market currently trading at €100 a tonne, so about 156 Aussie dollars, it's that type of price that is being used to drive the deep carbonisation opportunities there. Where does the $75 cap come in? Can you just give me, from an investor perspective, is there an expectation that government's just going to fill the gap there, or so therefore we're talking about $75, but it's not really?
Well, I think having consulted with their members quite a bit about this, and this is one of the issues that they were most concerned about, because you wouldn't be surprised, you're coming from a large financial institution, that they actually quite like markets and they don't like things that distort markets. So they're not in favour from that point of view. I think the other thing that is important about the price cap is that it's actually lower than most of the companies themselves have been assessing their projects against. So you see companies on a regular basis reporting to the market that they have assessed carbon prices in the order of $400 a tonne, $150 a tonne, and they say their facilities are fine, and they say their companies are fine. So it's a bit arbitrary from that point of view. It's also not consistent with the long-term objective of the scheme. Like if you think that the long-term objective of the scheme is to actually get us to net zero in the most cost-effective way, then it should be set at prices which are designed to do that. And if you look at the analysis that has been done on the world central banks and others, in this kind of time frame, you'd be sort of looking at a $150 a tonne penalty. The other thing I think it's important is it's also finite. Like there's only a certain amount of government money that is out there to actually buy these units, which are sell back to industry. So I think industry overall just sees it as a short-term measure anyway.
Yes.
So our preference would either be to remove it or increase it to levels that would actually send that longer-term signal to the direction that we want to go.
Thank you. And to Mr Smith, I note in your tabled statement here, you talk about elements that the government should pick up in order to make this policy have a real impact. I'm interested to see that you support the introduction of a climate trigger in the environment laws. If you could speak briefly to that. And then I'd also ask you about the review of the large-scale renewable energy target.
Yeah, thank
well.
you. Thanks, Senator. Yeah, the climate change trigger, look, we know that it's not directly related to the safeguard mechanism, but it's something that's just extraordinarily overdue. And I think, Senator, you and I have actually talked about this in a previous inquiry. And a climate change trigger is clearly a mechanism through the Environmental Protection Biodiversity Conservation Act, which says that major projects in Australia should be assessed by, which then are triggered by the Australian government, that have to be assessed by the Australian government, that if they reach a particular threshold of emissions, that the Australian government, through the Minister and the Department, need to assess whether or not that project, one, should proceed, or secondly, if it does proceed, the circumstances under which it should proceed and the conditions that are attached to that. Look, I think it's absolutely, and the Smart Energy Council thinks it's absolutely inevitable that at some moment in time, perhaps not even too far away, the Australian government's going to have to assess major projects in Australia as to their impact on climate change. They're going to have to do so. And so I think, and we would say from our urging to the Australian government and to the Australian Parliament would be now's the time to make that decision, to actually get started on putting a climate change trigger into the Environment Protection Biodiversity Conservation Act and really get cracking on that. We know that there's a separate measure, a separate process that's been going through the Environment Minister with the EPBC Act. But we would be keen to see, and probably our urging to the Minister would be some sort of a statement from the Minister that says that we, the government, will actually incorporate a climate change trigger in the Environment Protection Biodiversity Conservation Act, an in-principle statement, and then work towards that at some stage and have a proper process around that.
Okay, thank you. To ACCR, just quickly, I'm interested in relation to a company use of offsets, for example, like Woodside. Their own disclosures show that they're sitting on a pile of existing ACCUs that will get them to 2030. What needs to happen through this process to actually ensure that companies, big polluting companies like Woodside, are actually forced to decarbonise, not just offset what they're doing while it's not just status quo, they've got a number of projects that they're looking to expand?
Yeah, great question, Senator. My understanding based off disclosures is that Woodside have said they have enough offsets, not that they have enough ACCUs. When you look at the offsets that they've used in recent years, they've been...
Sorry, I meant offsets. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, so I think firstly... so we need to be reducing emissions. As I and others have said, trading off land-based sequestration with industrial emissions is a false economy and they're not equivalent issues. And in order to make sure that there are actual reductions, we need caps on the use of offsets. Like a hard cap would be more than appropriate. It'd make us line up with international peers and previous policy discussions in Australia. You could consider a declining cap over time, as Mr Smith has advocated for, but we need a limit on the use of offsets built into the legislation.
To send that signal clearly, and then I assume, Mr Jackson, you'd agree with that because then it's a bit more certainty.
Like, I think from the investor's point of view, having the transparency measures around it is actually the first thing they're looking for, and then. Then there'll be the conversation, which Alex is very familiar with, between investors and companies about whether they're doing the right thing and what they're not. And then through time, what our expectation is, and what we're already seeing globally, is if companies aren't actually really serious about reducing their own on-site emissions in addition to buying offsets, then a couple of things that will happen is that investors will divest from them, which is not a good outcome, because we want investment in those companies to actually deliver long-term emission reductions. But the other thing that we're likely to see is escalation of investor engagement with companies around their annual general meetings, and as we've already seen, the sacking of directors.
I'm interested to be watching what's going on in the EU at the moment in relation to their new green claim advertising laws going directly to this point. The advertising industry are obviously very wary of the continued use of offsets. Consumers aren't buying it. And that, of course, has a flow-on effect.
Exactly. And that's why I think, again, going back to the point I made earlier around corporate transition plans, they're actually, A, they're designed to create confidence in the market, but B, they're also to avoid greenwashing. You know, greenwashing is a big reputational risk for companies, it's a big reputational risk for investors. If you're investing in a company that's greenwashing, you don't want anything to do with them. So having these corporate transition plans in place becomes really important to actually give the market and the public confidence that what they're saying is what they're really doing.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry.
So it's not just customers that see through this greenwash, it's investors as well. So last year, 49% of Woodside's investors voted against Woodside's climate change plan, and it was largely because of reliance on offsets. So this inability or the lack of willingness for the regulatory environment to cap these offsets is creating a tension between companies and investors. And I think, exactly as Erwin has said, providing some clarity on a sensible, long-term, stable solution upfront would resolve that issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Payman, did you have any questions?
I've got one question, Chair, and I'm mindful of time, so I'll be quick. Mr. Hillman, given every facility is under a legal requirement to comply with the safeguard mechanism, wouldn't facilities need to close if they could not meet an offset limit imposed by your suggestions?
So we're recommending limits on the use of ACCUs, not on the limits of SMCs. So they would still have, what you could call a safety valve. If they can't reduce their own emissions, they could still purchase abatement from within the industrial sector via the SMCs, and we're fully supportive of free and unfettered use of the SMC system to manage exactly that risk.
Great, thank you for the clarification. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us this evening, and apologies for the delay. This is obviously a very important inquiry, and we've got a lot of things to say. But we do appreciate your time and your patience. And I would now invite representatives from Orica. Now, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. Excellent. The committee has agreed that opening statements are to be tabled and copies provided to senators due to our time constraints as it stands. So thank you for providing an opening statement, and I will go straight to questions, and we will start with Senator Hanson-Young.
Have you got questions? I do.
Oh, you start first.
Okay, I will start. So interestingly, we just heard from the previous witnesses that apparently the cement and aluminium and steel industries are crying wolf over the impacts on their business when it looks at the safeguard mechanism. In your opinion, though, what does the safeguard mechanism in its current form do around investor confidence when it comes to long-term investment in Australia?
So, Senator, you mean the baseline under the previous government?
Yeah, this safeguard mechanism, what's happening around investment and investment confidence going forward?
I can only talk on behalf of Orica's position, but certainly a significant proportion of our investor community is looking for a transition plan, and the lack of downward pressure on our emissions reduction from the current baseline is not a mechanism that they'd be looking to get any answers. So what we've done is gone hard, gone early and gone voluntarily, and in fact put in place corporate emissions reduction goals which are even more tougher than those proposed by the Labor government at 4.9%. We've put in place a voluntary emissions reduction goal of 40% by 2030 off a 2019 base. So in some senses, the current baseline is irrelevant to us. The investors have said to us that they still want to see a transition plan from a company that's in a very hard to abate sector, and we've followed our instincts on that and moved voluntarily.
Is there likely to be an increase or a decrease or maintenance of the cost of fertiliser?
We turn our ammonium nitrate into explosives. We've only got a very small Australian fertiliser play, so I could only answer for that sector. And if your question is, will it increase the price of ammonium nitrate? I'd say on behalf of Orica, I hope so. It's been far too cheap for far too long. But all jokes aside, we would be expecting the normal competitive tensions in the marketplace with the entry of a new product that offers both reputational and potentially a reporting upside, for there to be a margin that can be captured because of that offering. We supply into the Australian mining sector. That's our major customer. We wouldn't be expecting a material increase to the mine site costs as a result.
All right. I know Senator Cadell had some questions, so I'm just going to try and track those down, but I'll hand it back to you at the moment, Chair.
Okay. Senator Hanson-Young.
We've had a lot of conversation today with different players and witnesses around the need to make sure there are incentives to actually decarbonise. And for those that are caught by the safeguard mechanism, that they actually decarbonise, not just buy an offset to carry on business as usual. Strikes me, having read a little bit about your situation, that's exactly what you're actually doing, on-site decarbonisation. We keep hearing, oh, it's all too hard to do that. Let's just let people buy offsets in whether or not they're legitimate, or high integrity or low integrity or not. Could you just give us a bit of an explanation as to what you've done and what you're planning to do to decarbonise, so that we can get a sense of this is actually doable?
Yes, and I would stress, Senator, that we're in a hard-to-abate sector. It's not like any of this is low-hanging fruit. So our emissions profile are lumpy, and they go to the two-stage production process for ammonium nitrate. Firstly is ammonia production, which requires the cracking of natural gas, and that emits CO2 direct to the atmosphere, and then the taking of that ammonia into our nitric acid plants to create ammonium nitrate, which releases nitrous oxide. So the easier of those two components to reduce emissions is the nitric acid plants. And when I say easy, I do so very qualified. We've been trying to find a highly effective abatement technology probably for about a decade. We've had goes at it with the CSIRO. There has been no, until recently, off-the-shelf solution. But we now are in a situation where we're deploying that abatement on our nitric acid plants at our Kooragang Island facility. We have 3 of those plants. The first one went in before Christmas. It's working at 99% efficiency. Now, this is measured at the stack. We have 24-hour, 7 days a week monitoring of the nitrous oxide coming out of the stack. So this is real, it's measurable, and it's going to take out that one stack about 250,000 CO2e a year. So we've got 2 more to go at Kooragang Island. We had planned to introduce the same abatement at our Yarwun site up at Gladstone. That's on hold because of the policy uncertainty and a specific, we think, punitive and unintended measure in the current bill, which we can explain more to you in detail. But this is real industrial, hard to abate emissions reduction. And we have been working on this specific project for about 5 or 6 years. The thinking being, and we're a global international player, is that the policy uncertainty in Australia was always at some stage going to provoke a policy response with a change of government or a change in policy. And of course, that is exactly what has happened. We moved in anticipation of that and are now very well positioned to meet our safeguard baseline requirements, meet our investor expectations and also our expectations of our own people. The second half of the equation, which is our ammonia production, very difficult. Now that involves green hydrogen through electrolysis and then using the H from that process rather than the hydrogen molecule from natural gas. The technology's there, but commercially getting that up to scale so it can effectively feed our ammonia plant on a commercial basis is we've invested in a partnership with Origin Energy to do just that at Kooragang Island. That's probably a 10 to 15 year journey, but again, we've invested now. We haven't waited until government has mandated or the heavy hand of any other third party.
I think this is important context because you're not asking to be able to have unlimited offsets to buy some tree planting somewhere, in middle Australia where we don't even know if they're growing, right? You're actually doing the decarbonisation on site across your two elements of your business. Could you explain, you said unintended consequences of the bill. I see from reading your opening statement, you support the safeguard mechanism per se, but you are worried about this unintended consequence. Can you just unpack that for us, please?
Yeah, it's a little complex, so let me get the discussion going. Essentially, we went, as I said, early and secured ERF project status for both KI and for Yarwun, and then subsequently secured a carbon abatement contract, which enables us to generate ACCUs and then surrender those back to government. Now, the assumption was, and it's in the current legislation, that that deemed surrender provision would enable us not only to book the emissions reduction to help us meet our own voluntary corporate goals, but would also, through the auction process, be able to claw back some of the capital to put that abatement in place. We're not talking about a windfall outcome by any stretch. The capital expense of this abatement technology is significant, and we were looking for those deemed surrender provisions to provide some level of justification for that investment case. Unfortunately, whilst we, as you say, are very supportive of the overall policy thrust of what the government has proposed, the deemed surrender provisions for existing projects, so we're not talking about future ones, for existing ERF projects, are now reduced to only 2 years, not the 7 years that we made those good faith investment decisions on. Now, the department's position at the beginning of the consultation was for 0. So they've taken a couple of steps in the right direction. We don't know why they have decided 2 years. And we also understand that Orica is, because it's gone early and hard, is the only company in this situation that is potentially going to have the benefit removed. That seems like an absurd policy outcome when it's putting on hold an abatement project up in Yarwun until it's resolved, and it's penalising the company, the single company, through the safeguard mechanism facilities, who's gotten on with the job nonetheless. I think that will send a perverse investment message to the rest of the safeguard mechanism facilities. In other words, they've changed the rules of the game on you partway through project delivery. They can do the same to you. So that retrospectivity aspect of the bill is of particular concern. I know the department is giving evidence tomorrow. I would encourage the committee to ask them why they are singling out Orica in what they've got proposed at the moment, and seemingly penalising an early mover.
If I could add to that, please, Senator. The other thing about that action to change the rules around deemed surrender, the thrust of that change is actually going to be addressed in the Safeguard Amendment Rule, and I note that you earlier today tabled the exposure draft copy of that. We have real questions around a disallowable instrument being used to retrospectively remove a benefit that is associated with our contract and conditions which exist today in the current legislation, which of course the bill before you is seeking to change. So there are two mechanisms or two avenues for bringing about this change, one the bill and one the Safeguard Rule, which of course is still out for consultation.
And when you reference contract, you're talking about the arrangement, existing arrangement you've got with the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Yeah, through our carbon abatement contracts for both our decarbonisation at Kooragang Island and for Yarwun near Gladstone.
So you could imagine, Senator, we were investing under that assumption, and now that investment case looks like it's been called into question, and we've got significant capital-intensive investments to make in the green hydrogen ammonia solution that I referenced earlier, and with a globally agnostic board going back to them and reporting that the deal we thought we had with the government is no more, is not the conversation you want to be having when you've got potentially hundreds of millions of dollars of capital, more to come to completely transform our production processes and future-proof our people.
Sorry, can I just ask a clarifying question?
Yes, sure.
Sorry, so you made this investment a while ago, and that was under the previous safeguard mechanism, which is different, and the emissions reduction fund. So that was when those investments were made. So arguably, these reforms have now created more uncertainty for you than the previous.
Yeah, the particular aspect of retrospectively removing our deemed surrender provisions for 5 out of the 7 years of our contract is very concerning. We think it's unintended. It seems to be completely misaligned with the overall policy objectives, and we're working very hard to get it some profile. That's why we are probably the only safeguard facility who's showed up at this committee.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
So the retrospectivity element is obviously essential in all this. Can I just ask how many employees you have in Australia?
I think it's around 4,500
Split
out of
across-
a global workforce of around 12,000.
So it's significant for the that's quite significant.
Yeah, we're headquartered here in Melbourne. We're ASX listed, and our
aren't we?
we are in Canberra. And our 2 major manufacturing facilities in Australia at KI and Yarwun, as I've said, but we've got other manufacturing facilities in Canada and Indonesia. We've got initiating system facilities all over the world. So we operate in 105 markets. So on some of these broader issues that have been raised earlier today about how others internationally are treating these issues, we're well exposed to them as well.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Hughes, did you...
I am all good, Chair.
All good. I did have some questions, but you've answered them all. So thank you for that. We will explore that issue tomorrow.
If you could. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just before we finish, there is a document that we wouldn't mind tabling if that's all right, and that is a document that explains what I was addressing before, but also with respect puts forward a suggested amendment for how the bill could be potentially amended so that the Safeguard Rule couldn't then be changed to take deemed surrender away.
Is that document one that you have provided to the Safeguard Mechanism consultation?
Not the document itself, but the substance of the amendment. We put in our submission to the department. That consultation process closed last Friday. I believe those submissions aren't yet up on the department's website.
They can
Oh, they can
table
just,
it,
I
yeah.
just wanted to understand what it
Yes.
was. Yeah, no, that would be great if you could table that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for your time. And thank you for spending most of the day sitting with us in this lovely room. We appreciate your time. I'll now welcome representatives from the Institute of Public Affairs.
We're only 40 minutes behind schedule now.
We're all having a good go. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you.
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. And do we have an opening statement that you've tabled?
We haven't tabled it yet, but I'm happy to provide it to the committee chair or
That would be
secretary.
lovely. Thank you very much. I will now go to Senator Hanson-Young.
I don't have any questions for them.
Senator Hughes.
Right, I shall start. Thank you for waiting. I appreciate we're a little bit behind schedule. With regards to any of the analysis you've done across the safeguard mechanism, what's the likelihood that there'll be increased costs to business and then those businesses passing the costs on to consumers?
Thank you, Senator. According to our analysis, it's inevitable that there'll be extra costs to the 215 facilities that are the subject of the safeguard mechanism. Inevitably, those costs will be passed on through the supply chain one way or another, including through households and consumers across the country. Specifically, the research that we've undertaken looks at where these facilities are located and the sectors that they are in. And what we've identified is 84% of these 215 facilities are in regional communities, and 88% of these facilities are in sectors which are critical to our economic prosperity and national security, with 48% being in the coal, gas or oil sectors, 28% in other mining sectors such as iron, copper and gold, and 12% in manufacturing sectors.
Okay. Have you had any look at cement or aluminium or steel as industries? I mean, these are industries that are very hard to abate emissions. Have you had any particular look at those industries?
No, we haven't looked at those in detail. At a general level, what we've essentially looked at is where are these located and who's going to incur the costs. And there's a broader point that I'd make. Last week we were travelling through regional New South Wales in Tamworth and Narrabri, Gunnedah, Muswellbrook and so forth. And a lot of the feedback...
stomping ground, being an old Moree girl.
Yes, indeed. And a lot of the feedback from the local community is this is the last thing that they need at this time. A lot of these policies, whether it's net zero or the safeguard mechanism, are developed by essentially city-based politicians, but they're saying it's going to have to be, mining, manufacturing and agriculture that'll have to carry the can to, essentially implement these emissions reduction policies. And there's a real concern that their voices aren't being heard in the regions, but instead it's time and time again, it's these people that will incur the job costs and also the costs in terms of electricity bills. And specifically what our analysis found is with the policy of net zero, over 2/3 of all potential job losses are located in regional parts of New South Wales. Up to 1/4 of all jobs in the Upper Hunter could be put at risk by the policy of net zero emissions. And of course, the safeguard mechanism is the government's centrepiece mechanism for trying to achieve that policy outcome.
I mean, it's been intriguing today to really hear from all sides of the political spectrum the complete lack of transparency around this mechanism, the uncertainty that it's creating, the fact that no one seems to know, A, what it's going to achieve, what it's supposed to achieve, how it's actually going to work, what it looks like. It's a quagmire. But I guess one of the concerns that I have, and I'll keep with the cement industry, but it will apply more broadly. So we're already seeing one cement producer based out of South Australia has actually moved its clinker production over to China, and clinker is not expecting everyone to be up on the how to make cement, but clinker is the part of cement that is the most emissions intensive part of the process. So one company has moved its clinker production over to China, so less regulation, how they're making the clinker now, they're actually having to send the raw materials over and then bring the clinker back. So you've got the additional emissions around the transport. But it means that their Australian operation does not contain those emissions now. So versus other Australian producers who are still manufacturing onshore, they are going to be bought into this safeguard mechanism, increasing the cost of cement, but also more importantly, I think more urgently, making their business potentially less viable, if not viable at all, leading to a significant number of job losses. I think it's particularly around the Port Adelaide part. I think they mentioned Mark Butler is their local member. So, you know, these, what do you know, have you had a look at what sort of offshoring we're going to see within particularly the manufacturing sector that's going to send jobs overseas, that's going to send production and manufacturing to less regulated markets, so potentially more emissions intensive manufacturing and development, and then additional transport costs coming back. Have you had a look at that? That, you know, it's all well and good to make everyone feel warm and fuzzy in Australia, but if you're sending it all over to Malaysia or China, it's not really doing much for a global issue.
That's right. It's a key point, Senator, and I'd probably make a general observation, which is these kind of policies are all pain and no gain. So as you rightly identify, when you add cost to businesses, it increases the chance that they'll shut down or go offshore. And I'm not as familiar with the cement situation as you are.
I mean, we get to learn all these.
But I'll make a broader point. If you think about the coal sector, plainly, if a developing nation needs coal to engage in its industrial growth, say in China or Indonesia or India, if they don't get the coal from Australia, they're going to get it from somewhere else. So the idea that reducing coal production and exportation in Australia would somehow reduce emissions on a global scale is inconsistent with the lived reality that these nations need that coal.
Don't worry, we just heard apparently increased costs in aluminium and cement will actually mean a reduction in the cost of creating renewables. It's an interesting economic paradigm.
Yeah.
Not the economics class I would have passed at university, but anyway.
No, it doesn't sound like it. But I think, the point is that the as you say, the offshoring of these activities to nations which typically have less, if not no, significant oversight or regulation of their environmental activities is likely going to mean worse environmental outcomes. But of course, we're not getting any discernible economic benefit because we're offshoring the jobs and the economic activity from Australia. So this is a very important issue, and I think it's another significant shortcoming and failure of the safeguard mechanism and policies like net zero emissions.
Out of sight, out of mind. Just finally, what do you think something like this would do to our international competitiveness across a range of industries?
Yeah, it'll significantly erode it. We already know at the moment that our private sector business investment as a share of our GDP is at a record low. So it's lower than what it was in the GFC, lower than in the early 90s recession, lower than in the Whitlam era. So we're already in an environment of high cost, high tax, lots of red tape, government costs. So anything that's going to add to the cost of doing business in Australia is going to undermine our competitive economic advantage. There's also another critical and related point, which is in relation to national security. If anything, if there's any key lesson from the experience in Europe at the moment, it's that outsourcing your critical energy infrastructure to potentially hostile foreign powers is not a good move. And we've seen what's happening in Europe and in Germany. We know that the vast majority of the ingredients and the raw materials and the minerals that go into solar panels and wind turbines are from overseas nations, whereas the coal, gas and oil and uranium is here. We have sovereign control over those resources. And relatedly, we also know that the global economic order based on open trade capital is unwinding and is coming to an end. We've got to pursue policy to ensure we've got the sovereign capability to build, generate and sustain broad spectrum end-to-end manufacturing and heavy industry because we don't know whether we're going to be able to rely on global supply chains to access those critical components in a global order that's rapidly changing.
Well, I mean, I think we saw it during COVID in itself when we saw there was issues with China and different supply chain issues there. I think there's a lesson to be learnt as well as from Europe, but increasing our own national, our independence.
Yeah.
Particularly in those critical areas.
That's right. I just wanted to just take the opportunity, because you mentioned transparency and problems with understanding how these laws work. Morgan's done a lot of analysis on the potential sort of bureaucratic nature of this and how that might go to your point of transparency.
Yeah, exactly. So you actually mentioned two very interrelated ideas there, which was the complexity and the offshoring. This whole, as it is right now, the safeguard mechanism is inscrutable. The safeguard mechanism rules from 2015 are run into hundreds of pages alone. There's powers that are exercised by the regulator who unelected. No one knows who the regulator is. I think most members of parliament probably don't know who the chair of the Clean Energy.
No, whenever you ask a question, you get a delegate. You get the official delegate or something.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like the TGA special, the delegate. You don't know who they are.
And the rules and the amendments that are proposed now to pass even more sweeping powers onto the regulator to make alterations to how the safeguard mechanism will actually operate in practice. So we're talking about a situation in which our most critical industries, who are already suffering serious, impositions of red tape, will be in the situation of thinking, this is too hard, this is too complex, we need a way out of this. And underlying this whole scheme is the fact that Australia has a very stringent nationally determined contribution to the Paris Climate Agreement. And of course, that is not common across all countries. There are countries in the world that do not have a contribution, a determined contribution at all, or they have a very weak contribution. They'll happily take our industries. They'll happily begin manufacturing where we can no longer do so.
We'll probably pay them reparations of sorts while we're at it. Just finally on investment uncertainty, it was just interesting to hear that Orica, who has made all these investment decisions, had made so under the previous government, though you wouldn't hear it now from current business groups trying to buddy up to the new government, very, very supportive. Yet investment decisions were made under the previous government, and the concerns now around deemed surrender and other issues are actually creating investment uncertainty. What can be done, or what needs to be looked at around this safeguard mechanism if it was to pass the parliament, which obviously is not a given, to ensure that we don't see that investment uncertainty?
I'm not sure there's anything that can be done.
Yeah,
I think this is such a bad proposal.
Yeah.
On top of a series of bad proposals such as net zero emissions by 2050 having been legislated, that and that's one of the reasons why our recommendation is to repeal the relevant parts of the Reporting Act in addition to the Climate Change Act 2022, because there is so much regulation, so much uncertainty that's imposed on industries that there is no way of fixing a law or a proposed law that is just this bad and this short-sighted. As Morgan identified, there's complexities associated with the regulations themselves, and we're talking about projects that have potentially billions of dollars in capital costs, which are upfront over a long time frame. They make a lot of revenue when those projects are up and running, but it takes many years and a lot of risk involved in getting those projects, including just getting access to the finance that's involved. When you've got these short-sighted policies being put in place, clearly it's marking Australia as a very unattractive place in which to do business. Like I said, we're already at record low rates of private sector business investment, and the safeguard mechanism will ensure that that's only going to get worse.
Maybe all those miners in the Upper Hunter, when they lose their jobs, can become bureaucrats. Anyway, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. You referred to the Paris Agreement, net zero, all of those things previously. I just want to check, are you aware that all UN members have signed the Paris Agreement and it's only Libya, Yemen, Eritrea and Iran who haven't? And
Yes.
so
Yep.
So your sense is that the rest of the world, the UN conglomerate, they're all wrong, and that we should be following those 4 countries there to get away from it? Is that
Not at all.
Is that what you're saying?
Not at all. So, as I understand it, every country's contribution, nationally determined contribution to meet those targets, is drafted uniquely. How countries go about meeting those targets are different. What we've said in the past is that what the federal government has committed to is more stringent and extreme than most other countries.
Yeah, so for example, on a per capita basis, Australia has the deepest cuts to emissions under the Paris Climate Agreement. So, plainly that's putting us at a competitive disadvantage without providing any discernible environmental benefits. This is one of the key...
And I think there's a whole bunch of these things where we're just going to have a fundamental ideological disagreement about.
Well, I wouldn't say it's ideological when you're looking at just the sheer numbers that are involved. If Australia is, as I mentioned before in response to one of the questions, if we're reducing, for example, our coal use or production and exportation, that doesn't mean there'll be less on a global scale. It means that the countries that need it will get it from somewhere else. So if this is a global issue or a global initiative, then any particular action that we take as it relates to emissions needs to be considered on a global basis, and clearly it's next to nothing.
So would I be right in saying, from what I've gleaned from your materials and what you've said, that you don't support action on emissions reduction?
No, that's not a fair comment. We don't support stringent hard and fast targets imposed by government.
So what would you suggest to reduce emissions?
Well, there's a couple of things. The first is nuclear. Any discussion about emissions needs to involve a discussion about nuclear power. As you know, we've got about 30% of the world's uranium supplies. And
about zero of the knowledge, history and structures in which to bring a nuclear industry about?
Well, I think I'd rather hear some advice from industry participants about the viability of a nuclear sector in Australia. And of course, they're not going to be investing in it when it's subject to an outright ban. So our view, firstly, is remove the ban, and secondly, allow market participants to evaluate the commercial prospects of that endeavour in Australia. And secondly, there's already incentives for businesses to be reducing their emissions. For example, if you can get more energy efficient in your production, then that's a natural incentive to pursue that. So our view is very simply that there's already strong competitive pressures and opportunities for businesses and market participants to be reducing emissions where it makes sense. The issue is that government policy at the state and federal level, time and again, is imposing these very significant costs on business, which are flowing through. I mean, just look at what's happening to household power bills and that of small businesses. They've gone up by thousands of dollars over recent years. The government's own figures suggest they'll go up by at least another 30% over the next financial year. So these are imposing real costs on those in our society who can least afford it. This approach we have plainly is not working, and that's why we suggest that the policy needs to be scrapped outright.
Well, I think you've just conflated two policies, and I'm not here to fight with you about this, but I would argue with the characterisation of where you've gone with that. Thank you very much for attending today. We appreciate your time, and sorry for delaying you in your day.
No worries, thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes today's proceedings, and as noted earlier, the committee is due to report to the Senate on the 6th of March and has set midday on the 1st of March as the deadline for answers to questions on notice arising from today's hearing. The Secretariat will endeavour to send you an early transcript of your evidence to assist you in identifying questions taken on notice. And thank you to Broadcasting and to everybody who has stuck with us for the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you all tomorrow. Thank you, Chair.
Yay.